Chapter 638. In the regional commander's incident, Wang Chang's petition to separate the Manchus from the Han showed that his intentions were reprehensible. He had ruined a great opportunity for the Hu of the Tang dynasty, and as a Hu protector general, Fomin Linta had always taken this matter to heart. Thus, in his rage, he had submitted a petition to have Wang Chang executed. But Fomin Linta had never imagined that he would receive this sort of news. That ignorant and incompetent brat in Fomin Linta's eyes had actually defeated the combined army of Dalu and Ruozhen and Jelifeng in the southwest, killing more than 400,000 soldiers and rendering a gargantuan service. If this continued, wouldn't that brat be impossible to deal with? The existence of such a person in the Tang dynasty imperial court was extremely disadvantageous to the Hu generals on the border. How could Fomin Linta be happy when he learned of this matter? Send scouts to the southwest. I have to know what's going on here. I don't believe that a brat still wet behind the ears could have this sort of ability. Fomin Linta's voice resounded over the entire protectorate headquarters. In the distant 4 garrisons of Anxi and the biting protectorate in the extreme north, Gaoxianji and Sishan, this day was destined to be an unforgettable one for the commanders of the Tang dynasty on the border. While the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, the kingdoms of the western regions, Karax Spazinu, the Abbasid Caliphate, Goguryeo, the Khitans, and the Shu were increasing their forces around the Tang dynasty's borders, the greatest opportunity and change had actually come from the southwest of the Tang dynasty, which was viewed as the most dangerous and most likely to fall. Chongqing, it seems like we underestimated that brat from the Wang clan who just came out of prison. In the residence of the Annan Protectorate headquarters, a handsome man with a dignified face and an aura as vast as the mountains and seas sat on a rosewood armchair. He held an exquisite teacup in his left hand as he slowly put down the letter in his hand. 180,000 against 560,000. He can kill 400,000. To be able to defeat Jelifeng and Dalu and Ruozhen like this, I really can't imagine how a 17-year-old boy could be so powerful. In front of Gao Xianji, a short, ugly man with a dark face and a hunchback was sitting on the ground without any grace. He was holding his chin with one hand and thinking silently, even though his face was extremely ugly and disgusting. The hunchbacked, dark-faced man's eyes were exceptionally bright, clear, and full of wisdom. In all of Anxi, only Feng Changqing could be so unrestrained in front of Gao Xianji, an imperial great general who controlled the 4 garrisons of Anxi and had resisted the Abbasid Caliphate and Karax Spazinu. In the regional commander's incident, a memorial to promote the Han, promote the Hu had infuriated Gao Xianji, but not even Gao Xianji, the famed commander of the western border, could have expected that such an urgent matter involving the southwest would ultimately be resolved by that ignorant and incompetent Han brat who tried to please the crowd with claptrap. Moreover, he had defeated Dalu and Ruozhen and Jelifeng and killed more than 400,000 soldiers. Not even the commanding general of Anxi, Gao Xianji, could ignore such an illustrious achievement. And when he thought about the regional commander's incident, Gao Xianji's view was completely different. No matter how he did it, there's no doubt about this matter. It seems like the Tang dynasty is about to gain another imperial great general. Gao Xianji said. These last words caused Feng Changqing's entire body to tremble, his mouth agape as he stared in shock at his commander. He only knew that the victory in the southwest was no small matter and that the imperial court was certain to reward Wang Chang. But he had never imagined that Gao Xianji would raise him to the level of imperial great general. Just how old was that child? From the founding of the Tang dynasty to the reigning holy emperor, there had never been a 17-year-old who had been made a great general. Even Gao Xianji had been made a great general in his 30s. To think that Gao Xianji would have such a high evaluation of him, it had to be known that the two of them had a grudge over the regional commander's incident. Feng Changqing sat on the ground in a daze, momentarily speechless. In the biting protectorate, the nominal vice protector general was actually protector general and Sishan. Upon receiving the news, he swiftly dispatched countless scouts to the southwest. Of all the border regions, the victory in the southwest had the greatest impact on Biting. This was because the Biting Protectorate had been simultaneously attacked by the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. The combined forces of the two Turkic Khaganates numbered at least 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers, so one could easily imagine the pressure the Biting Protectorate was under. Every day, all the soldiers of the Biting Protectorate were prepared to throw themselves into battle at any moment. But when the news of the victory in the southwest arrived, the cavalry of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Even after chasing for nearly 1,000 li, they were nowhere to be seen. Impossible. How could someone simultaneously defeat Daluin Ruozin and Jelifeng? This is something that not even Zhangqiu Jianqiong managed to accomplish in 10-some years. The doors of the massive hall were tightly shut, and Sishan held the news in his hands in silence for a long time. For a very long time, he did not dare to believe that this was true. This news was too unexpected and sudden. That brat actually defeated Jelifeng and Daluin Ruozin. In the northeast of the Tang dynasty, in the territory of Yuzhou, in the territory of the Anong Protectorate, Zhang Shogui's eyes went wide when he saw the news, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. As a great general of the empire, a veteran general, and also the protector general of the Anong Protectorate, Zhang Shogui had made many contributions in his life. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only person who could suppress him was the war god of the Tang dynasty, the current junior guardian of the crown prince, Wang Zhongxi. But even in front of Wang Zhongxi, Zhang Shogui treated him as an equal, so there was no need to be so polite. The contributions he had made in his life were only a little bit less than Wang Zhongxi's. Yuzhou bordered so many powers, the Shi, the Khitans, and the eastern Turkic Khaganates, as well as the Goguryeo Empire, which had been concealing its strength and was actively preparing for war. Other than him, no one else in the Tang dynasty was capable of suppressing this place. Whether it was Geshu Han, Gao Xinji, or Sishan, they had no problem suppressing their own territory, but Anong was truly not something they could suppress. Zhang Shogui was absolutely certain of this. This was also why he considered himself the number 2 individual of the Tang dynasty. But the victory in the southwest had truly caught him off guard. The one who had saved the war of the southwest had not been Wang Yan or Xinyu Zhongtong, nor had it been Geshu Han and the Big Dipper army, which bordered the southwest and was most likely to send reinforcements, nor had it been the reinforcements of the imperial court. It had been an unremarkable 17-year-old grandson of the Wang clan. To tell the truth, Zhang Shogui still found this to be inconceivable and unreal. How could such a thing have happened in the territory of the Tang dynasty while he was still alive? Was Uzin and Mengshi Zhao's army of more than 500,000 made of paper? And there was also Jelifeng and Daluin Ruozin. Just how had these two lost to a child? Not even someone of Zhang Shogui's intelligence and experience could have guessed how Jelifeng and Daluin Ruozin, the commanders of more than 500,000 soldiers, had lost to a child. Was it because the two of them were too useless? Or was that child too astonishing? Just what was it that he didn't know? Someone, find out all the information on the Southwest War for me. At this thought, Zhang Shogui suddenly stood up. A moment later, hundreds of elite Yuzhou cavalry rode out of the Anong Protectorate, howling toward the south. Uzin, the Goguryeo Empire, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu. When the news of the victory in the southwest spread, the entire region surrounding the Tang dynasty quaked. All the foreign powers retreated like a tide to the border of the Tang dynasty. To the entire world, this was fated to be a day that would shake the heavens and shake the world. Regardless of whether it was the imperial court or the region surrounding the Tang dynasty, the southwest border was abnormally calm after the war. In the camp, people were discussing every day whether they should take advantage of the situation to counterattack and attack Mengshi, Zhao, or Uzin. As for Wang Chong, he had tossed all these questions to the side. The Southwest War was over, and his mission had been accomplished for the time being. To Wang Chong, after this battle, his authority as commander had come to an end. The true commanders of the Southwest were Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan. To put it more accurately, there was only Xianyu Zhongtong. As a general, it was fine for him to accept orders in the face of danger, but not handing them over after the war was tantamount to overstepping one's authority. That was not a wise decision. After all, he still had no scholarly honors to his name, and in the end the Southwest would still fall into the hands of Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong. Congratulations to User for completing the Empire's Dirge, the Trial of Destiny, killing 420,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army, and changing the fate of the Empire's southwest. At this moment, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged on the summit of the mountain, the Stone of Destiny's voice ringing out in his mind. Buzz! In a flash of light, countless illusions appeared in front of Wang Chong's eyes. Gallop! 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 The entire Southwest War, from the moment Wang Chong led his army out of the capital to the moment the Mengshi, Yusang army was routed and the Southwest War came to an end, flashed before Wang Chong's eyes like a fleeting flash of light. Congratulations to User for obtaining the new title, Controller of Destiny. User's ability to survive has been greatly strengthened, as well as User's ability to resist the shackles of the world and rule over destiny. BZZZ. The Stone of Destiny's voice stirred a fierce gale on the summit. Countless shadows that only Wang Chong could see surged past his eyes. Boom! At the same time, energy surged out of the depths of space-time under the control of some invisible energy and rumbled into Wang Chong's limbs and bones. This energy was both cold and scorching, and it also contained a destructive energy. Chapter 639. Wang Chong's root bone had already reached the dragon bone level, but it was only the most basic flood dragon bone. But now, Wang Chong's root bone had broken through from the most basic flood dragon bone level to the highest level. More importantly, Wang Chong sensed that besides the changes in his body and root bone, he had also undergone some other transformation. The ability to resist the shackles of the world and control fate. Just what is this? Wang Chong was flabbergasted. Although he had long ago known about the contents of this reward, even now, Wang Chong had no idea how this ability had been increased. Congratulations to User for reaching the Controller of Fate achievement. A new reward has been unlocked. Before Wang Chong could come back to his senses, a new change occurred in his mind. In a flash of golden light, two new rewards appeared in front of Wang Chong. One represented technique, while the other represented power. Success! The technique and technique even have a reward for luck. Wang Chong was overjoyed as he looked at the list of new rewards that had appeared in front of him. The War of the Southwest has concluded. User has killed 420,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army and has been rewarded with 2,100 points of destiny energy. The Annam Protectorate has lost 60,000 soldiers and has been deducted 290 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to User for obtaining 1810 points of destiny energy. In addition, User has completed the Trial of Fate mission and has been rewarded with 600 points of destiny energy. In total, User has obtained 2,410 points of destiny energy. BZZT. The voice in his mind caused Wang Chong's entire body to tremble, his entire being dumbfounded. 2410. Wang Chong's mouth was wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. In the War of the Southwest, he had been completely focused on defeating Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. He had never even thought about the problem of the Stone of Destiny's reward. Wang Chong had also not expected that he would receive such an enormous reward at the end of the war. How could this be? Wang Chong was in a daze, unable to come to his senses for a long time. But now that he thought about it, For every 10,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers he killed in the War of the Southwest, he would receive 50 points of destiny energy. In this entire battle, he had killed a total of 420,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Perhaps not even the Stone of Destiny had thought of this, which was why it had created such a shocking reward. From his rebirth until now, this could be said to be the most shocking reward he had received. But when he thought about the significance of the Southwestern War to the Tang dynasty, its influence on the Central Plains, and the risks he had taken, Wang Chong felt relieved. Unbelievable, Wang Chong muttered to himself. At that moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of the trial mission. There were huge risks, but at the same time there were huge rewards. 2,410 points of destiny energy were probably enough for him to do many things. Clack, clack. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. With a jolt, Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw a messenger pigeon perched on the eagle's shoulder. In its hand was a wrapped letter as it hurried over. "Young master, your letter, is it from that person?" As he spoke, Old Eagle's voice became very soft. Wang Chong's expression flickered as he took the letter from the eagle's hand. After glancing at it, he immediately put it away in his bosom. "Other than us, do not let anyone else know of this matter, not even the Protector General or my father," Wang Chong solemnly said. "Your subordinate understands." The eagle nodded and quickly left. Once the eagle had left and there was no one around, Wang Chong finally unfolded the letter. The letter had been sent by Solitary Wolf, who had disappeared for a very long time. The entire letter only consisted of a few sentences. Solitary Wolf pays his respects. Your subordinate is doing well and hopes that young master will not worry. The mission has been completed, and I await young master's summons at any time. At the bottom was a small line of words and the unique symbol of Solitary Wolf. After reading the letter, Wang Chong's fingers clenched, and with a slight shake, the letter in his palm was pulverized into powder. Standing up, Wang Chong walked down the mountain with widened strides. "Li Sai, come with me," Wang Chong called into the distance. "Yes, young master." The war horse rumbled as Li Sai rode a Fergana horse and arrived at lightning speed. In the War of the Southwest, the 1,000 cavalry under Li Sai's command had made great contributions. Moreover, as the future invincible great general, Li Sai was loyal and devoted to the Tang dynasty. Now, Wang Chong regarded him as one of his trusted subordinates. "The eagle, tell father and uncle that I'm going out on patrol to calm the hearts of the people and also to take care of a few personal matters. If anything happens, inform me with a messenger pigeon and I will return at any time," Wang Chong said. "Your subordinate understands," the eagle replied from a distance, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. Without another word, Wang Chong led Li Sai and a few elite cavalry away. The Southwest was currently under heavy guard, with every citizen a soldier. Every day, many messenger pigeons and eagles would be sent out to investigate the border between Mengshi, Zhao, and Uzin, and many civilians would participate. If there was even the slightest disturbance on the Mengshi Yusang border, the Nam Protectorate would immediately know and respond. Everything had already been arranged, and the Nam Protectorate had its own system. There was no need for Wang Chong to worry about it. Setting out from the mountains and traveling southeast, Wang Chong saw many abandoned cities and villages. These places that used to be bustling with life were now empty. Although the War of the Southwest had only lasted for 2 months, it had dealt an unprecedented blow to the nearly 1 million people living in this region. Panic spread everywhere, and many people took their wives and children with them and moved their families. Fortunately, the war was over, and placards had been posted everywhere. Many people were slowly returning from the mountains. It won't be long before this place will be completely restored. Wang Chong rode the white hoof shadow to a stop on the street of the city and looked around. Hiya! 2 days later, Wang Chong stopped outside a small and remote city. All of you stop here. Li Sai, follow me. Leaving behind a few guards, Wang Chong led Li Sai into this abandoned city. Black smoke curled up from the city, and the city walls showed signs of having been scorched by the flames of war. In many places, the walls had collapsed and were scorched black. In the War of the Southwest, although the armies of Uzin and Mengshi Zhao had been held back by Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate and had not been able to cause too much damage, this did not mean that the war had no effect on the people of the Southwest. Whether it was the scattered Mengshi Yuseng soldiers after the war or the sporadic battles in the early stages, they had all had a significant impact on the cities and villages of the Southwest. A small group of Uzin cavalry should have been here. Li Sai followed behind Wang Chong, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins. Although Wang Chong had said that he had come out to patrol, Li Sai felt that this was not the case at all. His goal was extremely clear, but truthfully speaking, Li Sai still had no idea what Wang Chong was taking him to do. When the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. It's fortunate that we won this battle. Wang Chong sighed. Only he knew what the outcome of this battle would have been like if he had not intervened. At that time, he would not have seen just 1 or 2 burned cities. We're here. As he spoke, Wang Chong suddenly stopped and walked into a dilapidated room. The room was dilapidated, the walls pitch black. All the tables, chairs, and tea tables had been kicked to pieces, and the shards of pots and pans were scattered everywhere. Against the wall, the only stove in the room had been completely smashed. Wait outside. I'll call you when I need you. Wang Chong said. Yes, young master. Li Sai nodded. After the War of the Southwest, Li Sai's attitude toward Wang Chong had changed from one of unwillingness to accept to one of heartfelt admiration. Right now, no matter what Wang Chong said, he would have no objections. Nodding, Wang Chong walked into the room. It was completely empty with nothing at all. Wang Chong scanned the room and suddenly stamped 3 times on the ground. Is it young master? An almost inaudible voice came from underground. It's me. Solitary Wolf, open the door. Wang Chong said in a low voice. Keklak. A series of mechanical sounds came from underground. A few moments later, a piece of floorboard in front of Wang Chong moved aside, revealing a pitch-black cave. A flight of stairs seemed to extend into the cave. Wang Chong raised his robe and, without the slightest hesitation, began to descend the stairs. Clang! There was the sound of sparks in the darkness. Slowly, the light of a fire began to spread before Wang Chong's eyes, gradually growing brighter. Young master. Solitary Wolf's hoarse voice, disheveled hair, and haggard appearance gave Wang Chong a fright. Even at this distance, Wang Chong could smell the thick stench of blood. Solitary Wolf, what's wrong? Alarmed, Wang Chong hurried forward to support Solitary Wolf. Cough, cough, young master, be at ease. Those people want to kill me, but I'm quite lucky and won't die. Solitary Wolf raised his head and gave an ugly smile, his white teeth particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Don't force yourself. Wang Chong glanced at him and suddenly placed a finger on Solitary Wolf's shanzhong acupuncture point. He then helped the weak Solitary Wolf sit on a chair and stuffed a white pill sealed in wax into his mouth. This is a healing pill. It'll help with your injuries. Solitary Wolf's body was riddled with sword and saber wounds, leaving Wang Chong horrified. Cough. Thank you, young master. After swallowing the healing pill that Wang Chong had obtained from the palace, Solitary Wolf's complexion was clearly much better. His coughing wasn't as bad as before, and there was a faint trace of blood under his skin. How did you guys escape? Also, do you know the identities of those people who were chasing after you? Wang Chong asked. Lone Wolf smiled bitterly and recounted the process of his escape in detail. It turned out that Solitary Wolf had been hiding in Jianan City for a long time, and it wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to escape. However, Those mysterious, black-clothed men had been searching for them. There were a few times when Solitary Wolf almost died under their swords. Fortunately, Zhang Wentuo woke up at that time, and the two of them managed to escape successfully. Those black-clothed men, did you not catch a single one alive? Wang Chong asked with a frown. No, those people were death warriors. Once they were defeated and captured, they would immediately bite the poison in their teeth and commit suicide. I've tried to pry out their poison-filled teeth, but those people either started biting their tongues, swinging their swords, or severed their meridians and died. I've been dealing with them for a long time, but I couldn't get anything out of them. Solitary Wolf smiled bitterly. Also, not long ago, young master won a great victory, and those black-clothed men retreated completely. Even if I wanted to catch them, I wouldn't have the chance. The Annam Protectorate's notice was plastered everywhere, and Solitary Wolf had clearly seen it. Chapter 640. Where is Governor Zhang? Bring him to me. I have something to ask him. Wang Chong said. Everything that had happened in the southwest could be traced back to the Battle of Dao Sword Pavilion, where Zhang Wentuo had raped and murdered Jelifeng's wife and daughter. Right now, the entire Tang dynasty was under the impression that Zhang Wentuo had died in the battle with Jelifeng in Sword Pavilion. Shielding and detaining an important official of the royal court was a heavy crime, and this was also the reason why Wang Chong was unwilling to let others know. Even his own father, Wang Chong, didn't want to let him know. Given his father's personality, there was a high chance that he would report this matter to the royal court. Given the crimes that Jelifeng had committed, if the royal court were to learn that he was still alive, he would surely be executed. Thus, no one could know that Zhang Wentuo was still alive. Gongzi, thank you for saving my life, but there is no longer a Zhang Wentuo, only a faceless man who has no face to see the world. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the cellar. In the light of the fire, a tall figure slowly approached. Even Wang Chong was given a fright upon seeing that person's face. Governor Zhang, what are you doing? Wang Chong stared at the figure before him. Where the face should have been, it had been replaced by a bizarre black mask. The black mask had no eyebrows or beard, as if it had been branded onto the flesh of the person's face. If not for the fact that Wang Chong had met Zhang Qiantuo in the capital and recognized his voice, it would have been hard for him to believe that the black-masked man before him was the earnest and upright Jianan governor, Zhang Qiantuo. Gongzi Wang, this is my own choice, so please do not interfere. If I, Zhang Wentuo, don't find out who killed my wife and daughter, don't find out the background of those black-clothed men, don't find out the true identity of those bastards who accused me of being disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust, I will never remove this mask from my face. Zhang Wentuo has no face to face the world, no face to face his wife and daughter in death. Gongzi, please don't call me Zhang Wentuo anymore. Zhang Qiantuo has already died in battle in Jianan, and the only thing Gongzi sees now is a faceless man who has given up all hope. I only have one goal in life, and that is to kill those bastards and uncover the truth behind Jianan. Before that, I will never fall, never. The faceless man fiercely clenched his fists, which made a series of cracking sounds. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. The kind of anger and hatred that seemed to never be extinguished was enough to frighten anyone. My lord! Suddenly, Wang Chong and Lone Wolf exclaimed at the same time. They saw two streams of tears flow down from faceless black iron mask. However, the tears were extremely red. They were actually blood. Bin Tong, or Madam, wait for me. I will definitely avenge you. Definitely. The faceless man almost roared out the last sentence. At that moment, Wang Chong and Lone Wolf were deeply moved when they saw the faceless man weeping blood. A man does not shed tears easily, but only when he is deeply hurt. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen a man sobbing. No one could have imagined that the upright and courageous Jiannan, commander-in-chief of the capital, would turn into this blood-weeping, faceless man. Even after many years had passed, this sight still left a deep impression on Wang Chong. "Mister, rest assured, this matter isn't just Mister's matter. It's also a matter of the entire Tang dynasty. As long as Wang Chong still has a single breath left in him, I will definitely help Mister uncover the truth." Wang Chong said solemnly, Zhang Wentuo was a loyal and upright official of the Tang dynasty. If not for Lone Wolf saving him in time, he would have already committed suicide by now. As a loyal official of the Tang dynasty, he had guarded the borders for the Tang dynasty for decades. Such a person should not end up alone, with his entire family wiped out, carrying infamy and feeling ashamed to face the world. Even if he had never met him before, Wang Chong would never allow such a thing to happen to any member of the Tang dynasty, let alone a loyal and courageous official of the Tang dynasty. "Young master, words cannot express my gratitude. If I can avenge my wife and wash away the infamy, I am willing to do anything for you, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse." The former prefect of Jiannan, Zhang Wentuo, or rather, faceless man, clenched his fists and said, "Wang Chong was the son of a noble, born in a family of ministers and generals, and also the son of a virtuous minister of the Tang dynasty, Duke Jiao. Now that he had made great contributions in the southwest, if there was anyone in the world who could help him wash away the infamy of the world, it would be Wang Chong. There's no need for that." Wang Chong shook his head. If it was just about serving as an emissary, he already had plenty of subordinates under him. Not to mention, he had the growing Kunwa training camp and the deflecting blade manor at his disposal. In this war of the Southwest, the people of the deflecting blade manor would be able to play their role and assist him. Their future growth would surely be even more limitless. The reason why Wang Chong came here to look for Mister is also because of the matter regarding Jiannan. "Mister, as long as you continue to investigate those people and uncover the truth about Jiannan, you will be doing Wang Chong a great favor." Wang Chong said. Faceless man's eyelids twitched, unable to understand what Wang Chong meant. "Hee, I won't hide it from Mister. I have something that I need to investigate as well, and I suspect that it has something to do with the people who are pursuing you." Wang Chong chuckled. Without beating around the bush, he took out the pitch-black and incomparably deep, broken arrow from his bosom. "This is—" In an instant, Solitary Wolf and Faceless Man turned their gazes over. The broken arrow Wang Chong had taken out was forged with an extremely bizarre craftsmanship. It seemed to far surpass the current standard of arrow forging, and for some reason the arrowhead was missing as well. However, the duo knew that Wang Chong had his reasons for doing so. Without hiding anything, Wang Chong told them about how he had been ambushed by a mysterious black arrow after the War of the Southwest, and how he had managed to dodge it with his keen intuition, only for the black arrow to accidentally kill Luoji. Gongzi! Solitary Wolf was shocked. The eagle had never mentioned this matter to him, so this was the first time he was hearing about it. Even Faceless, who was next to him, was shocked. Gongzi means that this matter wasn't done by Mengshi Zhao or Uzin, but by the same group of people. Faceless Man asked doubtfully, "I can't be certain. It's all just a guess." Wang Chong slowly said, his eyes bursting with a blazing light. "But there's one thing I can be sure of. In that state, whether it was Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, Daluan Ruozhen, or Huishu Wuzong, none of them would have been in the mood to do something like an ambush. And such a thing wouldn't have happened. More importantly, this matter was definitely not done by them." As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly twisted the other side of the broken arrow, revealing something that Solitary Wolf and Faceless Man had not noticed. Chinese characters. No, it's the bird seal script of the Qin and Han. Seeing the symbols on the broken arrow, Solitary Wolf and Faceless Man were both alarmed. Near the feathers of the arrow, several characters were inscribed. These characters were definitely not Mengshi Zhao's or Uzin's. They were the characters of the Central Plains. Faceless Man could even tell at a glance that it was from the early Qin and Han dynasties, when only a small number of people used the cloud-patterned bird seal script. This type of script was very ancient. Legend had it that it originated in the spring and autumn and warring states periods. By the time of the Qin and Han dynasties, because of the complexity and difficulty of writing, it was gradually abandoned and replaced by the more square early ancient seal script and small seal script. But no matter which seal script it was not the script used by the current Tang dynasty. It was at this moment that the two of them suddenly understood why Wang Chong said that the people who ambushed and assassinated him were not Meng Shijiao's or Uzin's people. For a moment, there was dead silence in the cellar. Be it Lone Wolf or Faceless, neither of them spoke. The broken arrow was still the same broken arrow, dark and deep. But in the eyes of the two of them, they only felt that it was mysterious and had a fatal killing intent. It was completely different from before. But why? Faceless Man finally raised his head and looked at Wang Chong said, "There were too many mysteries in this. Could the people who were pursuing him and those who were pursuing Wang Chong be the same people? If not, why were they targeting Wang Chong? He was just a 17-year-old boy. And why was it him? There had to be a reason for killing. Faceless Man was one thing. After all, he was once the Jiannan prefecture chief and had an illustrious status. But Wang Chong was originally just a hedonistic son of a wealthy family in the capital. Although he came from a family of ministers and generals, he did not have an official position or a noble title. In the capital, there were countless children of nobility like him. Moreover, if it was just targeting the Wang clan, why not Wang Fu or even Wang Yan? These two were also children of the Wang clan, and their status was even higher than Wang Chong's. Isn't this too sudden? I'm not sure about this either. Wang Chong shook his head, his eyes gradually turning deep under the light. But one thing is certain. This matter is very likely related to the war in the southwest, and I have a feeling that the people who pursued you and those who ambushed me are the same people. This is the only way to explain why the two of us were ambushed at the same time. I don't think the war in the southwest is that simple. There seems to be another power hidden in the shadows, controlling everything from the shadows." Wang Chong said, "Jelifeng truly did have ambitions for the Tang dynasty, but this ambition was not so great that he would immediately act against the Tang dynasty. Jelifeng had not been prepared. Otherwise, he would not have gone to seek help from Uzin, and he would not have volunteered to fight the Annam protectorate on the Arai Plains in order to obtain Uzin's alliance. It was precisely because his wife and daughter had died in the Tang dynasty, raped and murdered by Zhang Wentuo, that Jelifeng's wrath had been ignited, leading to the war in the southwest. And according to Lone Wolf, when he had entered Zhang Wentuo's residence, he had indeed discovered the corpses of Jelifeng's wife and daughter. From this, it could be seen that although Jelifeng was ambitious in the Jianghe incident, he had been open and above board. He had not used any underhanded methods. But if that's the case, just who could it be? What good would this do them? And who could have so much power? Chapter 641. He had investigated and found that the people pursuing him included the Tang people, Meng Shijiao, Uzin, and even the Arabs. This was clearly not something any ordinary person or faction could accomplish. The war in the southwest involved the Tang dynasty, Uzin, and Meng Shijiao, great generals like Hushu Wizong, Daluan Ruozin, Duanga Chuan, and Jelifeng. It involved 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers and millions of civilians. If all of this had been orchestrated by someone, if there really was a faction so powerful that it could toy with so many empires, so many famous generals, so many soldiers, and so many civilians in the palm of its hand, Solitary Wolf couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Deep in his heart, Solitary Wolf was more inclined to believe that all of this was a coincidence, that the people pursuing him and the people pursuing young Master belonged to two different factions. I don't know. Wang Chong shook his head. As I said, all of this is just my conjecture. Perhaps it's true, perhaps it's not. But no matter what, there's one thing we can be sure of. Besides the Tang dynasty, Mengshi Zhao, and Uzin, there are other factions hidden in the undercurrents that we can't see. These people even dared to frame and kill a governor of the imperial court, and they even dared to assassinate me. They've already reached a certain level of boldness. The laws of the imperial court and the rules of the secular world can no longer bind them, nor are they of any use against them. So many people were present in the War of the Southwest, including all the generals of the Annam Protectorate, my father Wang Yan, and Protector General Xinyu Zhongtong. Even with so many people present, they still couldn't make them have any misgivings. From this, one can easily imagine just how bold they are. Wang Chong said with a solemn expression. Wang Chong was a person who had lived 2 lives, so he knew almost everything like the back of his hand. However, despite searching through his memories, Wang Chong was unable to find anything related to these people. At the very least, he didn't know anything about what happened to the Jiannan prefect, Zhang Qiantua. Somehow, Wang Chong had a feeling that he had come into contact with something that he had never come into contact with in his previous life. Young master, if you have any misgivings, leave this matter to me. I am a person who has died once, and no one knows of my existence. No matter who they are or how powerful they are, I have nothing to fear. In this life, I only live for one thing, and that is to uncover their true colors, to avenge Bin Tong, and Madam, and also to wash away my grievances. As long as I can achieve this goal, I don't care if I have to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, or have my tongue pulled out or my nose cut off. I have nothing left to lose. The faceless man looked resentful, and when he said the last sentence, he laughed bitterly. So what if he was powerful? So what if his background was mysterious? So what if his methods were brilliant and vicious? He was already a lonely man with nothing to lose. So what was there to be afraid of? Wang Chong and Lone Wolf looked at each other in silence. Wang Chong could feel the deep pain, hatred, unwillingness, and resentment in the depths of the faceless man's heart. It had to be said that all of this was completely out of Wang Chong's expectations. The former Jiannan prefect had become a faceless man who only lived for revenge and wore a black iron mask. No one would believe it if they were to say it out loud. But when he thought about what Zhang Qiantua had gone through, it wasn't that surprising. Perhaps handing this matter over to him is the best arrangement. Wang Chong looked at the blood-red eyes of the faceless man and thought, whether it was him or Lone Wolf, they were still living under the sun. On the surface, there were still taboos and inconveniences, although Lone Wolf was a little better than him. As long as he did anything, once it was exposed, he and the Wang clan would be implicated. On the contrary, the faceless man's traces of his existence had been completely erased. And in this cellar, no one had greater determination and boldness than him to investigate this matter. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wang Chong quickly made a decision. Mister, I'll leave this black arrow to you. If you want to track down clues, start with this black arrow. As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly handed over the broken black arrow in his hand. I can't promise you too much, but I can promise you one thing. You won't be alone in tracking down the Sword Pavilion. From now on, as long as you need anything, I can provide it to you. Martial arts manuals, medicinal pills, manpower, the army, connections in the court and the army. I will do my best to provide you with everything you need. In this matter, the Wang clan and I will be your greatest backer and pillar of support. So no matter what you want to do it without worry. Tian, Wang Chong sternly said. Young master. Hearing this, the faceless man trembled all over, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. The faceless man had personally experienced just how powerful and unbridled these people were. They didn't even care about the stately governor of the court. The fact that Wang Chong was willing to involve himself in this matter was already the greatest support he could receive. And in truth, given Wang Chong's background, the Wang clan's influence in the court, and Wang Chong's enormous contributions in the southwest, if he had Wang Chong and the Wang clan's support, this would be the greatest support he could receive in the Tang dynasty. This was definitely much better than him fighting alone, and his hopes would be much greater. Many thanks, young master. The faceless man's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly bent his knees and fell heavily to his knees in front of Wang Chong. Young master's promise is worth 1,000 caddies, and this faceless man has no way to repay it. As long as I can fulfill my heart's desire from now on, if young master needs me, even if I have to go through water or fire, even if I have to sacrifice myself, this faceless man will not hesitate. A gentleman's promise was worth 1,000 caddies. This was the faceless man's vow, and it was also Wang Chong's vow. From now on, in the invisible shadows around Wang Chong, there was an additional faceless man whose origins no one knew besides Wang Chong and Lone Wolf, and who never spoke easily. Rumble. With a rumbling sound, the wooden plank on the ground opened, and Wang Chong walked out with Lone Wolf and the faceless man. Young master, who is this? Outside, Li Sai frowned slightly when he saw the faceless man covered in a black iron mask, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Faceless man. Wang Chong said indifferently, "Let's go. Don't worry about it so much. Let's go back." Hiya! With a shout, Wang Chong returned to the base with Li Sai, Lone Wolf, and a group of cavalry. Only the faceless man disappeared along the way. No one knew where he went, and no one cared about him. If even Wang Chong didn't ask, the others naturally wouldn't say much. The troops, led by the King of Song, arrived half a month later. More than 70,000 men and horses brought with them a large amount of provisions and ordnance. It was a majestic sight to behold. "Ha ha ha, where's Wang Chong? Where's Wang Chong? Quick, let this king take a look." In the distance, amidst the billowing dust, before anyone could even appear, they could hear the King of Song's hearty laughter. Even though more than half a month had passed since the war, the King of Song was still in a state of extreme excitement and joy. "Your Highness, the King of Song, there are so many people in the southwest, as well as me and brother Gingji. Are we not worthy of your Highness's attention?" On the mountain, Xinyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan rode up on 2 tall divine steeds to welcome them. "Ha ha ha! You 2 boorish men add up to 80 or 90 years old. How can you compare to the great hero of the Southwest, the great general of the future? Where's Wang Chong?" The King of Song roared with laughter. Even in front of Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong, he did not give them any face. Wang Chong pays respect to the King of Song. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Chong rode up on the white hoof shadow to welcome him. This was not the first time they had met the King of Song. The Song and Wang clans had always been friends for generations. When acquaintances met, they would naturally feel cordial. However, the King of Song's enthusiasm was truly unexpected. "Ha ha ha! You don't know how many people in the imperial court became red-eyed with jealousy when they found out that this king was coming first. Ha ha! Let this king see the great hero of the Southwest." As the King of Song spoke, he spread open his arms and gave Wang Chong a big, passionate hug. From the day the King of Song received the news of the victory in the Southwest, he had been anxiously awaiting it. He had marched day and night with his 70,000 soldiers precisely so that he could be one step ahead and see Wang Chong, who had rendered enormous service in the Southwest. "Gingji, you've given birth to a fine son." Letting go, the King of Song turned to Wang Yan, his face wreathed in smiles. "Your Highness is too kind. My son is still young, so your Highness's praise might not be a good thing for him. Moreover, the War of the Southwest was won by tens of thousands of soldiers, not by him alone." Wang Yan sternly said, "Ha ha ha, stubborn as a dead duck. If he had not built that lion city on the edge of the Arai, if he had not rushed to the southwest to command the army, Gengji, with just you and Xinyu Zhongtong's abilities, would you have been able to win this war? I know that you are doing this for his own good, fearing that he will be too arrogant and impatient. I hope that he can calm his heart and not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. But now that the Holy Emperor has spoken, what else do you have to worry about? Just based on the enormous service your Wang clan has rendered in the southwest, no one in or out of the imperial court, including the Yao clan and King Qi, will be able to touch your Wang clan. The King of Song roared with laughter. Today, the King of Song was particularly happy. He was not one to so easily reveal his emotions. But Wang Chang's feats in the southwest had been too earth-shattering. It was precisely because of Wang Chang's great victory that the besieged Tang dynasty was suddenly able to intimidate all the foreign powers and resolve an enormous crisis. One could easily imagine the fondness the King of Song had for Wang Chong. Wang Yan stood to the side, an awkward expression on his face. The Wang clan had produced such a Qilin son, so how could he not cherish him? He was just afraid that he would be too arrogant. But these thoughts could not be concealed in front of the King of Song. Ha ha ha, Brother Gingji, forget it. You're simply not a good liar. Moreover, your son's talent is clear for all to see. Even His Majesty is anxious to see him, so let's not cause any trouble. Chapter 642. A joyous occasion refreshed one's spirits, and the group welcomed King Song into the tent on the summit. Wang Chong, after you enter the capital, you must be careful. Inside the tent, the King of Song, Wang Yan, Xinyu Zhongtong, Wang Chong, Wang Fu, and Sun Liue sat cross-legged across from each other. The King of Song's smile faded, and his expression gradually turned solemn. You've rendered an enormous service this time. King Qi's side is about to explode from anger. Although he can't easily make a move against you, he definitely won't give up so easily. I've heard some news in the capital that he'll probably join forces with the Chamberlain of Dependencies to make a fuss about etiquette. You've rendered an enormous service this time, so the Holy Emperor will definitely reward you. However, if there's a problem with the etiquette when you're presenting your reward, the imperial censors will use it against you and use it against you. Those imperial censors, from the Prime Minister to the imperial concubines in the palace, will even dare to impeach you. Although there are many people in the court who like you, there are also many who want to see you make a fool of yourself and make a fuss about you. You're still young. If you leave others with the impression that you're too young and frivolous, it will greatly affect your future career. It's even possible that your reward will be revoked. You absolutely must not be careless. The King of Song spoke earnestly. The situation in the court was treacherous and treacherous. It was different from the flashes of swords and blades on the battlefield. If one was not careful, they could be consigned to eternal damnation. No matter how great a service one rendered, it would be useless. Back then, the King of Song, a member of the imperial family and an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, had been thrown into prison, let alone others. Wang Chong was still young. Moreover, he represented the greatest hope of the King of Song and the younger generation of the two clans. As an elder, the King of Song didn't want to see Wang Chong being plotted against over such a small matter. This was also the reason why he had come looking for him before Wang Chong returned to the capital. I've already had Grand Scholar Lu find an old servant from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He's learned and knows a lot. After you return to the capital, you can look for him to study, so as to avoid any problems. Thank you, the King of Song. Wang Chong bowed respectfully. Having lived 2 lives, Wang Chong actually knew much more than the King of Song. He also did not think that the Chamberlain of Dependencies could really plot against him. However, the King of Song's sincere concern for him still moved him greatly. Ha ha ha, there's nothing else. Oh, that's right, Wang Chong. This time the Emperor has instructed me to stabilize the situation in the southwest. On Uzin and Meng Shizhao's side, Duan Gechuan is still there and Huishu Wuzong is unscathed. If these two join forces and try to do something, I'm afraid that the southwest will once again fall into chaos. As he spoke, the King of Song revealed a worried expression, and his expression became much heavier. Duan Gechuan and Huishu Wuzong were both famed generals of the present age. In terms of martial prowess, the King of Song did not fear them, but the art of war and battle formations were not his forte. This was also why he had specifically asked Wang Chong for help. Haha, Your Highness, be at ease. They won't be able to join forces, and they won't be able to achieve anything. Even if they have the intention, I definitely won't give them this opportunity. Wang Chong looked at the King of Song and smiled. Oh, the King of Song's eyes brightened as he immediately turned to Wang Chong. In the tent, everyone else also turned to Wang Chong. There were many things waiting to be done on the southwest border, and Uzin and Mengshi Zhao would always be a threat. If Wang Chong could resolve this problem, he would be able to resolve everyone's worries. This would be yet another merit. Chong'er, are you serious? Wang Yan also spoke with a serious expression. Haha, it naturally wouldn't have been possible in the past, but now that we have the King of Song's 70,000 soldiers, everything is completely different. Wang Chong smiled and nodded, a confident look on his face. The greatest threat to Uzin and Mengshi Zhao is not their soldiers, but their alliance. In the past, I really might not have been able to do anything. But now, Jelifeng is heavily injured and unconscious. Mengshi Zhao has no one to oversee the situation, and the court is in chaos. This is the best time for us to exert pressure on them. The King of Song's 70,000 soldiers and the Annam Protectorate's 40,000 are a total of 110,000 soldiers. The Mengshi Yusang army was still unable to do anything to us when it had 500,000 soldiers, and now that their strength has been greatly reduced, less than a quarter of their original strength, they are even less of a match for us. As long as we place these 110,000 soldiers on the shores of the Arai, where the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao meet, what choice does Your Highness think that Mengshi Zhao will make in the face of internal and external troubles? Ceding land and paying reparations and submitting to the Tang dynasty will be their only choice. Wang Chong confidently said. Ceding land and paying reparations? In the tent, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Wang Chong's proposal was far beyond their expectations, and they had never even heard of ceding land and paying reparations. Wang Chong chuckled, not at all surprised by their reactions. Although the Tang dynasty was an era where martial prowess reigned supreme and had a certain degree of military strategy in certain aspects, it was still at an extremely primitive level. A war would take a long time and result in many casualties, a great deal of provisions, equipment, and war horses being consumed. But in the end, the victor would only obtain a victory in reputation, while the loser would only be forced to retreat. After a period of time, the loser would accumulate enough strength to stage a comeback, and then another war would ensue, this sort of pattern repeated over and over again. To Wang Chong, this was extremely inconsistent with the nature of war, and it was not in the interests of the victor. War was for the sake of politics, but it was also for the sake of the empire. If a war consumed a great deal of resources but could not obtain a great deal of benefit from the enemy, then the war was a failure. Since Jelifeng dared to rope in Uzin and challenge the Tang dynasty, then as the loser, he had to be prepared to pay the price for his failure. Ceding land and paying reparations was the best outcome for him. On one hand, it would let Mengshi Zhao remember this lesson forever. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty would also be able to make up for the huge losses it had incurred, and even obtain benefits that far exceeded what it had paid. But what if Daluan Ruozin leads the Uzin cavalry and appears at this time? We're no match for them on the plains. Not far away, Sun Liyue, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Uncle Sun, you're worrying too much. Even if Huoshu Wizong and Daluan Ruozin lead more than 10,000 cavalry and charge down from the plateau, I'm confident that I can stop them. Moreover, the current Uzin cavalry is no longer the cavalry of the past. If Daluan Ruozin attacks now, he'll be courting death. Wang Chong smiled slowly. The plague was spreading on the Uzin plateau, and there were no cows or sheep that could be eaten. Moreover, the people of Uzin had been eating Mengshi Zhao rice for a few days and were all unaccustomed to the climate. They were suffering from severe diarrhea. In a situation where their bodies were weak and their combat ability was greatly reduced, if Dalo and Ruozen still dared to attack the Tang dynasty, then he would truly be an idiot. In fact, Wang Chong could not wait for him to attack the Tang dynasty at this time. Ha ha ha! Hearing Wang Chong's words, everyone in the tent burst into laughter. In this decisive battle, Dalo and Ruozen and Hushu Wuzong had been wiped out by Wang Chong's Li Sai, forcing them to use Meng Shijiao's rations. As a result, the majority of the soldiers suffered from indigestion, vomiting, diarrhea, and diarrhea. This was a fact that everyone knew. In this campaign, in terms of strategy, Dalo and Ruozen had completely lost to Wang Chong. Haha, Dalo and Ruozen probably doesn't have the guts to appear before young Master Chong. Xinyu Zhongtong smiled as he stroked his beard. Everyone in the tent also smiled. As a famed general of the Southwest, Dalo and Ruozen had used all his methods, but he had still lost to Wang Chong. This had also thoroughly cemented Wang Chong's reputation. It was not at all excessive to say that Wang Chong was now the #1 general of the Southwest. In addition, the reason why the Uzun army dared to invade the east and enter the interior of the Tang dynasty was because they relied on Meng Shijiao's army. Without Meng Shijiao acting as a spy for them, they would never have dared to invade the east. Thus, as long as we can pressure Meng Shijiao and force them to submit, we can break the alliance between Meng Shijiao and Yusang. As long as the alliance is broken, no matter how bold Dalo and Ruozen is, he won't dare to recklessly invade the Southwest. As he spoke, Wang Chong's eyes shone with a penetrating light. The eyes of everyone in the tent grew brighter and brighter. Even Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, couldn't help but nod his head. Ha ha ha, good. Wang Yan, you truly did have a good son. Let's do it this way. Speed is of the essence in war. Today, I will arrange for 70,000 soldiers to be stationed at the Arai. Let's see if Meng Shijiao will submit or not. The king of Song roared with laughter, slapping the table in praise. When he had first arrived, he had been worried about how to pacify the Southwest, but after hearing Wang Chong's words, the king of Song felt his entire body relax. This originally arduous mission had become incomparably easy under Wang Chong's explanation. Rumble. With a single order from the king of Song, the 70,000 soldiers and the 40,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers began to march toward the Arai in the south like a massive war machine. Meng Shijiao's reaction was even faster than expected. Jelifeng was unconscious, and when the 110,000 Tang dynasty soldiers appeared on the shores of the Arai, Meng Shijiao swiftly submitted. The War of the Southwest had consumed several decades of Meng Shijiao's savings, and Meng Shijiao no longer had the strength to fight. Not even Duan Gechuan could reverse this situation. As for ceding territory and paying reparations, that was another matter altogether. By this time, Wang Chong had already begun his journey back to the capital. Wang Chong, the capital is up ahead. On the official road, Bai Siling rode a white horse and stood next to Wang Chong with Zhao Yadong on his left and right. Next to them were Su Han's Han, Fang Xianying, and the other students of the Kunwu training camp. After more than half a month, they had finally arrived at the capital from the southwest. Ha ha ha, look. The entire capital knows that we're coming back. Lanterns and streamers are hanging everywhere. Not too far away, Sun Jiming, dressed in his military uniform, suddenly raised a finger and pointed at the distant city gates excitedly. Everyone followed Sun Jiming's finger and saw that the gates of the capital were decorated with red lanterns, a rare sight even during the day. Through the gate, red light could be seen seeping out of the city. One could easily imagine how many lanterns there were in the city for them to emit such intense red light. Ha! Young Master made such a great contribution in the south. Now that he's returning in triumph, half the capital has probably learned of his return. It's only right that he's been decorated with lanterns and streamers to celebrate. Chapter 643. Young Master Wang Chong has returned. As he spoke, a A shrill and resounding voice came from the distance. A sharp-eyed figure on the city gate saw Wang Chang's group and immediately called out. Boom! The quiet capital was instantly thrown into an uproar by this shrill voice. Young Master Chong has returned. Hurry and set off the firecrackers. Everyone, hurry and go to the city gate. The young hero of the South has returned. Big Brother Chong is mine. Don't fight with me for him. The entire capital was in an uproar, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. Not only that, as if they had received a signal, countless people surged out of the city gate like carps crossing the river. Their faces were flushed, and they were in high spirits. Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong's shouts echoed through the heavens, mixed in with the shrill cries of quite a few girls, let alone by Sai Ling and Zhao Yadong. Even Wang Chong was dumbstruck. I didn't think that you would have so many girls to like. Behind him, a cold and jealous voice could be heard. Huang Chinner carried a large sword on her back as she coldly stared at Wang Chong. Haha, I also didn't know that I was so popular. Wang Chong chuckled. These words were met with a cold snort from the three girls at his side. Although they had always maintained a relationship that was neither too close nor too distant with Wang Chong, and even they themselves didn't know what this was, sometimes like friends and sometimes more than friends, there was one thing that was clear. After the War of the Southwest, the three of them had all treated Wang Chong as their exclusive property. Of the three, any one of them could get close to Wang Chong, but the other girls could not. Wang Chong gave an awkward smile and quickly fell silent. Young master, over here. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Wang Chong's attention. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw two figures galloping towards him on horseback. Brother Gua, Brother Chai, why are you here? Wang Chong's eyes lit up in surprise. He immediately spurred his horse forward to meet him. They were none other than Gua Feng and Chai Zi, whom he had met in the Kunwa training camp. Both the Gua and Chai families were the founding families of the Tang dynasty and held great power. Gua Feng and Chai Zi were the direct descendants of their families. It was impossible for ordinary people to meet them, let alone meet them. Wang Chong did not expect that they would be waiting for him at the city gate. Ha ha ha! I heard that young Master Chong was returning to the capital, so Brother Chai and I have been waiting here for a long time. Gua Feng clasped his hands together and smiled. Young Master Chong has made great contributions in the Southwest. There are countless people in the capital who wish to meet young Master Chong. We also wanted to be the first, so we specifically waited at the city gate. Chai Zi also faintly smiled. Dear brothers, you're too polite. Wang Chong clasped his hands in return, believing that the two were just being polite. But Wang Chong quickly realized that this was not the case. Young Master Wang, look, young Master Wang is here. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the city gate. By the time Wang Chong turned his head, he saw a large crowd surging out. The Zhang clan, the Lu clan, the Huang clan, and the Chung clan had all come out. But before Wang Chong could react, another wave of shouts could be heard. Young Master Chong has returned. Young Master Chong has returned. Behind the Chung, Huang, Lu, and Zhang clans, countless members of the capital's great clans also came out. Most of these people were unfamiliar to Wang Chong, but when he saw the emblems of their clans on their clothes, Wang Chong immediately recognized them. These were the great clans that had provided guards to him in exchange for Wuzi steel weapons before the Southwest War. The victory in the Southwest had apparently involved these great clans, all of them rushing over to welcome him. Young Master Chong, our patriarch invites you. He hopes that young Master Chong can pay a visit to our residence. Young Master Chong, this is a small token of our clan's appreciation. We hope that young Master will accept it. We know that young Master must be tired and in need of rest. This is an invitation from our patriarch. When young Master is free, Please come to our residence for a chat. Our patriarch will be sure to welcome you. Young Master Chong, we are from the capital's Wei clan. Does young master require any guards? We have brought 10-some people with us this time. If young master likes them, please accept them. Young master has made great contributions to the Tang dynasty, so this is a token of our patriarch's appreciation. And us. The patriarchs, young masters, and stewards of countless great clans began to gather around, some offering gold and silver, some offering powerful guards. Some great clans even brought their adult daughters, hoping to marry them to Wang Chong and form a good relationship with the Wang clan. Even though Wang Chong had experienced the war in the northwest and defeated opponents like Daluan Ruozhen and Hushu Wuzong, he had developed an incomparably powerful heart. But when he saw those beautiful and alluring young ladies of the great clans raise the curtains and disembark from their carriages, he couldn't help but blush. Behind Wang Chong, Bai Xiling, Huang Qin'er, and Zhao Yadong all had frosty expressions, their eyes spitting fire as they viciously glared at the clan patriarchs who had brought their young ladies. Rumble. Just when the crowd was at its most boisterous, the earth suddenly rumbled and the sky shook. 2 groups of fully armored cavalrymen suddenly rushed out of the city gate. Behind the cavalrymen were many guards. Finally, they escorted a few majestic and luxurious bronze carriages out of the city. Although nothing could be seen, there was an enormous aura accompanied by a mountain-like pressure that was like a tidal wave bursting out from the carriage, boundless and boundless. Everyone who sensed this aura felt their hearts tremble. Like mice encountering a cat, they all subconsciously retreated. The Bureau of Military Personnel. Seeing the leading carriage, especially the emblem on the carriage and that fluttering banner, even the clan patriarchs paled at the mere mention of it and began to retreat to the sides. In the entire capital, there was only one person in the entire Tang dynasty who dared to wear such a carriage emblem and such a banner. That person's identity and status was not something that the patriarchs, elders, and direct descendants of the aristocratic families could afford to offend. Boom! With a massive boom, the 2 groups of powerful Tang dynasty cavalry spread apart, flanking Wang Chong and his companions. Who goes there? Next to Wang Chong, Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong paled at this sight and immediately urged their horses forward. Wait a moment! Wang Chong spread out his hands to stop them. The new emblem on this carriage had only appeared in the capital recently, so not many people knew about it. But Wang Chong had seen it in the southwest. Bang! As he was thinking, the carriage door opened and a pair of dazzling boots, suffused with the aura of authority, stepped out, dressed in the crimson robe of a first-rank official and wearing a jade python belt. The moment Zhangqiu Jinqiong's majestic figure appeared, everyone present couldn't help but lower their heads. The fierce tiger of the empire. Even if one cast aside the important status of Minister of War, this person before them still possessed the status of an influential imperial great general. In the War of the Southwest, Zhangqiu Jinqiong's Annam Protectorate had lost more than 100,000 soldiers, and the Southwest was in grave danger. Everyone in the capital knew that the moment the Southwest was lost would be the moment this new Minister of War would step down from his high horse. This was because if he had not left the Southwest on his own accord for the sake of fame and given Mengshi, Yu Sang an opportunity, the Southwest would never have ended up like this. Moreover, the new Protector General of the Southwest, Xinyu Zhongtong, had been recommended by him. But no one had expected that Wang Chong's intervention in the southwest would not only prevent the Tang from losing a single inch of territory, but even turn defeat into victory, beheading more than 400,000 Mengshi, Yu Sang soldiers, and achieving a major victory in the southwest. Xinyu Zhongtong and the 180,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate were not only free of blame, they had even rendered meritorious service. Zhangqiu Jinqiong had also been praised by the Holy Emperor for his ability to manage the army and his ability to judge people. His position as Minister of War was now as stable as a boulder. No one had expected this. From the sight of Zhangqiu Jianqiong walking down from the carriage, his face glowing, one could tell that he was in the height of his success. Young Master Chong. Zhangqiu Jianqiong walked down from the carriage and scanned the crowd. Before Wang Chong could walk over, he stepped forward and gave Wang Chong an extremely solemn and respectful bow. Zhangqiu has been waiting for a long time. Please accept my bow. Hua! Seeing Zhangqiu Jianqiong bow to Wang Chong, the crowd fell into an uproar. No one had expected that Zhangqiu Jianqiong, the Minister of War, would bow to Wang Chong in front of so many people. Even Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong paled. They hurriedly dismounted and retreated to the sides of the road. Zhangqiu Jianqiong was the Minister of War, a fierce tiger of the empire, one of the few great generals of the Tang dynasty and a first-rank official of the imperial court. No matter how he was related to the rebellion of the southwest, his status was unquestionable. In terms of rank, Zhangqiu Jianqiong was not one bit inferior to Mengshi. Yu sang great generals like Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wuzong, or Duan Gechuan. Moreover, he was now the Minister of War, a true titan of the Tang dynasty. He was not someone that any of the great clans present could provoke. Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong came from extremely ancient clans, but they still did not dare to act impudently in front of Zhangqiu Jianqiong. On this occasion, Zhangqiu Jianqiong had clearly come for Wang Chong. This bow of his was not something that anyone else could accept. Lord Minister is too polite. Wang Chong cannot accept this. Wang Chong was also startled. He had not expected Zhangqiu Jianqiong to bow to him in front of so many people. He hurriedly reached out to support Zhangqiu Jianqiong's arm. In the War of the Southwest, young Master has rendered great service to the Tang dynasty, benefiting the people, and is the great benefactor of my Annam Protectorate. It is not excessive to accept Zhangqiu Jianqiong's bow. Chapter 644. In the War of the Southwest, if not for Wang Chong, the Annam Protectorate would have been completely wiped out. The entire Annan Protectorate would have disappeared, and Zhangqiu Jianqiong's foundation in the court would have been completely obliterated. Not only that, when the Southwest was occupied by Mengshi Yusang, he had been the main person in charge of the Southwest. Even though he had already entered the court and become the Minister of War, no longer managing the Annan Protectorate, this enormous responsibility still meant that he would be removed from office and demoted. It was even possible that he would be implicated and sent to prison. The occupation of the entire Southwest was not something some minor official could handle. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Chong had given him and the Annam Protectorate a new lease of life. Young Master, Zhangqiu has already prepared a banquet in the residence. Could young Master accompany us, so that Zhangqiu can welcome young Master? Zhangqiu Jianqiong spoke extremely humbly and courteously. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a dignified Minister of War, a first-rank official of the court, would be so humble and respectful to a teenager. But now that they understood Wang Chong's monstrous achievements in the Southwest, they didn't think it was too much. Okay, then I'll have to trouble my lord to lead the way. Wang Chong smiled, and without the slightest hesitation, he readily agreed. Zhangqiu Jianqiong was the Minister of War, and he had personally come out of the city gates to welcome him. His sincerity and etiquette had both reached the pinnacle. No matter what, he should not be refused. Siling, Hong Ying, Huang Qian'er, and everyone else, you can return first. I will go with Lord Zhangqiu to the minister's residence. Yes, young master. By Siling, Zhao Yadong, Huang Qian'er, and the others all nodded. If young master wishes to go, then go. Then we'll invite you another time. Even Guofeng and Chai Zi moved to the side. The Minister of War of the Tang dynasty was in charge of the mobilization of all the armies in the world. Although he was not the only one who had the final say in the Tang dynasty, he was undoubtedly an individual with real authority. If the patriarchs of the Guo family and Chai family were to appear, they might be able to say a few words, but Guofeng and Chaizi were not qualified. "Chonggongzi, please." Standing by the side of the carriage, Zhangqiu Jinqiang respectfully opened the carriage door and invited Wang Chong up. Everyone, including Guofeng and Chaizi, had looks of envy on their faces. The ferocious tiger of the Tang dynasty, the Minister of War, waited by the carriage and opened the door for him personally. In the entire capital, among the young generation, perhaps only Wang Chong could receive such treatment. This was a treatment that even many aristocratic families, including nobles, generals, and ministers, could not receive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The carriage drove all the way through the city gates, heading in the direction of the Minister of War's residence. Wherever the carriage passed, the people in the capital who had already received the news burst into thunderous cheers. "Wang Chong! Wang 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 Chong!" Not since the beginning of the year had the capital been so lively. Countless people excitedly gathered on the two sides of the street, cheering so loudly that their faces were flushed red. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers reached a crescendo at this moment. In the history of the Tang dynasty, ever since the war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi, defeated Uzun and Longxi and conquered the plateau, no one had ever received such a spontaneous and enthusiastic welcome from the people of the capital. This was completely a welcome for a hero. Chonggongzi, after this battle, the Wang clan will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Zhangqiu Jinqiang lightly pushed open the window, and seeing the sea of people outside welcoming him, he quickly retracted his gaze. "I hear that the Bureau of Rights is already discussing your reward, and the Imperial Court is also discussing your reward. Once they reach a conclusion, His Majesty will immediately summon you to the palace and formally reward you. In the War of the Southwest, young master has rendered a heaven-shaking service. From now on, you are certain to soar, your future limitless." As Zhangqiu Jinqiang spoke, his expression and voice were extremely respectful, devoid of any jealousy. At present, Wang Chong didn't even have half an official position, not even a minor one, much less anyone else. But all the nobles and nobles of the capital knew that his future was limitless, based on the contributions he had made in defeating Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Huizang, and Duan Gechuan by spending all his wealth and recruiting his subordinates to defeat Daluan Ruozhen in the southwest. There was even a rumor in the capital that he was the 8th great general of the Tang dynasty. In terms of pure strength, even Zhangqiu Jinqiang had to admit that Wang Chong's grasp of the art of war had reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's top-class great generals, perhaps even surpassing them. To have such accomplishments at 17, not even Zhangqiu Jinqiang dared to guess what heights he would reach in the future. This was also the deeper reason why Zhangqiu Jinqiang had personally come out to welcome Wang Chong. But at this moment, Wang Chong had no idea what Zhangqiu Jinqiang was thinking. "My lord is too polite." Wang Chong returned the bow, neither arrogant in victory nor dejected in defeat. The carriage rumbled into the residence of Zhangqiu Jinqiang's minister. The welcoming banquet that Zhangqiu Jinqiang had prepared for Wang Chong was extremely grand. There were grapes from the western regions, guavas, dates, bananas from Cochin, pineapples, coconuts, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, shark fins from the Goguryeo Empire, giant whales captured from overseas, and all sorts of exotic fruits and delicacies. In between the wine, there were also beautiful dancers from the western regions, Arabia and Carrick Spazinu, adding to the alluring atmosphere. This welcoming banquet lasted from day to night, with Zhangqiu Jinqiang constantly offering toasts, intending to get Wang Chong drunk and stay the night at the Minister of War's residence. "Young Master Chong, words cannot express my gratitude for the Southwest. In the future, if you have any use for me in the capital, just say the word. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate." At the height of his intoxication, Zhangqiu Jinqiang suddenly raised his bronze cup and sat upright, his expression solemn. This was the first time since he had entered the capital that Zhangqiu Jinqiang had revealed such a solemn expression. Haha, many thanks, my lord. Cheers. Wang Chong stared in a daze at Zhangqiu Jinqiang, and then he suddenly understood. He raised his cup and clinked it against Zhangqiu Jinqiang's cup. Congratulations to user for obtaining Great General's Appreciation, 1 rank. You have been awarded 50 points of Destiny Energy. User's potential has been increased by 1. A voice suddenly resounded in his mind. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Chong's eyes at the Stone of Destiny's voice. This was the first time he had heard of a reward called Great General's Appreciation. The number of great generals in the world could be counted on one's fingers, and it was not easy to obtain their appreciation. During the regional commander's incident, Zhangqiu Jinqiang had submitted a memorial in support of him, but at the time Wang Chong had not received any great general's appreciation. But now, after drinking together at the Minister of War's residence, he had received the Stone of Destiny's notification of great general's appreciation. Interesting. Hearing the voice in his mind, a smile crept onto Wang Chong's lips. Given the amount of Destiny Energy he currently had, 50 points of Destiny Energy wasn't much at all. Instead, it was the Stone of Destiny's Appreciation that piqued Wang Chong's interest. I wonder what is the use of this appreciation? It had been more than a year since Wang Chong had received the Stone of Destiny, but he had never seen such a unique reward before. He had no idea what this appreciation could be used for. However, even though he couldn't sense an obvious increase in his strength, Wang Chong could still deduce that this was a reward that indirectly raised his fighting prowess. By the time Wang Chong left Zhangqiu Jinqiang's residence, it was already late. Li Sai was waiting outside the minister's residence. Gongzi, how is it? Upon seeing Wang Chong walk out, Li Sai hurriedly walked up to him with a concerned expression. At the same time, he draped a fox cloak over Wang Chong's shoulders. There's no need for that. Wang Chong chuckled as he pushed aside the fox cloak that Li Sai had draped over his shoulders. When he first stepped out of the residence, he was still drunk and his steps were unsteady. But with a blink of his eyes, his entire being seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. All the alcohol in his body was transformed into white steam that was forced out of the top of his head. The current Wang Chong didn't seem the least bit drunk at all. With the rise in his martial arts, Wang Chong was able to use more and more techniques. Forcing out the alcohol in his body was a mere, trifling matter. You should return to the residence first. There's no need to wait for me. In a while I'll return on my own. Wang Chong said, But Gongzi, there are no buts. Sai, you saw what I did in the War of the Southwest. Do you think that anyone can harm me now? Wang Chong faintly smiled as he glanced at Li Sai. Li Sai hesitated for a moment, although he was still a little worried. He could sense that volcanic energy in Wang Chong's body that could erupt at any moment, and he was instantly rendered speechless. Yes, Gongzi. Li Sai turned around, his mountainous figure quickly vanishing into the darkness. Let's go to the western part of the city. Wang Chong boarded a nearby bronze carriage that his clan had sent and parked on the side of the street. Quietly seated in the carriage, he took out a white chess piece from his sleeve. This seemed like an extremely ordinary chess piece, but Wang Chong had sensed the pulsing energy within it from the very start. In the entire capital, there was only one person who could cause this white chess piece in his hand to undergo this sort of transformation. Senior, Wang Chong raised his head, a complicated look in his eyes. Stop here. You don't need to worry about the rest of the journey. A few moments later, they arrived at a place not far from the Ghost Tree District. Wang Chong stopped the carriage, gave a few instructions to the driver, and then disembarked. It's been a long time since I'd been here. Wang Chong exhaled. As he gazed at the city walls, the buildings, the trees, and the thick darkness, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Now that he thought about it, It had probably been more than half a year since he had last been here. To Wang Chong, this place represented a person of special significance, even in the Tang dynasty. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, Wang Chong strode toward the plaza in the Ghost Tree District. The plaza that used to be bustling with activity was now completely silent. There was not a single person to be seen, and the surroundings were frighteningly quiet. With great familiarity, Wang Chong walked in the direction of his memories. Turning a corner, Wang Chong saw the massive silhouette of a tree in the distance. In the darkness, it seemed like a primordial beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, a terrifying sight. Beneath the silhouette of the tree was a faint orange light. In the light, an old man and a young man were seated, their bodies slightly bent. In front of them was a chessboard. There were no pieces on the chessboard, but there were 2 full jars on either side. Chapter 645. Senior. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Wang Chong walked over and respectfully bowed in front of the old man, his expression extremely respectful and serious. If the people of the capital knew that Wang Chong, who had just won a major victory in the southwest and was viewed as a triumphant hero by the entire Tang dynasty, would be so respectful to this old man, they would definitely find it inconceivable. But Wang Chong knew that no matter who it was, the old man before him was worthy of such a grand gesture. This was because he was So Yung-sun, the war god of the Tang dynasty, a legendary existence whose name had already spread throughout the world in Taizong's era. Even famed generals like Wang Zhongxi and Zhang Shogui paled in comparison to him. "I'm here." So Yung-sun's voice was very soft, like that of an ordinary old man. It was impossible to imagine that he was that famous war god. "Sit." So Yung-sun didn't even raise his head, only pointed at the chessboard across from him. "Ha ha ha, senior brother." A cute little head poked out from under So Yung-sun's ribs, its 2 eyes twinkling in the light. It was none other than the Xiao Jianjian who often accompanied So Yung-sun. "Little fellow." Wang Chong chuckled, extending a hand to lovingly stroke the boy's short hair. "Senior brother, let me tell you, Master has been waiting for you for a very long time." Xiao Jianjian intentionally lowered his voice. "You talk too much." So Yung-sun didn't even raise his head, but he rapped a finger on Xiao Jianjian's head. "It's no fun. Master's angry." Xiao Jianjian cutely stuck out his tongue and quickly retracted his head. Wang Chong glanced at So Yung-sun, a pensive look in his eyes, and then he quickly sat down across from So Yung-sun. "Accompany me for the next round." So Yung-sun finally raised his head and pointed at the chess jar opposite him. The orange-red light shone on his face, changing constantly. "Yes, senior." Chuckling, Wang Chong picked up the chess jar and held it in his hand. However, when Wang Chong saw the chess pieces inside, he was slightly stunned. In the past, when Wang Chong and So Yung-sun played chess, So Yung-sun played the white pieces, Wang Chong played the black pieces, and the white pieces went first. But this time, So Yung-sun gave him only white chess pieces. "In the past, you were only a little clever, so I let you take the black pieces. But now you are worthy of these white pieces." So Yung-sun's voice came from the air. In an instant, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. The night was slightly cold, but Wang Chong felt warm in his chest, and he was slightly touched. So Yung-sun didn't say anything, but there was no doubt that he had expressed his approval of him in this way. This was something that he had never felt before. "Let's play chess." Before Wang Chong could say anything, So Yung-sun had already picked up the chess piece in his hand. "Yes." Wang Chong smiled calmly and placed a white chess piece first. The game went on from midnight until dawn. In the end, even the lantern next to So Yung-sun was about to be extinguished. "Okay, I lost." At the last moment, So Yung-sun gave up and admitted defeat. Undoubtedly, he lost. But even so, So Yung-sun wasn't the slightest bit upset. Instead, he seemed unusually happy, as if he was the one who won. Scholars don't love wealth, while military officials don't mind death. This is the way for a country to prosper and never decline. Chong'er, you did well in the War of the Southwest. You didn't lose face for the Tang dynasty. So Yung's son stood up and looked at Wang Chong with a gratified expression. Yes, senior. Wang Chong lowered his head, his heart filled with gratitude. So Yung's son's few words were the greatest affirmation he could give. So Yung's son never lightly participated in the politics of the court, much less the border. In the entire empire, very few people could receive this kind of affirmation from him. For the sake of these few words of affirmation, countless people were willing to fight until their heads bled, and they paid an enormous price. Do you still have the white piece I gave you last time? So Yung's son suddenly asked. Yes. Wang Chong hurriedly took the white piece from his bosom. Give it to me. So Yung's son took the white piece from Wang Chong's hand, lightly flicked it, and then returned it to Wang Chong. The blood energy in your body is too fierce. I can't do anything about this problem of your bloodline. I can only temporarily suppress it for you and protect your dantian. Everything else will depend on your own luck. As Wang Chong was examining the white piece in his hand, he suddenly heard a voice at his ear. Before Wang Chong could react, bang! Wang Chong's right shoulder went numb as a palm lightly patted him. A moment later, the palm was withdrawn. But in the blink of an eye, a majestic and unbelievably powerful sword chi surged into Wang Chong's body like a flood. It was different from the sword chi that Wang Chong had felt before. Although this sword chi was extremely powerful and sharp, it contained a strong vitality. As soon as this sword chi rushed into Wang Chong's body, it immediately divided into thousands of pieces and dispersed into Wang Chong's meridians and dantian. Jian, it's daybreak. Let's go. A voice sounded at his ear. Wang Chong raised his head and saw a figure with fluttering sleeves and a 7- or 8-year-old child walking into the distance. Senior, when can we meet again? Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask. When the time comes, there will be a chance to meet again. So Yung's son's voice floated in the wind. The old man and the child quickly disappeared into the night. Wang Chong looked at the two figures in the distance. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. He knew that after this trip, the two would once again enter that deep mansion and be isolated from the outside world. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to see them again. After calming his mind, Wang Chong quickly returned to his residence. After paying his respects to his mother, Wang Chong quickly went to bed. He had barely closed his eyes during the War of the Southwest. Now that he was back in the capital, he could finally rest. While Wang Chong was resting at home, the imperial palace was in turmoil. The Holy Emperor's decree had already been issued. The Bureau of Rights, the 6 bureaus, and the officials of the imperial court were discussing the issue of rewards for the generals of the Southwest. Whether it was Xinyu Zhongtong, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, or any of the other generals of the Southwest, there were no problems with their rewards. Only Wang Chong's reward was a problem. This is not proper. The youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, doesn't even have half an official position. How can he be rewarded? That's right. Although he was born in a clan of ministers and generals, he's only the son of a commoner. Not even the Annam Protectorate has a record of him. So how can he be rewarded? In the imperial court, several officials from the Bureau of Rights, the Chamberlain of Dependencies, and the imperial censors all spoke up to stop this. A country has its laws and a clan has its rules. Even if we want to reward Wang Chong, we have to follow the rules of the imperial court. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Are we going to throw the rules of the imperial court into disarray because of one person? Imperial censor Duan had a stern expression as he stood next to the coiling dragon pillar, ready to take on the world by himself. It wasn't that he had a grudge against Wang Chong, But the imperial court's decision to greatly reward Wang Chong would throw the imperial court's rules into disarray. As an imperial censor, he should not fear the nobility and swear to protect the laws of the imperial court to the death, whether it was the sovereign or the common people. As long as they violated the laws of the imperial court, they had to swear to the death, to impeach them and fight to the end. Moreover, ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, there had never been a precedent of a commoner being rewarded so generously. Nearby, King Qi was inwardly overjoyed as he coldly watched. In the War of the Southwest, he had been too conspicuous and was no longer suitable to jump out. Thus, he had contacted the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Bureau of Rights, then found these inflexible and conservative imperial censors, all for the sake of suppressing that most conspicuous Qilin son of the Wang clan. In King Qi's eyes, the entire Wang clan, whether it was Wang Zhen, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, or anyone else, had limited potential. If they were really that formidable, they would have long since been made king or marquis. Only, this Wang Chong made him feel an enormous threat. A 17-year-old who was already able to defeat Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong had already made King Qi smell the scent of Duke Jiao. When Duke Jiao was still on the throne, his King Qi residence had been almost completely suppressed. No matter what, King Qi could not allow such a formidable opponent to appear in the imperial court. And Wang Chong had no official position, nor was he part of the army. This was his greatest weakness. According to the rules of the imperial court, if Wang Chong was not part of the army, there was no way to record his achievements. No matter how great Wang Chong's achievements in the southwest were, they would have nothing to do with him. Then, according to imperial censor Duan's meaning, given that Wang Chong has made such a great contribution, should we also charge him with privately raising an army, forging weapons, and interfering with the command of battle? A strange voice came from the side. Before anyone else could speak, another imperial censor across from imperial censor Duan spoke, his voice brimming with sarcasm. Imperial censor Yang. Duan Qian instantly paled the sight of this imperial censor. This sarcastic imperial censor had graying temples. It was his former superior, Yang Wei. It would have been fine if someone else had rebuked him, but it just had to be Yang Wei, a fellow imperial censor, and his immediate superior. Duan Qian's face immediately turned red, but he quickly regained his composure. Why not? Duan Qian stiffened his neck. The imperial court had its laws. If one violated the laws, so what if one was his superior? So what you mean is that we should imprison Wang Chong and imprison him. Then you will lead the army to the battlefield and lead the Tang dynasty to defeat Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu, Wuzong, Duangechuan, and those ambitious foreign lords in the surroundings, and then protect the common people of the Tang dynasty? All of a sudden, a voice came from behind him. Before Duan Qian could react, a skinny hand suddenly reached out and pinched his ear fiercely. Then it started twisting violently. Chapter 646. Third Uncle, Third Great Uncle. Seeing the person behind him, Duan Qian's eyes widened and his entire face paled. Imperial Censor Duan. Duan Zhongqing. Seeing the old imperial censor with grizzled temples walk in, the people on both sides turned solemn and bowed. This old man with grizzled temples and a thin but extremely spirited figure was none other than the old imperial censor, Duan Chao. However, Duan Qian had a completely different feeling. The old imperial censor Duan Chao was not only a renowned figure of virtue and prestige in the Tang dynasty, but also the head of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was an upright and outspoken man who did not fear the powerful. This had been the case since the previous dynasty. From the previous emperor to the dukes and nobles, even the low-level officials, they had all been impeached by him. Even the grandfather of the main character this time, Wang Chong, the esteemed Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty, had been impeached by him. The status of the imperial censors of the Tang dynasty was inextricably linked to Duan Chao. It was also because of him that the Duan clan of the capital was known as a clan of imperial censors. Duan Qian had chosen to enter politics and become an imperial censor precisely because of his admiration for his third great-uncle. From a certain perspective, Duan Chao was also his teacher. All the laws and regulations of the imperial court were taught by Duan Chao. Duan Chao had a token bestowed by the previous emperor on him. He could enter and leave the imperial court as he pleased and had the right to do as he pleased. This was something that only the old deputy imperial censor could do. Little brat, I knew that you would be used by others. You've only learned a little of the way of the imperial censor, and you're already showing off. I said long ago that you have little talent and little learning and are of no use. This time, young Master Wang Chong made great contributions in the southwest, and His Majesty wants to reward him. I knew that you would be used by others, and just as I expected, Duan Chao's rage was unquenchable. His fingers squeezed so hard that Duan Qian's ears were almost like fried dough twists, causing Duan Qian to grimace in pain. But what Duan Qian could not endure the most was that he was being watched by so many people. He had lost all face and was so embarrassed that even his neck turned red. However, Duan Qian couldn't fight back. The elders were respected, and the etiquette of the Tang dynasty was there. No matter how dissatisfied he was, Duan Qian couldn't fight back. Otherwise, a person who disrespected his elders would not be able to stay in the imperial court. Old censor, let go, let go. If you continue twisting, imperial censor Duan's ears will fall off. Let him do whatever he wants. We can't teach him a lesson, but the old censor can. The imperial court was in chaos. There were those who wanted the old censor to let go, and there were also those who watched coldly from the sidelines. The imperial court had its own laws. Duan Chao refused to let Wang Chong go. Although they couldn't do anything to Duan Qian, Duan Chao was different. Duan Chao was already old and highly respected. No one could say anything about him disciplining his descendants. Duan Chao, what are you doing? This is the imperial court. Do you really think this is the Duan clan's ancestral hall? Why are you making a fuss here? Where is your sense of propriety? To the side, King Qi's face was ashen. Seeing Duan Qian being completely dominated, he could no longer hold back. That's right. Hearing King Qi's words, Duan Qian seemed to recall something. He struggled out of Duan Chao's grasp, his face red. Third great-uncle, the imperial court has its own laws. As imperial censors, it is our duty to uphold those laws. The law is merciless. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he will be punished the same way as the commoners. From the emperor to the ministers, if anyone violates the laws of the imperial court, we should point them out and correct them. Isn't this what you have always taught us? As he said these words, Duan Qian stared straight at his third great-uncle, his gaze firm and unyielding. The imperial censors had their own principles. Even his third great-uncle would not back down. Pa! Before Duan Qian could finish his words, the old censor had already slapped Duan Qian across the face. Old censor! Old censor! The crowd gasped in shock, and even the officials who supported the sage emperor's decision to reward Wang Chong were shocked. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, who had been standing to the side, was also visibly moved. No one had expected the old censor to take such a drastic action. Third great-uncle. Duan Qian's face reddened as he clutched his cheek. His eyes were filled with incredulity. Duan Chao, you old fogey. Do you think that you can act as you please in the royal court just because you are old and have the iron voucher bestowed by the previous emperor? Men, hurry up and drag him out. King Qi flew into a rage. It hadn't been easy for him to convince Duan Qian to speak up for him. No matter what, he couldn't allow Duan Chao to ruin his plans. Your Highness, King Qi, is it wrong for me to teach my own heir a lesson since the Duan clan's heir is disobedient? As an elder, I have the responsibility to guide him. Not even the Holy Emperor would say anything about this. Does your Highness King Qi have any objections? Even when facing King Qi, a member of the royal family, Duan Chao showed no fear. He was someone who had even impeached the previous emperor of the Tang dynasty, so why would he care about a mere King Qi? King Qi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Do you know why I hate you? Duan Chao ignored King Qi and turned to look at Duan Qian, who was still in shock. Back then, I said that you only know 30% of the way of censors and know nothing at all. Back then, you didn't believe me and didn't listen to my advice, insisting on entering the royal court. Now, let me ask you, why do I impeach all the officials in the royal court, including His Majesty? Because we have to protect the laws of the royal court. Duan Qian covered his face, but he still answered quickly. I can only give you 3 points for this answer. Nobles, and ministers held great power. Their every move was watched by countless people in the world. Any random decision could cause countless people in the world to have no food to eat and no place to stay. Because of this, we have to keep a close eye on them at all times. If they go out of line, we have to impeach them. Even if His Majesty, the Son of Heaven, goes out of line, we have to remonstrate and help His Majesty become a wise Son of Heaven. Upholding the laws of the royal court is only secondary. The true duty of censors is to uphold justice and do things that benefit the country. If you don't understand this, you will never know the way of censors. That youngest son of the Wang clan doesn't have a single title. According to the rules of the royal court, he can't be promoted. When I was still at home, I heard that the royal court was discussing this matter. I knew that this matter would become the weakness of that youngest son of the Wang clan in court. And you have a pedantic personality, so you will definitely be used. The way of censors is to uphold justice. Impeaching that youngest son of the Wang clan has nothing to do with the country. On the contrary, recommending that child is beneficial to the royal court, to the country, and to the Tang dynasty. Why should he be restricted by the laws? At the end of the Sui dynasty, heroes rose up. Why was the ancestor of the Tang dynasty able to stand out from the masses and establish the achievements he has today? What holy emperor His Majesty was able to conquer the south and expel the foreign invaders? Wasn't it because he appointed people based on merit and talent? The words of the old deputy imperial censor were so deafening that everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Duan Qian, who had previously been unconvinced, had his mouth wide open, unable to speak. The duty of censors was to uphold the laws of the royal court. This was a concept deeply ingrained in his mind. But Duan Chao's words had completely overturned Duan Qian's belief in the principles of censors. At this moment, the old censor's eyes were cold, and he no longer paid any attention to his shocked air. I don't care what all of you think of that child. I, Duan Chao, say that the royal court will reward those who have rendered great service. That child has rendered such great service that no one can think of scheming against him. I recommend that child of the Wang clan with all my might. Even if no one supports that child, even if all of you oppose him, I will definitely support him. The old censor's last words were powerful and resounding, his hair standing on end. Ordinary court struggles and factional struggles were one thing, but that child had spent all of his family's wealth and made such a great contribution. If they still used the fact that he had no scholarly honors and no official position to control him, wouldn't that disappoint the people of the world, the common people of the Southwest? He had been an old censor for so many years that he could not allow sand to be mixed in his eyes. If anyone dared to deceive him on this matter, he would make life difficult for that person. Everyone here is an important official of the court. At a time like this, I believe that no one will be selfish enough to make life difficult for that child. King Qi, what say you? As the old censor spoke, he turned his gaze to King Qi. Even though King Qi was usually arrogant, in the face of the old censor's overbearing and unyielding gaze, he couldn't help but feel a little diffident. He subconsciously turned his head away, not daring to meet the old censor's gaze. Lord Zhao, Lord Sun, Lordly? The old imperial censor's gaze swept over the officials one by one, but none of them dared to meet Duan Chao's gaze. Those who had originally opposed Wang Chong's reward began to mumble, averting their gazes as they involuntarily said, "Yes, yes, yes." "Your Majesty, please make your divine judgment." The old censor watched as the officials from the Bureau of Rights and the 6 bureaus dodged. Finally, he turned around, his expression solemn. Gazing into the depths of the hall, at that figure behind the curtains, he respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, please make your divine judgment." At this moment, all the officials in the hall lowered their heads. Even King Qi and Yao Guang, he had no choice but to follow suit. All was quiet behind the curtains. After a few moments, a resounding and dignified voice like the blazing sun came out. "We have already decided. In 3 days, summon Wang Chong to court." The voice rumbled like thunder. Following the Holy Emperor's order, an imperial edict passed through the palace walls and arrived at the Wang clan residence. "You have rendered an enormous service in the southwest. The officials of the court, whether it is King Qi, Yao Guangyi, or Abusi, none of them can make an appearance. Out of fear of arousing suspicion, I and the other officials of the court cannot say anything. Thus, the opinions of those censors are the key. If not for the old censor Duan Chao's appearance in this court debate, who knows how many more problems would have arisen." Chapter 647. In his father's generation, the Wang clan had once been renowned throughout the world. They were known as the Duke Jiu of the Tang dynasty and even the virtuous prime minister. But Wang Zhen and Wang Yan's generation had declined day by day, completely unable to compare to the glory of his father's generation. This was a source of pain in Wang Zhen's heart. But now, the Wang clan had finally produced a Wang Chong. In the War of the Southwest, not even Wang Zhen dared to look at the dazzling light that had burst forth from Wang Chong's body, much less believe it. After so long, there was finally hope for the Wang clan's resurgence. Imperial Censor Duan, Wang Chong had not expected so many things to happen in the imperial court while he had been asleep. Wang Chong had some impression of that old imperial censor, Duan Chao. He was the clan head of the capital's Duan clan. The Duan clan was known as a clan of imperial censors and had an extremely high reputation. But in Wang Chong's memory, Duan Chao had retired very early in his last life and paid no attention to worldly affairs. He had not expected that in this life he would charge into the imperial court and argue with King Qi and the other officials for his sake. "When the time is right, your nephew will personally pay him a visit to thank him," Wang Chong said. "There's no need." To his surprise, Wang Zhen shook his head, immediately rejecting Wang Chong's proposal. After taking a sip of tea, he calmly placed the tray back on the table and said, "The old imperial censor is a true, loyal subject. It is precisely because of this that the Duan clan is known as a clan of imperial censors and was bestowed with an iron certificate and a golden edict by the previous emperor. Moreover, the old imperial censor's way of doing things is based on facts and not on people. The reason why he's helping you isn't because he's particularly fond of you, but because it's beneficial to the country. Thus, he could rebuke and educate his descendant in front of all the officials and strongly recommend and support you. If you go and thank him now, the old imperial censor will probably retract his decision and go before the Holy Emperor to impeach you. And even if you want to see him now, you won't be able to. The old imperial censor has already closed his doors to guests. Unless he wants to come out, no one will be able to." Wang Zhen smiled as he stroked his beard. Wang Chong was startled, and his heart was filled with deep respect. The old imperial censor was a true honest official. Any kind of thanks would seem unnecessary. The friendship of a lowly person is as sweet as wine, and the friendship of a gentleman is as plain as water. Since the old censor is unwilling to see a guest, I will write a letter to express my gratitude." Wang Chong said, "That works too." Wang Zhen pondered for a moment. But this time he did not reject it. The old censor argued on the grounds of reason in court. Wang Chong thanked him by writing a letter. This could be considered as an exchange of books and gifts, forming a friendship that forgets the difference in age. Oh, that's right. 3 days later, His Majesty will summon you to the palace to reward you. When it comes to the etiquette of the audience, you must not be negligent. Otherwise, even if you accept the reward, you will be criticized by the officials afterwards and be accused of disrespect. In the future, it will be extremely detrimental to your career. Wang Zhen sternly said. Wang Chong's reward this time was no small matter. This was a reward personally bestowed by the Holy Emperor, and it was completely different from ordinary rewards. This represented the favor of the imperial clan and was an enormous honor. I have already arranged for someone for you. When the time comes, he will tell you all the necessary etiquette. You can't get careless. Haha, there's no need. The King of Song has already made arrangements for me. Wang Chong faintly smiled. In this aspect, the King of Song truly did have foresight. Although he was not in the capital, he had already made arrangements, so there was no need for Wang Chong to worry about it. Oh, that's even better. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Zhen's eyes, and then he smiled and nodded. When it came to the etiquette of the audience, he had not discussed it with the King of Song beforehand. Since the King of Song had made arrangements, nothing could be better. Wang Zhen quickly left the Wang clan residence. Soon after, Wang Chong sent someone to fetch the old official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies that the King of Song had spoken of. In the next few days, Wang Chong remained in the residence and focused on learning the etiquette of the audience and rewards. Although Wang Chong had been back for several days, the celebratory mood in the capital had not lessened in the slightest. On the contrary, it was growing more and more fervent. On the streets, in the restaurants and tea houses, everyone was talking about this young hero of the Tang dynasty. And the disputes in the court, as well as the grudges between the Wang clan, the Yao clan, and King Qi, were also being discussed. Bits and pieces of Wang Chong's past, including how he had once abducted a commoner girl, were all dug up. His past profligacy was also treated as Wang Chong's deliberate concealment of his abilities. And Wang Chong's battles in the southwest against Daluan Ruozhen, Huoshu Wuzong, and Meng Shizhao's generals were also vividly described, becoming the talk of the storytellers on the streets. In the mouths of these storytellers, Wang Chong had become a legend who could single-handedly fend off 1,000, who could turn stone into gold, who possessed the means of an immortal. But in the end, all these legends converged on one point: Wang Chong's rewards. Even the foreign envoys and merchants in the capital had gathered, wanting to know what the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon Wang Chong. In my opinion, that young Master Wang should at least be made a general for his great service. Hey, what's a general? In my opinion, he should be made a noble. Only a noble title can be passed down. But it's been a long time since the imperial court has conferred a noble title, and a general title is hard to come by. The Bureau of Rights has even rejected the conferment of a viscount, let alone anything else. Haha, it's precisely because it's so few that it should be conferred. Young Master Wang's great service isn't something an ordinary person can accomplish. If he isn't conferred a noble title, how can he show His Majesty's favor? Right? If His Majesty were to confer a noble title, what kind of title do you think it would be? In my opinion, it should be a viscount at the very least. How could a viscount be enough? At the very least, it should be a count, equivalent to those ministers in the court. In the restaurants and tea houses, on the streets and in the alleys, everyone was talking. When the Tang dynasty had first been founded, it had lavishly conferred titles. But as time went on, the conferment of noble titles became more and more restricted. By the time the current dynasty was established, it was already extremely cautious. Even many of the first-rank officials in the court were only conferred the title of count. Thus, in the capital, count had become an invisible dividing line. It was relatively easy to bestow rewards to those below count, but it was extremely difficult to bestow rewards above count. Compared to the founding of the dynasty several hundred years ago, the difficulty was incalculable. Everyone speculated that Wang Chong would at least be conferred the title of count, but anything higher would not be so easy. The Bureau of Rights would probably be the first to object. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of Wang Chong's audience with the Holy Emperor, the festive atmosphere of the capital reached its peak. Boom! When the gate opened and Wang Chong walked out of the Wang family residence, dressed in a crimson ceremonial robe and a ceremonial hat, he was immediately greeted by a wave of cheers. Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Countless people of the capital had gathered outside the gate of the Wang family residence. Men and women, young and old, merchants and servants. All of them were shouting, their faces red and their voices rising in waves. Even the servants and maids of the Wang family residence were excited by the clamor outside. But unlike the servants and maids of the Wang family residence, Bai Sailing, Zhao Yadong, and Huang Qin'er were all focused on Wang Chong. Wang Chong had returned victorious from the southwest and was now being conferred the title of the Holy Emperor. As his friends, Bai Sailing, Zhao Yadong, and Huang Qin'er had come to the Wang family residence early in the morning to see him off. Although this was not their first day meeting, when they saw Wang Chong's sword-like brows, starry eyes, upright posture, and his red ceremonial robe, they couldn't help but have their eyes brighten, a strange light flickering in their beautiful eyes. The red-robed Wang Chong and the Wang Chong on the battlefield gave off a completely different feeling. If the Wang Chong on the battlefield was an invincible war god, then the Wang Chong before them had restrained his heroic spirit and hidden his edge, instantly exuding a completely different and refined aura of a scholar. The different feeling only made him more and more attractive. Don't randomly look at girls on the side of the road. Be careful that you don't gouge out your eyes. Bai Sailing glared fiercely at Wang Chong and rudely said, "Bang!" On the side, Zhao Yadong said nothing. With a cold face, she turned the red-tasseled spear in her hand so that the tip was pointing down and the handle was pointing up. With a thump, the hard ground in front of the Wang family residence's gate cracked and splintered in a show of force. Behind him, Huang Qin'er said nothing, her face expressionless. However, the silver sword on her back seemed to hum threateningly in its sheath. With all of you here, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Wang Chong laughed. Okay, Chong'er, it's about time to leave. The meeting with His Majesty can't be delayed. Madame Wang watched from the back, inwardly laughing. She had also been a young girl, so how could she not understand the thoughts of these 3 girls? Rumble. An ornate carriage inlaid with golden threads stopped on the side of the street. This was a carriage sent by the Bureau of Rights to receive Wang Chong. Wang Chong boarded the carriage and set off for the imperial palace. After around 15 minutes, Wang Chong finally entered the imperial palace. This was not Wang Chong's first time in the imperial palace, but the feeling this time was particularly different. The golden palace walls were grand and magnificent, and beneath them were countless imperial soldiers and palace guards in shining armor, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. But unlike usual, they were wearing festive red ribbons on their left and right shoulders. Moreover, there were many officials from the Bureau of Rights among the imperial soldiers and palace guards. This audience was no small matter. Everyone knew that the Holy Emperor would assuredly reward Wang Chong handsomely. This could be seen from the solemnity of the ceremony this time. The ornate carriage inlaid with golden threads stopped in front of the inner 9 gates. As Wang Chong stepped off the carriage, he was greeted by a massive golden palace gate. 2 officials from the Bureau of Rights, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes, stood on either side of the gate, their heads slightly lowered. Although they seemed absent-minded, Wang Chong could clearly sense that their gazes were constantly on him. The King of Song was right. Wang Chong smiled, but he didn't expose them. During the process of the Holy Emperor's bestowal and audience, every step and every moment was watched by many eyes. The slightest bit of disrespect would be noted down by the onlookers, and it would become the reason for one's impeachment in the future. Many of the scholars who were receiving the audience for the first time didn't know about this, and the Bureau of Rights had a handle on them, causing their efforts to go to waste. Chapter 648. The Holy Emperor has decreed that Wang Chong has an audience. Suddenly, a shrill voice like that of a duck's throat came from within the palace gates. Rumble. The gates opened and banners fluttered in the wind. Rows of imperial guards dressed in red-tasseled armor and armed with weapons lined up from the gates to the depths of the imperial palace. With a glance, Wang Chong actually could not see the end of the line. Crack! A whip cracked, and a white-haired eunuch dressed in embroidered robes, standing far away on the white jade steps, let out a shrill voice. Summon Wang Chong for an audience. His voice echoed from the gates to the depths of the imperial palace, lingering for a long time. Wang Chong straightened his crimson ceremonial robe and hat, then strode forward, passing between the 2 rows of imperial guards. His steps were very slow, each step neither too wide nor too narrow. His expression was neither hurried nor impatient. His back was straight, and he leisurely walked forward step by step. Whether it was expression, bearing, or behavior, the current Wang Chong was impeccable. This kid clearly has someone guiding him. In a place where Wang Chong could not see, several officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes, stood on the high palace walls, the corners of their eyes twitching. From the moment Wang Chong left the palace, they had people watching him. In private, there were even painting experts depicting his every movement, expression, and behavior. Unfortunately, regardless of whether or not there were people around, Wang Chong's behavior was impeccable and no fault could be found. If there was no one guiding him, then it would truly be strange. Don't worry. At the final stage, he will definitely run into problems. Everything has already been arranged. Another official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies said with a cold smile. An official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies sneered. As he spoke, he turned his head and gazed at the distant end of Taiji Palace. The imperial palace was solemn and dignified. Wang Chong walked along the passageway formed by the 2 rows of imperial guards. After a full hour, Wang Chong finally reached the coiling dragon pool at the end of the passageway. Turning his head, what appeared before Wang Chong was a long stairway made of white jade, several thousand steps long. On both sides of the stairway were golden guards of insignia in golden armor, each of them exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Their hands were pressed against the golden sabers at their waists, their gazes focused forward as if they would draw their sabers at any moment and cleave the person before them in 2. The chamberlains of imperial insignia were the cream of the crop in the royal palace, and their spirit and aura were incomparably strong. If one didn't possess a strong will, it would be easy for one to be intimidated by the sight before them. Wang Chong had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the southwest and had been tempered by cruel wars. Not only did these golden guards have no effect on him, they were even affected by his indistinct aura, causing them to lose their grip on the golden sabers in their hands. Wang Chong had experienced the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of the southwest and had been tempered through cruel wars. These golden guards of insignia not only had no effect on him, they were actually affected by his indistinct aura, causing them to almost lose their grip on their golden sabers. Going up the white jade stairs, every few hundred steps, there would be a platform that was more than 200 feet long. As they went up, the platform was filled with civil and military officials who were here to observe the ceremony. Their ranks were arranged from the lowest to the highest. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces. This is the Qilin son of the Wang clan. On the grandstand, the officials dressed in red robes looked over one after another. Many people had heard of Wang Chong's name during the regional commander's incident, but this was the first time they had seen him in person. No matter what, to be able to defeat Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Huizong, he truly is a dragon among men. Just based on this admirable spirit and bearing, He's not someone the scions of the capital can compare to. Countless gazes were focused on Wang Chong. Whether they liked Wang Chong or not, they all had to admit that Wang Chong's demeanor was not something a normal person could compare to. He was truly a dragon among men. Chong Big Uncle is truly happy for you. In the crowd, Wang Zhen stroked his beard and smiled, a gratified expression on his face. He had set out early in the morning, not to the Wang clan, but to the imperial palace to observe the ceremony. Wang Chong had returned victorious and received an audience with the Holy Emperor in the depths of the palace. This was a great honor, and he wanted to personally witness it. Some people liked it while others hated it. High up on the imperial stairway of white jade, two eyes brimming with hostility were staring at Wang Chong as he slowly walked down the steps. So it's you. Don't get happy too early. At the highest point of the observation platform, Tongluo Great General Abusi stood like a mountain, his eyes fixed on the blazing Wang Chong on the steps. In his eyes, a biting cold snowstorm was brewing. In the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, although Abus did not wield great authority like Geshu Han or Gao Shenji, as the leader of the Tongluo elite cavalry, Abus still carried an extraordinary weight. At the very least, in terms of martial arts, Abus was a veteran great general, not one bit inferior to Geshu Han or Gao Shenji. In the regional commander's incident, Wang Chong had written a memorial pointing the spear at the Hu of the world. As a Hu great general, Abus had been forced to kneel before all the officials in the hall in order to show his loyalty. Abus's youngest son, Abu Tong, had challenged Wang Chong and ended up being hung on the banner of deflecting blade manner by Wang Chong, losing all face in the process. With these two incidents, how could Abus not hate Wang Chong? Just like Abus, he was not the only one who hated Wang Chong and viewed him as a thorn in their side. On another viewing platform, King Qi was dressed in a crimson robe embroidered with golden threads, his eyes cold and sinister. From the moment Wang Chong appeared on the imperial stairway of white jade, King Qi had been viciously glaring at him. This was the first time King Qi had seen Wang Chong's true appearance, but this one time was enough to make King Qi hate Wang Chong to the bone. King Qi and the King of Song were the two main relatives of the Tang dynasty and the two major factions of the imperial court. King Qi had laid down many plans to deal with the King of Song, but Wang Chong and the Wang clan had foiled all of them. Vast Crane Pavilion was one, Consort Taizhan was another, and now, in the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had once more displayed his brilliance, defeating powerful foes like Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong. This made King Qi feel like there was a dagger at his back, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. If not for the fact that Wang Chong was currently in the limelight, with his every move targeted at him being watched and magnified by countless people, King Qi would have done everything in his power to kill him. Brat, I'll let you be smug for a while longer, but I won't let you be smug for too long. King Qi viciously said to himself. No matter what the crowd thought, whether they liked or disliked him, it meant nothing to Wang Chong. Today, he was the undisputed main character. The entire imperial palace, the capital, the entire world, and even the foreign vassal states bordering the Tang dynasty were all watching him. Wang Chong quickly ascended several hundred steps, quickly arriving at the center of the observation platform. Glancing at his big uncle and the other officials of the King of Song's faction, Wang Chong leisurely continued to ascend. That should be King Qi. As he passed by the middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe embroidered with golden embroidery, Wang Chong could clearly sense a sharp gaze fixed on him. This gaze was both disdainful and brimming with intense hostility, as if it wanted nothing more than to skin Wang Chong alive. As a member of the imperial household, Wang Chong could only think of one person who could wear the noble and magnificent robes of a prince and act so fearlessly on the observation platform, King Qi. Although the Wang clan and King Qi's lineage could be considered a feud due to their relationship with the King of Song, this was the first time that Wang Chong had seen this illustrious King Qi of the Tang dynasty at such a close distance. Yet Even under the gaze of this illustrious member of the imperial household, Wang Chong remained calm and unafraid, calmly walking over. Bastard! Seeing Wang Chong disregard him, King Qi could not help but be enraged, the killing intent in his heart flourishing. Along the way, Wang Chong passed by all sorts of hostile gazes. Tong Luo Great, General Abusi, King Qi's faction, various imperial censors. Wang Chong quickly brushed past them. Step by step, he slowly approached the top of the imperial stairway. A few steps away from the imperial stairway, several officials from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes, stood in a row, silently waiting. Wang Chong, step forward to receive the edict. One of the officials from the Bureau of Rights, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes and trimmed with gold, unfurled a true dragon edict and announced in a loud voice. To the left and right, no one noticed that two officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Bureau of Rights glanced down at Wang Chong, a cold light flashing through their eyes. This lowly subject receives the edict. Wang Chong straightened his robes, stepped forward, and respectfully bowed. Wang Chong, kneel and receive the edict, an official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies said. To the side, an official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies said. Wang Chong nodded. Unlike the time when he had been summoned by the Holy Emperor in the side hall, this formal audience to receive a reward was extremely complex. This was especially true for the commoners who did not have any scholarly titles or official ranks. During the entire audience, there would be at least 2 or 3 imperial edicts, and in the process of receiving an imperial edict, one needed to kneel and pay their respects. On this point, the senior official that the King of Song had arranged for him had already made it clear. If he disobeyed, he would be suspected of looking down on the might of the heavens and be charged with the crime of disrespect. At the very least, his career would be ruined, and at the very worst, his entire clan would be exterminated. This was no trifling matter. Wang Chong naturally would not forget something like this. Swish! Wang Chong's crimson robes fluttered as he prepared to kneel. In an instant, several imperceptible gazes fell on Wang Chong. Even King Qi, who was watching from the back of the imperial stairway, revealed a hint of smugness and ridicule in his eyes. So what if he was the son of the 9th young master? So what if he was the hero of the Southwest? It was all because he was young and frivolous, lacking in experience. He had easily fallen into his trap with such a small scheme. In the end, he's still too young. King Qi gazed at Wang Chong's back, the corners of his mouth twitching into a disdainful smile. Even if he was a young genius who had defeated Daluan Ruozhen and Hushu Wuzong, so what? The day the Holy Emperor bestowed his reward would also be the day he would fall, the day he would no longer be valued. At this moment, not a single one of the civil and military officials had noticed. Time seemed to slow down countless times. It seemed like Wang Chong was about to kneel. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Although he could see nothing and everything seemed normal, Wang Chong felt an intense sense of unease. Unknowingly, the atmosphere around him had subtly changed. Something's wrong. Chapter 649. Before setting off, the King of Song had warned him to be careful because the King of Qi would definitely think of a way to deal with him. Moreover, it would be on the complicated etiquette that he was unfamiliar with. On the way here, Wang Chong had been extremely careful. Moreover, he had done all the things that the old official had said, and they had been flawless. Even the strictest official of the Board of Rights would not be able to find any problems with him. However, Wang Chong was certain that something had gone wrong. Moreover, it was definitely something that he had not noticed, but it was an extremely important problem. However, the Holy Emperor had conferred a reward and entered the palace for an audience. Logically speaking, the King of Qi should not have been so bold as to brazenly tamper with the ceremony in such a place. But where had he tampered with it? Wang. His gaze, unconsciously, swept over the last few steps. Suddenly, Wang Chong's mind jolted as he suddenly remembered something. The old official had once mentioned a number. 9 was the yang line. All things should be avoided, so 9 represented the extreme. There was the saying of the 9-5 supremacy and the 5-clawed golden dragon, which all represented the emperor. Among all the etiquette, the words 9 and 5 were especially taboo. One had to be extremely careful, because this was the greatest offense. Wang Chong's gaze was like lightning as he quickly swept over the last few steps of white jade in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When he counted to 9, Wang Chong's expression suddenly changed as he suddenly understood something. These bastards! Li Yi glanced at the officials from the Board of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies, a sharp look flitting across his eyes. The white jade steps in front of the Taiji Palace were known as the Path of the True Dragon. Before the Holy Emperor appeared and was conscripted, one could not set foot on the top. This was especially so for people like him, who had no scholarly honors or official positions. They were different from officials and needed to be even more careful. Otherwise, it would be a great disrespect. There were 9 true dragons, so the last 9 steps of the imperial stairway could never be touched. When these officials from the Board of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies announced the decree, they had purposely stood a few steps back. If he had not been careful, he would have knelt on the last 9 steps of white jade, which would have been a crime of offending the emperor. This was the greatest disrespect among all the etiquettes of an audience. King Qi. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he instantly understood something. Wang Chong did not know what the consequences of these officials from the Bureau of Rights and Chamberlain of Dependencies would be, but this act of disrespect was probably enough for the Prince of Qi to deal with him. In the past, Wang Chong wouldn't have cared if the Holy Emperor bestowed upon him anything. Even if King Qi succeeded, given the power of the Wang clan as a clan of ministers and generals, there was nothing to fear. But that was then, and this was now. Wang Chong needed to have a high enough status to realize his ambitions and dreams. He needed to save the world and its people. Wang. As these thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly came up with an idea. Wang. As he knelt, Wang Chong's loose robes fluttered, and he calmly took a step back. Thump! His knee landed on the 10th step. Wang Chong received the decree. Wang Chong raised his hands, his handsome voice echoing throughout the imperial palace. Shua! The eyes of the officials from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies jumped, and their expressions instantly changed. The slightest error could lead to a great error. Wang Chong had only taken a slight step back, and their scheme against Wang Chong had immediately failed. Moreover, what made them most uneasy was that they could not determine whether Wang Chong had discovered something and deliberately avoided it, or if it was just an accident. Bastard thing! Wasn't everything already arranged? How could there be such a careless mistake? On the viewing platform in the back, King Qi, dressed in his crimson robe embroidered with golden threads, was at first flabbergasted as he stared at Wang Chong. It was like he had been slapped in the face, and then his face turned ashen and savage. The smugness that had appeared on his lips, as if he was waiting to see Wang Chong fall into his trap, instantly vanished. If looks could kill, the officials from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies in front of the imperial stairway would have had their hearts pierced by 10,000 arrows, their heads rolling on the ground. My lords! Hearing that there was no movement from above, Wang Chong raised his head. The officials were stunned, but they quickly regained their wits. By the will of the heavens, the emperor summons. The youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, has expended all the wealth of his clan and prepared his own crossbows. In the southwest, he defeated Daluan Ruozhen, Jelifeng, and Huishu Wuzong and routed the combined Mengshi, Yuseng army in the southwest. He has rendered service to the Tang dynasty, to the country, and to the millions of people of the southwest. He is specially summoned into the palace to be rewarded as a sign of the emperor's will. The official from the Bureau of Rights, holding the decree, was somewhat pale, but he still restrained himself, not letting any of it show. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Wang Chong respectfully bowed in accordance with the etiquette the old official had taught him, then straightened his back and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Young Master Wang, there are 3 imperial decrees in total. This is the first one. Please take it. Many thanks. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he swept his gaze over them. Then he took the decree from the leading official and stood up. However, in the eyes of the officials from the Board of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies, this faint smile made their hearts jump. It was as if this 17-year-old youth in front of them had completely seen through their secrets. This was a very strange feeling. These officials, who were clearly much older than Wang Chong, felt incredibly guilty when they saw Wang Chong's faint smile. Young Master Wang, His Majesty has not appeared yet. Wait here for the summons. After giving this order, they hurriedly left, not daring to linger a moment longer. The officials from the Bureau of Rights and Bureau of Personnel had just left, but the atmosphere in front of the Taiji platform did not grow cold. On the contrary, it grew even more fervent, and many people began to look forward to what was to come. This was the first time Wang Chong had received a reward from the Holy Emperor, so he did not understand much about the proceedings. But the old courtiers on the viewing platform knew it. Wang Chong had rendered an enormous service in the southwest, so his reward was certain to be very generous. And according to the usual procedure, there would be 3 imperial decrees. The first imperial decree was to announce the will of the Holy Emperor, to summon the Holy Emperor to the world. But the second imperial decree was the true content of the reward from the Holy Emperor. But even now, no one knew just what sort of reward the Holy Emperor would bestow upon Wang Chong. The victory in the southwest is no small matter. The Mengshi Yusang army lost more than 400,000 soldiers, even more than the Tang dynasty. For such an enormous service to be witnessed by the entire world, I wonder what sort of reward he will receive. There will definitely be no lack of gold and silver. In order to aid the southwest, the Wang clan spent several million taels of gold. His Majesty will definitely give him a substantial compensation. I wonder what other rewards he will receive. It's been a very long time since the Tang dynasty has bestowed a title of nobility, and the Bureau of Rights has kept a tight hold on it. His Majesty will probably make an exception this time. I wonder if it will be a baron, a viscount, or perhaps a count? But aren't there many first-rank officials in the imperial court who are only counts? Wang Chong is so young. Can he really become one? There's talk of bestowing a title of general in society, but Wang Chong has never entered the army. Although the Kunwa training camp can be considered part of the military, it doesn't have any military personnel, and it certainly isn't recorded in the books of the military. To suddenly be promoted to general is too much of a promotion. I wonder how His Majesty will get around it? In private, the crowd began to discuss the matter. No one was more interested in this matter than Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen Chong-er. From now on, you're going to soar into the heavens. Wang Zhen stroked his black beard as he gazed at the back of Wang Chong at the top of the white steps, his heart bursting with excitement. He was no less curious than anyone else about the reward the emperor would bestow upon Wang Chong. But although he didn't know what it was, there was one thing that Wang Zhen was sure of. Given his great achievements in the southwest, the reward this time would not be low. Time slowly passed, and Wang Chong's hand gripped the imperial edict. He stood motionless on the white steps, silently waiting. It seemed like only a second had passed, but it also seemed like countless eons. Wang Chong still hadn't seen anything, but he suddenly heard the clattering of footsteps. These footsteps were neither fast nor slow, each step taken with great ease. As these footsteps echoed, Wang Chong seemed to see a massive golden wave, seemingly imbued with the strength of 10,000 June, howling toward him. Rumble! In this golden wave, the entire Taiji palace, even the white steps, seemed to tremble. What powerful strength! Wang Chong blinked as he came back to his senses. The Taiji Palace was the imperial palace, the center of the Tang dynasty. It naturally could not be shaken, and with the world's supreme expert, the Holy Emperor, presiding over it, it was even more impossible for anyone to shake it. And there was no need to mention the many officials on the white steps. There was no doubt that all this was just his imagination. But for someone of his current level of cultivation to be able to shake him like this, one could easily imagine the depth of this person's cultivation. Wang Chong raised his head, and at this moment he saw a slightly plump figure dressed in the cloud-embroidered robe of a eunuch. His footsteps were calm and unhurried. "Young Master Wang, we meet again." The eunuch in the cloud-embroidered robe held an imperial edict in his hands. He smiled at Wang Chong like a spring breeze, like a smiling Maitreya Buddha, naturally making one feel close to him. "Eunuch Gao." Wang Chong's eyes widened as he instantly recognized this eunuch. This was the eunuch who had personally come to see him during the regional commander's incident. Besides this, Wang Chong also knew that this eunuch had a name that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. The chief eunuch of the inner court, Eunuch Gao Lisher. Unlike fifth prince, Li Heng's future #1 evil minister, Li Jingzhong, Gao Lisher had another name that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. The #1 virtuous official in all of history. In all the dynasties of the Central Plains, there was only one person who could receive this title. Gao Lisher's surname was not Gao, but Sheng Feng, whose real name was Feng Yuanyi. There were very few people who knew this name now. When the previous emperor had bestowed the surname upon him, he had changed Feng to Gao, resulting in the name Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher had accompanied the Holy Emperor his entire life as he grew up, and he had been loyal and devoted to the Holy Emperor, never leaving or abandoning him. In his last life, when the Holy Emperor passed away, Wang Chong heard the news. This eunuch Gao at the Holy Emperor's side was so shocked by the grievous news that he vomited blood and died. Throughout the ages, throughout all the dynasties, there was only one such person. Chapter 650. Eunuch Gao. This student pays his respects. Wang Chong quickly turned his head and respectfully bowed. The scions of the capital often silently criticized these eunuchs who had lost their power, but Wang Chong was different. He knew that this eunuch before him was actually a virtuous eunuch. Whether or not he was a eunuch, he was loyal to the country, to the sovereign, and to the world. This sort of person was worthy of respect. Moreover, when he was imprisoned, Eunuch Gao had shown him kindness. Haha, the last time we met in the prison, I already knew that young master was not an ordinary person. Today, I finally saw that this was the case. In the War of the Southwest, young master made a great contribution and did not disappoint His Majesty. Young master, Gao, faintly smiled as he raised the imperial decree. Unlike other eunuchs, Eunuch Gao had never referred to himself as this one or this one, but always used I. In the depths of the palace, he was the only person who could receive this honor. From this, one could see how much the Son of Heaven favored him. Eunuch Gao is too kind. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. Wang Chong is only doing his duty. Wang Chong gave a slight bow. Oh! Eunuch Gao's eyes brightened as he looked in surprise at Wang Chong. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man? Interesting. Young master's way of thinking is truly different from the average person's. Young master has truly lived up to His Majesty's favor. In the world that Wang Chong had come from, the rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man, was a phrase that everyone was familiar with, but it was clear that no one in this world had ever heard of it. This was clearly the case for Eunuch Gao as well. Wang Chong received the decree. Eunuch Gao nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, he spread open his hands and unfurled the second imperial decree. Wang Chong receives the decree. Eunuch Gao's resounding voice resounded over the imperial stairway, reaching both inside and outside the imperial palace. In an instant, both inside and outside the imperial city, regardless of whether it was the guards, maids, or even the distant Yuzhan palace, countless people pricked up their ears, revealing expressions of attentiveness. The War of the Southwest was no small matter. It concerned the fate of the entire Tang dynasty. Many people were curious as to how Wang Chong would be rewarded. But before the imperial decree was issued, no one knew. King Qi, Abusi, Duanqian, and many of the other officials, including Wang Zhen, were completely focused. Even Wang Chong, standing before the white jade steps, was the same. Although he had experienced many mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and his spirit was very strong, this reward was very important to Wang Chong. However, even he did not know what kind of reward the Holy Emperor would give him, because all of this was beyond the development of history, at least in the previous life. This kind of thing had never happened. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees. The son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, has pacified Mengshi Zhao and Uzin in the War of the Southwest and rendered meritorious service to the country. He shall be rewarded with 3 million taels of gold, 30,000 bushels of pearls, 100,000 bolts of silk, a marquis title, and the title of young marquis. Rumble. The words young marquis were like a boulder falling into a lake. The imperial palace was in an uproar, and the viewing platform was in an even greater uproar. Marquis. The Holy Emperor has actually made him a marquis. He's only 17, but he's already a marquis. Such a thing has never happened before. In the 300 years since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, including the previous dynasty, no one has ever become a marquis at such a young age. I've been in charge of the Bureau of Rights for so many years, and I know so much about the ancient records of the imperial court that there has never been a young marquis title. For His Majesty to give him this title, doesn't that mean that he is the only marquis among the millions of youths in the world? Just what sort of high regard is this? The young marquis, putting aside the millions in gold and jewels, His Majesty has even made him a marquis. Such a thing has never happened before. Doesn't that mean that his status is above that of many first-rank ministers in the court? The viewing platform was in an uproar, and everyone's faces were instantly filled with shock. Many people had speculated that the Holy Emperor would reward Wang Chong handsomely upon his return from the southwest. But Wang Chong had no scholarly rank, and his name was not even on the roster of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Tang dynasty. This was a serious flaw. Thus, many people had concluded that no matter how generous His Majesty's reward was, it would not surpass that of a count. But no one had expected the Holy Emperor to reconsider the matter. In a situation where Wang Chong had no scholarly rank, no official position, and was not even registered on the roster, the Holy Emperor had jumped 10 ranks and promoted him to marquis. His status was so high that it even surpassed that of many important ministers of the imperial court. Even Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, was overshadowed by Wang Chong's brilliance. Ha ha ha, marquis, marquis. Our Wang clan actually produced a youth. Good. Wang Zhen stroked his sparse beard, his eyes bright, and his red robe trembled in excitement. He felt like he was being comforted. The Wang clan had actually produced a 17-year-old young marquis in his generation. This was completely unprecedented. Of all the great clans in the capital, not a single 17-year-old had ever been made a marquis. The Wang clan was the only one. Chong-er, good job. Big uncle did not misjudge you. With you here, our Wang clan is certain to be even more glorious than it is now. Wang Zhen was extremely excited. Bastard. The young marquis. His Majesty actually bestowed the title of marquis on this brat who's still wet behind the ears. Since ancient times, when has the Tang dynasty ever produced such a young marquis? This is absurd. Unlike Wang Zhen, King Qi's face was ashen and nasty. Not only had Wang Chong escaped his plot, he had even obtained the title of young marquis that the Holy Emperor had specially created for him. King Qi had never imagined that this would happen. The Wang clan following at the King of Song's side was already difficult enough to deal with. Now that Wang Chong had become the young marquis, wouldn't they be even more difficult to deal with? At this moment, King Qi felt like a dagger was pressing down on his back. Damn it, damn it. King Qi clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. He wanted to leave in a huff, but after the victory in the southwest, the Holy Emperor had bestowed the title of Marquis, and all the civil and military officials were present. Even if he were as bold as the heavens, he would not dare to mess around and ruin the ceremony in front of the Holy Emperor. But just when everyone believed that the Holy Emperor's bestowal to Wang Chong had come to an end, it was far from over. In addition, Wang Chong is young and intelligent. In order to commend his achievements in the southwest and serve as a model for the world, an exception will be made and he will be granted a fief. The location of the conferment will be jointly decided by the Bureau of Rights and the Bureau of Revenue after the ceremony. Boom! It was like a stone thrown into a lake. If the matter of Wang Chong being conferred a marquis could be said to have taken everyone by surprise and stunned them. But now, when Wang Chong announced that he could enjoy the privileges of a county, it gave everyone an unprecedented shock. A fief! His Majesty has actually given him a fief. The Tang dynasty has been established for 300 some years, and ever since Emperor Taizong, no one has been granted a fief. This is a real nobility. Just what virtue or ability does this brat have for him to receive such an honor? This is a violation of the ancestral laws. On the observation platform, an old imperial censor, finally, couldn't help but shout. He could accept the Holy Emperor conferring the title of Marquis on Wang Chong. But for His Majesty to give him a fief, even the smallest of fiefs, was unacceptable. Absurd! King Qi's face twitched, his expression contorting. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself. A 17-year-old brat, still wet behind the ears, with no scholarly honors and no official rank. Giving him the title of Marquis is one thing, but to give him a fief as well, this is absurd. Swish! Prince Qi could not bear to watch any longer. With a flick of his golden embroidered robe, he suddenly turned around and left, not giving the slightest bit of face in front of everyone's eyes. The ceremony was no small matter. Not even King Qi dared to lightly disrupt it. But now, King Qi could no longer endure it. He had come today to be humiliated. The conferment of Wang Chong as a marquis and a fief, each one was like a vicious slap to his face. He now felt that everyone around him was laughing at him. Even that old fellow Wang Zhen was laughing at him behind his back. Needless to say, there was no need to mention Wang Chong at the top of the imperial stairway. Given King Qi's temperament, how could he possibly endure this? Your Highness! Yao Guang, he exclaimed in shock. He had remembered his father's words today. Do your best to keep a low profile. Given the Yao clan's way of doing things, this wasn't really a big deal. There were very few things that the Yao clan could not tolerate. But he hadn't expected King Qi to leave in a huff. Wang Chong wasn't the only one present in the viewing hall, and this wasn't a matter of giving face to Wang Chong. If King Qi were to willfully leave now, it would be disastrous. Hurry and stop His Highness! Yao Guang, you wanted to stop King Qi, but it was already too late. King Qi's martial arts were far superior to his, and he had always been arrogant. If he wanted to do something, who could stop him? Your Highness King Qi, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a chuckling voice like that of the Maitreya Buddha came from the top of the imperial stairway. It was Eunuch Gao's voice. Damned eunuch! Mind your own business. King Qi's face was ashen. He didn't even turn his head, cursing as he walked. He was a member of the royal family. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? But in the next moment, without the slightest warning, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. In the blink of an eye, a boundless and terrifying energy that caused the world to lose its splendor suddenly erupted from the earth beneath King Qi's feet like a flash flood. King Qi himself was an extremely formidable expert, but this energy was even more powerful than him. Ah! With a loud cry, King Chi was struck by this terrifying energy and sent flying high into the air. Buzz! All was silent. Everyone on the viewing platform was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Even Wang Chong looked at Eunuch Gao in shock. What a high cultivation! Wang Chong blinked his eyes in shock. He knew a little about what level of expert King Chi was. Unlike the other imperial princes, King Chi had been infatuated with martial arts ever since he was a child. Thus, his martial arts were actually much higher than the King of Songs. Even though Wang Chong had reached the imperial martial realm, he was still no match for King Chi. However, Eunuch Gao was able to send King Chi flying with just a wave of his hand without the slightest trace of worldly aura. Chapter 651. In my previous life, there was a judgment. Although King Chi was a prince, he was a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, so he didn't lack any cultivation techniques or pills. It was far easier for him to cultivate martial arts than ordinary people. Thus, although he never left his residence, King Chi's cultivation was already above the vast majority of martial artists. He was ranked at the very top of the world, even stronger than valiant generals of the empire like Geshu, Han, and Fomin Linta. For Gao Lisher to send him flying, this is simply inconceivable. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In an instant, this charmingly chubby eunuch, who resembled a Maitreya Buddha, had suddenly become incomparably tall and unfathomable. But what was most shocking was that Eunuch Gao had actually dared to attack King Chi. This was the most shocking thing of all. Crazy, he's completely crazy. Everyone on the observation platform was dumbfounded. King Chi had always been difficult to control in the court. None of the nobles or ministers dared to casually attack him. Even a clan of ministers and generals like the Wang clan was extremely wary of King Chi. Attacking King Chi was something that no one dared to even think about. But Gao Lisher had sent him flying without even thinking about it. Feng Yuanyi, you dare! At the bottom of the imperial stairway, King Chi's furious roar echoed through the sky. He abruptly climbed up from the ground, a murderous aura surging all over his body. A pair of beast-like eyes glared viciously at Gao Lisher at the top of the white jade stairs. Damned slave! He was just a slave of the imperial clan, not even a man, yet he dared to attack him. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. King Chi's eyes flashed with a vicious light. If looks could kill, Gao Lisher would have died thousands of times over. Your Highness King Chi, the ceremony has yet to end. Where are you planning to go? Eunuch Gao stood on the imperial stairway, looking down from above. His complexion was ruddy, and he wore a smile on his face. He still had that charmingly naive appearance. Even though King Chi had called out his true name in the secular world, there was not the slightest hint of anger on his face, making it impossible to guess what he was truly thinking. A slave who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll kill you. King Chi's killing intent blazed. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light exploded and the roar of a dragon filled the air. A majestic aura exploded from King Chi's body like a storm. As countless people watched, the void twisted. Above King Chi's body, a golden dragon the size of a mountain roared and soared into the sky. Shockingly, its target was Gao Lisher, who was standing on the high platform. So what if it was Gao Lisher? So what if he was the chief eunuch of the inner palace? If he angered him, he would still kill him. He didn't believe that they would dare to do anything to him. The dignified King Chi, a member of the royal family. Your Highness, you can't. Yao Guang, he completely lost his composure. Who was Gao Lisher? He was indeed a eunuch with a lowly status. It was impossible for him to be mentioned in the same breath as a noble member of the imperial family like the Prince of Qi. But he was just an ordinary eunuch. In the imperial palace, including the capital, who other than King Chi would dare to treat Eunuch Gao as an ordinary eunuch? He had served at the side of the Holy Emperor for several decades, experiencing the War of the Princes and the calamity of ascension. Given Gao Lisher's various contributions, how could his status in the imperial palace be described by the ordinary word eunuch? Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Prince Qi and Eunuch Gao, two supreme experts of the present age, were about to start a fight in the imperial palace. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Rumble. The earth quaked as a majestic energy, dignified and noble, surged out of the depths of the imperial palace like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire Tang Dynasty imperial palace. Bzzz. The clouds began to churn, and the clear sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds. A powerful energy that Wang Chong had never sensed before, one that reigned above all things in the world, instantly appeared in everyone's perception. Before this dignified and noble energy, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. Even King Qi and Eunuch Gao, powerful existences of the present age, became dim and colorless before this energy, like fireflies before the bright moon. Impudent! A voice came from the depths of the Taiji Palace. In front of this voice, everyone felt their souls tremble. Even King Qi, who had just been arrogant and despotic, wanting to attack Gao Lisher in front of the Taiji Palace, was now filled with fear, prostrating himself on the ground, kneeling before the imperial stairway made of white jade. Your Majesty! King Qi's face was lowered, his entire body trembling like a mouse that had seen a cat. Although he was used to being arrogant and despotic and did whatever he wanted to do, it depended on who he was dealing with. Before the Holy Emperor, no one had ever dared to be so impudent. Although the Holy Emperor was lenient and allowed his ministers to express their opinions in court, even if the old imperial censor Duan Chao had slapped Duan Qian, as long as the Holy Emperor did not say anything, this was not a problem in the court. Throughout the ages, only the current Holy Emperor could be so lenient and indulgent towards his ministers. The reason King Qi could act so unbridled in the capital was also related to the Holy Emperor's lenient way of ruling. But once the Holy Emperor became angry, even an unruly person like King Qi could only lower his head, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Boom! The earth shook. Although they couldn't see anything, they could clearly hear a set of heavy footsteps walking out of the Taiji Palace. These footsteps, one after another, seemed to trample on everyone's hearts. Buzz! A massive shadow shot out from the imperial palace. Before everyone's eyes, a black shadow had appeared at the top of the imperial stairway in front of the Taiji Palace. There was no sound, no movement. The moment that figure appeared, he instantly became the center of the world. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers, and all living things all bowed to his feet. He was like a god standing at the center of the imperial palace. In an instant, the atmosphere in the imperial palace became incomparably solemn. King Qi's face immediately pressed against the ground, not daring to breathe too loudly. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Amidst the thunderous cheers, all the imperial army guards in front of the Taiji Palace, the ministers on the viewing platform, and even Wang Chong, who was closest to the Taiji Palace, all knelt down. In this instant, all was silent. Even the drop of a needle could be heard. Yao Guangyi knelt on the viewing platform, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. King Qi's personality had always been like this. He did things impulsively, never considering the consequences. In reality, not many people could make him consider the consequences. But this time was different. After the victory in the southwest, the Holy Emperor had rewarded Wang Chong. This news had already been announced to the world. Inside and outside the imperial court, from the 6 ministries of civil and military, all the ministers attached great importance to this matter. King Qi's impulsive actions had finally angered the Holy Emperor. Liu, are you planning to leave now? The Holy Emperor's voice was lofty and aloof, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. This lowly subject does not dare. King Qi's face was pale and filled with fear. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped to the ground. instantly drenching a large area. Even though he was normally daring and reckless, he was now like a mouse encountering a cat. All was quiet. When the Holy Emperor spoke, no one dared to breathe too loudly. Only his voice could be heard in the imperial palace. At this moment, no one understood this more than Wang Chong. In his last life, the Holy Emperor had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert, the existence closest to God that everyone had acknowledged. But Wang Chong had only heard of him. In his last life, he had never even met the Holy Emperor. In the regional commander's incident, Wang Chong had also met the Holy Emperor, but at that time they had been separated by a great distance, not as close as they were now. Moreover, the Holy Emperor had not revealed his unfathomable martial arts. Too powerful. Wang Chong lowered his head and mentally muttered to himself. The Saint Emperor's strength was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. Even in his last life, when Wang Chong was at his strongest, he had been insignificant and insignificant when compared to the Holy Emperor. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why those seniors of the Tang dynasty would speak of the Holy Emperor with so much regret after the calamity. In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had slaughtered nearly 10,000 Mengshi, Yusing warriors, so his cultivation level could not be considered low. But at this moment, Wang Chong could sense that the Holy Emperor before him seemed to contain a world within his body, making it impossible to tell where his limits lay. Even with Wang Chong's cultivation as the worst saint, it was impossible for him to estimate just how powerful the Holy Emperor was. This was truly unfathomable. Since that's the case, kneel there. Wang Chong's face was lowered, the Holy Emperor's voice echoing in his ears, neither loud nor soft, imbued with the majestic might of the heavens. Beneath the imperial stairway, King Qi's head lowered even further, his body trembling even more violently. Wang Chong. The Holy Emperor's gaze quickly fell on Wang Chong. In the War of the Southwest, you volunteered to lead the army to defeat the Mengshi, Yusang army, protecting the empire and the safety of the people of the Southwest. We are very happy that you have such a heart to serve your country. The Wang clan is truly a loyal clan of my Tang dynasty. We are very happy that Duke Jiao has a son like you. All was quiet in front of Taiji Palace. Many people revealed looks of envy at these words. The sage emperor's words were an extremely high evaluation of the entire Wang clan. This was a great honor for them. Just these words alone could protect the clan for several decades, and they could even serve as a shadow for future generations. Even if the clan declined and its descendants were unfilial, they would still be able to live a dignified life. Chonger, you are winning honor for our entire Wang clan. Wang Zhen clearly understood the weight of these words, and his face turned red from excitement. In his decades as an official, today could be said to be the happiest day of his life. Wang Chong would not dare. This has always been the work of General Xinyu and the soldiers of the Southwest. Wang Chong is only doing his duty. Chapter 652. Merit will be rewarded and mistakes will be punished. There is no need for you to be humble. The earth trembled as the Holy Emperor's authoritative voice resounded in every corner of the royal palace. Wang Chong, you still don't have a courtesy name, right? Wang, hearing the Holy Emperor's words, the officials on the viewing platform were in an uproar. Many of them raised their heads to look at the lofty Taiji Palace and the godlike figure on it, vaguely sensing something. Yes, this humble subject is only 17 this year and has not taken the scholarly examinations. As such, I have not been bestowed a courtesy name by my elders. Wang Chong said gravely, the courtesy names bestowed by the Tang dynasty were not given to oneself. Only those of virtue and prestige could bestow a courtesy name. These people were either extremely talented or of illustrious status. As such, the vast majority of people only had a name, but not a courtesy name. The Holy Emperor was of the same generation as Wang Chong's grandfather. Although he was not as old as Wang Chong's grandfather, he was still more than 50 years old. even older than Wang Chang's big uncle. In this aspect, he could indeed be considered as Wang Chang's elder. Wang. The crowd grew even more restless. Many people had vaguely guessed something, but they still did not dare to believe it. However, this doubt did not last for long. Very soon, everyone's guess was confirmed. Very good. Since that is the case, we will bestow you a courtesy name. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sage emperor's words. Beneath the imperial stairway, King Qi's teeth were clenched so tightly that they almost shattered. A courtesy name. The Holy Emperor was actually going to bestow a courtesy name on Wang Chong? Since ancient times, there had been emperors who bestowed surnames on their officials, but there had never been a single emperor who bestowed a courtesy name on their officials. His Majesty wishes to accept Wang Chong as the son of heaven's disciple. On the viewing platform, Yao Guangyi was at a loss. Having been taught by the old master for decades, Yao Guangyi had always been a calm and patient person. However, when he heard that the Holy Emperor was going to bestow a courtesy name on Wang Chong, he could not help but lose his composure, conferred the title of Marquis, conferred the title of nobility, bestowed a courtesy name. Despite the great contributions the Yao clan had made back then, they had never enjoyed such a grand favor from the Son of Heaven. Not only had the Holy Emperor created the title of Young Marquis for Wang Chong, but he was also going to bestow upon him a courtesy name, setting a precedent for an emperor to bestow a courtesy name. Just how heavy was this favor? This was an honor that Yao Guangyi had never dared to dream of. Furthermore, the Holy Emperor is giving him a death exemption medallion. Yao Guangyi's face was incomparably pale. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there were not many people like Wang Chong who could turn the tide of a desperate crisis and turn defeat into victory, saving nearly 1 million people. But it was not unheard of. The war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi, the famous general of Taizong's era, and the war god So Yungsun had all performed such magnificent feats, but no one had ever received such a grand reward like Wang Chong. Yao Guangyi could not understand why the Holy Emperor seemed to favor Wang Chong so much. Clang! With a clear clang and a flash of golden light, the Holy Emperor took out the golden sword of the Son of Heaven from his waist and hovered it over Wang Chong's head. Rumble! The moment the Holy Emperor took out his sword, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. With the Taiji Palace at the center, a spatial crack appeared, cleaving the thick clouds in two. Golden sunlight sprinkled down from the sky, accurately falling upon the Holy Emperor, Wang Chong, and the majestic Taiji Palace behind them. The dignified and divine voice of the Holy Emperor resounded from every corner of the imperial palace. The War of the Southwest began at the Arai, the starting point of everything you have done. A Kuin swimming in the water is a Kuin, soaring in the sky is a Peng. We will bestow upon you the courtesy name Kuin Peng. We hope that you will not only swim in the water, but also soar in the sky. Like the Kuin Peng of the heavens and earth, you will become a loyal subject of my Tang dynasty. At this moment, no one knew that the Holy Emperor's voice was not only resounding in the imperial palace, but also resounding in the ears of everyone in the capital. The usually bustling capital was now deathly silent. Clap! In a restaurant in the western part of the city, a man wearing a black cloak sat alone in a corner, silently drinking wine. Upon hearing this voice, he snapped the chopsticks in his hand. "Many thanks, Your Majesty." At this moment, Wang Chong had no idea what was happening outside. Upon hearing that the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon him the courtesy name Kuin Peng, Wang Chong respectfully bowed. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Wang Chong had only met the Holy Emperor twice, and both times had been in this life. But even so, Wang Chong was brimming with respect for this supreme existence of the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. This was an emperor who had dedicated his entire life to the Tang dynasty, who had striven forward and swept away the barbarians, who had expanded the territory and influence of the Central Plains to the limit, and who had personally created the golden age of the Tang dynasty. No matter what, he was worthy of anyone's respect and following. Clang! A majestic golden light flashed through the air. The golden sun of heaven's sword in the holy emperor's hand swayed in the air and then returned to the sheath at his waist, all the phenomena vanishing. Wang Kuan-peng. At this moment, Wang Chong finally had his first courtesy name, and had been bestowed by the Son of Heaven. This was a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. With the holy emperor's bestowal, Wang Chong's conferring ceremony came to an end amidst grand cheers. In stark contrast to the bustling celebration in the capital of the Tang dynasty, the current Uzun Plateau was a completely different scene. The corpses of cows and sheep were piled up, scattered across the plateau. The cows and sheep that had been lively not too long ago were now lying on the ground, their eyes wide open as they turned into corpses. Countless flies buzzed about, gathering around the corpses like dark clouds. Vultures would occasionally pierce through the clouds, their sharp claws piercing into the rotting corpses of the cows and sheep. The vultures warily glanced at the mastiffs nearby, then began to peck at the corpses as if there was no one else around. However, this was only a feast for scavengers. For humans, these former food had become extremely dangerous. The stench could be smelled even from several li away, and it was no longer suitable for human consumption. This was an unprecedented plague. The once mighty Uzun Empire was now plunged into a severe food crisis. The War of the Southwest had ended, but the damage this war had inflicted on the Uzun Empire was still far from beginning to end. The plague that Wang Chong had sent Li Sai to spread on the plateau was still spreading from the territory of the Ngari royal lineage all the way to the royal capital. The fires continued to burn day and night, and the smoke from the burning cows and sheep soared into the sky, not dissipating for a long time. This was the only solution that the Prime Minister of the Uzun Empire, Dalen Trinling, had come up with in this crisis. Only the Tang dynasty had the secret cure for the sheep plague. Treating it was already impossible, so the only solution was to prevent it. Burning the cows and sheep to prevent the plague from spreading was the only solution that the 5 ministers of the 4th district of the Uzun Empire had come up with. But compared to the plague, the War of the Southwest was the focus of the entire Uzun Empire. After all, this was the source of everything. 200,000 Uzun cavalry had marched east, but in the end, only 10,000 had survived. The entire Ngari royal lineage had basically been crippled. Whether it was the deaths of more than 200,000 warriors or the sheep plague that affected the entire Uzun plateau, all of them could not escape a single name: Wang Chong. Daluan Ruozhen, you have truly disappointed this king. This king believed in your strength, so I sent you to the Ngari royal lineage to assist the 4th prince. In the War of the Southwest, you said that you wanted to form an alliance with Mengshi Zhao to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, and this king agreed to everything. But look at what you've done. The royal capital of Yusang was dimly lit. Giant prayer wheels, forged from gold, were tinkling as they spun. Not far from these prayer wheels, pieces of ambergris would be tossed into simple and crude bronze incense tripods, causing fragrant smoke to rise from them. The smoke shrouded the entire great hall of the royal capital, making everything seem illusory and unreal. Through the smoke, one could see a figure wearing a loose white robe kneeling on the ground, his face turned downward. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this was the Prime Minister of the Ngari who had been defeated by Wang Chong in the War of the Southwest, Daluan Ruozhen. The defeat in the Southwest had resulted in grievous casualties and rampant plague. Tens of thousands of Uzun shepherds were living in dire straits. The Tsenpo was enraged and immediately issued an order summoning Daluan Ruozhen to the royal capital for questioning. Your Majesty, this lowly subject has nothing to say. Daluan Ruozhen remained kneeling on the ground, making no attempt to refute the Tsenpo. Bastard! The Tsenpo was enraged by these words. He had lost more than 200,000 elite cavalry and caused a massive sheep plague. But Daluan Ruozhen's reply was that he had nothing to say. How could the Tsenpo endure this? Someone strip him of his position, and imprison him to await this king's punishment. The Tsenpo's furious voice was like a peal of thunder, audible even from several li away. In the hall, a bitter smile appeared on Daluin Ruozen's lips. He had long ago anticipated how he would be punished upon entering the royal capital. As the prime minister of the Ngari royal lineage, as well as the commander-in-chief of the entire war of the Southwest, he could hardly escape the blame for this defeat. Any punishment would not be excessive. I wholeheartedly accept my loss in this battle. Daluin Ruozen kneeled on the ground, his mind recalling the distant capital of the Tang dynasty, that 17-year-old youth who had been receiving a reward. That war in the southwest of the Tang dynasty had been long and drawn out. He had used all his methods, but in the end he had still been no match for that youth. What else could he say? If one was willing to bet, one had to be willing to lose. Bang! The door to the hall opened. Amidst the rising green mist, a few warriors of the capital wearing heavy bronze armor strode in. These warriors of the royal capital had muscular bodies and thick arms and legs. As they scanned the hall, their gazes quickly fell on the nearby Daluin Ruozen. The guards of the royal capital were elites that only the Tsenpo could mobilize. All of them had been handpicked from thousands and were extremely powerful. Normally, they would only move out when the Tsenpo needed something, and the vast majority of the time it was not something good. Wait a moment. Just as the guards of the royal capital strode toward Daluin Ruozen, a figure shrouded in smoke suddenly spoke to the Tsenpo's side. "Your Majesty, may I ask a few questions?" This person suddenly left his seat and walked over from behind the table. As the smoke scattered, one could see that this man had a mustache and fair skin. He exuded an aura that was somewhat similar to Daluin Ruozen's, but he was more composed and steady than Daluin Ruozen, and his eyes were sharper and wiser. In the entire Uzan Empire, the only person who dared to act so boldly in front of the Tsenpo was the head of the 5 ministers, the prime minister of the empire, Daelin Trinling. Although he was the head of the 5 ministers, Daelin Trinling was actually a little younger than Daluin Ruozen. But even so, when Daelin Trinling spoke, the Tsenpo, the 2 royal capo guards, and even the prime minister of the Ngari royal lineage and Daluin Ruozen all revealed expressions of respect. In the Uzan Empire, there was only one person who could reign supreme through his wisdom and whose words even the Tsenpo had to respect. Daelin Trinling was an honorific that conveyed the meaning of prime minister. In this aspect, Daluin Ruozen could not compare. Chapter 653. Prime Minister, if you have any questions, please speak. The Tsenpo, who had been enraged just a moment ago, seemed to become a different person the moment Daelin Trinling walked out. His expression became amiable, his attitude much better. After saying this, the Tsenpo glared at the 2 royal capital guards. "The 2 of you withdraw for me." Yes, the 2 royal capital guards quickly withdrew from the hall and closed the door. The Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty is currently rewarding the youngest son of the Wang clan. Do you know of this matter? Daelin Trinling's eyes were like needles as he took 2 steps forward and stared at Daluin Ruozen, suddenly getting straight to the point. Buzz. Daluin Ruozen's mind trembled at these words, and he raised his head. The Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty had rewarded Wang Chong. Daluin Ruozen was keenly aware of what these words represented. The Uzan Empire had suffered today's crushing defeat entirely because of that 17-year-old Tang dynasty youth, Wang Chong. Now that the Holy Emperor was heavily rewarding Wang Chong, the youngest son of the Wang clan would play an increasingly important role in the Tang dynasty and pose an even greater threat to the Uzan Empire. Very good. It seems like you've also sensed it. The War of the Southwest is over. No matter how many soldiers of the Ngari royal lineage died, or how vast the plague was, it's all in the past. War is bound to have death and a price. In the wars we fought against the Tang dynasty, we suffered even greater crushing defeats. But even so, it's not like we've come out empty-handed. At the very least, we know a name. Wang Chong, no? Dalen Trinling coldly snorted, his sharp eyes flashing with a light as cold as the edge of a blade. Not even the green smoke in the hall could block it. Daluin Rosen was shocked and quickly bowed his head in submission. Victory and defeat are common in war. No matter how much we have paid this time, the Tang dynasty will pay an even heavier price for this in the future. But before that, why don't you tell us about Wang Chong? Ruozen understands. Green smoke rose in spirals, and only Daluin Ruozen's voice could be heard in the entire hall. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, in the War of the Southwest, the Empire suffered a major defeat, and Ruozen cannot escape the blame. No matter what kind of punishment, I am willing to accept it, but that youngest son of the Wang family, if it was really as the Prime Minister said, that he was valued by the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty, then in the future, this person would definitely become a thorn in the side of the entire Uzun. Even when the battle was at its most dangerous and intense, when the Tang army was on the verge of being completely destroyed, he never stopped giving orders, never once panicked. Moreover, he doesn't stick to a single pattern in the art of war, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. More importantly, although he is only 17, he has far-reaching plans and is vicious and merciless. The sheep plague this time was single-handedly caused by him. He's only 17, but he already has such thoughts and methods. I'm only afraid that in the future, once he matures, the events of the royal capital will repeat themselves. Daluin Ruozen's final words resounded through the hall, causing a massive tremor to ripple through the hall. Whether it was the Prime Minister, Dalen Trinling, or the Supreme Sempo seated in the back of the hall, seated in the Uzun Empire, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Even the Uzun Prime Minister, Dalen Trinling, who had initiated this inquiry, had never expected that Daluin Ruozen would have such a high evaluation of the youngest son of the Wang family. The events of the royal capital. All the people of Uzun understood the meaning of these words. Uzun had a natural stronghold to defend. The enormous difference in altitude and the thin air were the best natural strongholds of the Uzun Empire. All the foreign soldiers that entered this place would be greatly restricted in strength. Only the people of Uzun who lived in this part of the world would be unaffected. Thus, the people of Uzun called themselves the chosen of the heavens. But it wasn't as if the Uzun had never suffered a crushing defeat in its history. At the very least, in the last 100-some years, the royal capital of Uzun had been breached twice. The first time had been by the war god of the Tang dynasty, So Yung-sun, during the reign of Emperor Taizong. The second time had been 23 years ago, when the war god of the Tang dynasty, the current junior guardian of the crown prince, Wang Zhongxi, had not broken into the royal capital, but at that time the entire royal capital was no different from being breached. This was because all the ministers that Senpo and everyone else in the royal capital had already retreated 1,000 li from the royal capital. The royal capital that was left behind was just an empty city. It was precisely because Wang Zhongxi saw that it was an empty city that he had retreated his army. But that unstoppable edge from that year, the widespread tremors and panic that had been unleashed on the plateau, made it so that even now, when all the people of Uzun heard Wang Zhongxi's name, they would feel a deep fear. In the War of the Southwest, the entire Ngari royal lineage had basically been wiped out, but this was only a local war. And the Uzun Empire had 4 royal districts and a royal capital, so the losses suffered by the Ngari royal lineage were not much to the entire Uzun Empire. The true impact was still the sheep plague, but based on Daluin Ruozen's words, this Wang Chong actually had the ability to repeat the events of the past and attack the entire Uzun royal capital. This was an extremely high evaluation. This was especially true when one considered that in the last few decades, the Uzun Empire had worked hard to build up its empire. It had learned the forging skills of the Tang dynasty, purchased large quantities of refined iron and weapons, and also raised large numbers of war horses and trained elite cavalry. Daluin Ruozen's evaluation was even more inconceivable now. Prime Minister, Your Majesty, This sinful subject presides over the Ngari royal lineage and has seen no small number of famous ministers and generals of the Tang dynasty, including the current Minister of War of the Tang dynasty, Zhanqiu Jinqiong and Longshi's Geshuhan. But none of them makes me feel as threatened as that youngest son of the Wang clan. This lowly subject recommends that no matter what, no matter the price, that youngest son of the Wang clan must be eliminated. Daluan Ruozhen spoke these last words with incomparable sincerity. The generals and ministers of the 4 royal lineages could not casually enter the royal capital without orders. Daluan Ruozhen was well aware that this was his only and last chance to convince the Tsenpo and the Prime Minister. "I know what to do about this matter." Dalen Trinling stared into Daluan Ruozhen's eyes for a long time, and then slowly closed them. Smoke curled up, obscuring his body, and on the wise and far-sighted face of the Prime Minister of the Empire, some sort of decision had already appeared. The Prime Minister of the Empire and the Prime Minister of the Royal District were both renowned for their intelligence. Sometimes a few short sentences were enough to explain many problems. It truly is a divine mountain. At the same time, while the great hall of the Uzun Empire's royal capital was plunged into silence, in the distant southwest of the Tang dynasty, a middle-aged man with a slender face and a shrewd temperament was standing at the base of the mountain, holding an oil paper umbrella embroidered with white pear blossoms. In front of him was the place where Wang Chong had led the 100,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers in a desperate battle to defeat the 500,000 Mengshi Yusang army. This nameless mountain in the southwest of the Tang dynasty had gained a new name after the Southwest War, God of Heaven. It had already become the mountain of destiny for the Southwest. There were far too many inconceivable events in the Southwest War. An army of 100,000 had actually defeated the 500,000 Mengshi Yusang army and even killed 400,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. At the most crucial moment of the war, when the 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers were in danger of a water source, this sparsely forested mountain had actually dug out a water source. If not for the protection of the gods, what other explanation could there be? Thus, in the southwest, this was a divine mountain, and that youth from the Wang clan who had commanded the 100,000 soldiers on the summit of this mountain, who had cheerfully and confidently annihilated the 500,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers and protected the nearly 1 million civilians of the southwest, was naturally the incarnation of the gods, perhaps even the son of the god, because he was the only one who could summon the almighty heavenly god. The mountain was a scene of devastation. After that fierce battle, its surface was covered in holes, the scars of explosions and fierce battles visible in many places. In many places, even the yellow-brown soil had turned a reddish-brown. In some of the low-lying areas, one could even see some dried, purple things, which were congealed blood clots. The slender, middle-aged man closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as he smelled the thick stench of blood that still lingered in the air. Not only did the man not show the slightest disgust, a hint of intoxication appeared on his face. To some people, war was a plague of snakes and scorpions that could not be avoided at all costs. But for some others, it was the best nourishment. War was the paradise of those warriors who truly desired war. It was the most beautiful scenery there was. The moment when life began to wither away was the most beautiful scenery. The middle-aged man's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the divine mountain, imagining the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the 3 sides charging forward one after another, falling like weeds. The intoxication on his face grew deeper and deeper. Truly beautiful. The middle-aged man gave a deep sigh. The arrival of the King of Song of the Tang dynasty had completely altered the situation in the southwest. All the Annam Protectorate forces had left with the King of Song, heading for the border between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao. Right now, there was not a single person on the Mountain of God. Your Highness, the people of the Annam Protectorate might still come here to patrol. We should hurry. Don't forget His Majesty has specifically instructed us. We must find out the truth behind the crushing defeat of Mengshi Yusing. Not far away, another man spoke. Although he was dressed like a common merchant on the Tea-Horse Road in the southwest, the man's taut muscles under his robe, his straight body, his vigilant gaze that constantly observed his surroundings, and the long bag wrapped in white cloth on his waist, all of these things spoke volumes about his identity. This was an extremely valiant martial artist, and not an ordinary one at that. Only one kind of person would have such a straight back, and that was a soldier. Ha ha ha! What's there to be afraid of? The Southwestern War is over, and the Tang people's attention is now focused on the border of the Arai. If there's nothing important, why would they come here? The slender, middle-aged man held up his white pear blossom umbrella. His expression relaxed as he heartily laughed. Chapter 654. Gogirio's King Michin was a target on Zhang Shogui's list of must-kill targets in Yuzhou. Many wars had been thwarted by this King Michin. Unlike the other kings, King Michin had 4 sabers on him, but when facing an enemy he would only use one. In battle he would use 2 or at least 3. Up until now, no one had been able to force him to use all 3 sabers. King Michin was cruel and bloodthirsty, completely different from the spy King Sojurim, who liked to conceal himself. On the intense battlefield, he was the craziest of machines. The more he killed, the stronger he became, and the more immersed he became. It was said that he had another hobby, which was to use human blood to brew fine wine and gulp it down. Moreover, King Michin never cared about the life or death of his own people. He only enjoyed one thing: fierce and frenzied battles, and the thick stench of death on the battlefield. The Chuan in King Michin did not refer to a river, but to the unbridled flood of blood. In the War of the Southwest, more than 400,000 Mengshi Yuseng soldiers had died, and more than 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers had died. King Michin had heard of this matter, so he had taken the initiative to invite Qi into the interior of the Tang dynasty to personally investigate the southwest battlefield. Moreover, who says that I haven't investigated His Majesty's request? King Michin closed his eyes and raised his nose in an intoxicated manner, sniffing the air. Suddenly, he leaped into the air like a ghost. In the next moment, he had already appeared at the peak of the mountain in the southeast position. Ha ha ha! What a thick stench of blood! I've only smelled one person on the entire battlefield. This was a slaughter to my heart's content. How many people did this one person kill? 5,000, 6,000, no, 11,087. Truly formidable. King Michin raised his head and madly laughed. If Wang Chong were here, he would assuredly be stunned, because the place King Michin was talking about was precisely where the southeast line had been broken, where he had single-handedly killed more than 10,000 Mengshi Yuseng soldiers. The battle was already over, and even the corpses had been buried. But King Michin had only taken a sniff to know the true number of people Wang Chong had killed. Perhaps even Wang Chong himself didn't know this. My lord, do you mean that someone killed 10,000 people here? A figure flew over from behind and landed beside King Michin. He looked around at the empty surroundings with an alarmed expression. Ha ha ha, this is a kindred spirit. Unbelievable stamina and unbelievable inner strength. There's also an unbelievable battle intent and killing intent. King Michin ignored the guards behind him, his voice growing more and more excited. That's right, I also smell a very unique smell of blood. It's restless, like the blood of burning flames. With these last words, King Michin seemed to come to his senses, but soon an even more playful smile appeared on his face. I heard that the Wang clan in the capital of the Tang dynasty has a tradition of berserker syndrome. When the berserker syndrome flared up, his blood would boil and he would go berserk, unable to differentiate between friend and foe. Is this berserker syndrome? King Michin was getting even more excited. I didn't think that I would have the fortune to smell the blood of a berserker syndrome martial artist. What a beautiful description. This is the true blood of slaughter. His stamina is so long that he can kill 10,000 people. How wonderful would it be if I could obtain this bloodline? But it's rumored that the Berserker syndrome is passed down from generation to generation, and there's only one person in each generation. The successor of this generation of the Wang clan is called Wang Bei, and he is currently imprisoned in the Imperial prison. How could someone with the Berserker syndrome appear here? King Michin's smile faded, and he narrowed his eyes pensively. After a few moments, he suddenly understood and began to chuckle. Tulin, you're in for a treat this time. Send word to His Majesty that we've discovered that the youngest son of the Wang clan also has the Berserker syndrome. 2 people with the Berserker syndrome have appeared in one generation. Interesting, interesting. Behind him, the Gogrian warrior called Tulin was dumbfounded. King Michin's voice continued to echo in his ears. However, the Berserker syndrome is said to be able to warp a person's will, making it impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. This youngest son of the Wang clan seems to be constantly killing, but the ones he's killing are Mengshi Zhao and Uzin's men. This kind of control is truly astonishing. As the saying went, the slightest error could lead to a great disparity. Although the Berserker syndrome was powerful and could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength, once it went out of control, the ones who would die under Wang Chang's sword in the War of the Southwest would be the 10,000 Annam Protectorate warriors. The sword could kill, but it could also harm oneself. But throughout the entire campaign, King Michin had not smelled the blood of any Annam Protectorate warrior. This level of control was not something anyone could achieve. What a troublesome character! King Michin muttered to himself, his pupils constricting. For the first time, a troubled look appeared in his eyes. How infuriating! He can clearly kill people like scything flax, so why control him? Undisguised envy appeared on King Michin's face. If he had such a powerful bloodline ability, it would be a match made in heaven. Alas, this brat clearly had such a powerful strength, but he still insisted on controlling it. This made King Michin, who loved to kill, extremely unhappy. Buzz! As he was speaking, his mind suddenly trembled as a powerful energy appeared in King Michin's senses. King Michin's voice came to a halt as he turned to the corner of the mountain where he had sensed the source of the energy. At the foot of the mountain, not far away, there were a few figures dressed in black, looking like merchants. They had their heads down and were looking at something on the ground. The leader of this group also sensed something and raised his head to glance in King Michin's direction. Their gazes clashed in the air, and then, as if they had been electrocuted, they both drew back their gazes as if nothing had happened. It seems like the Turks have also come. King Michin coldly sneered. Although he was very far away, the moment that person raised his head, he had immediately noticed that high-nose bridge. Although the terrain of Yuzhou to the northeast of the Tang dynasty was complex, with the Eastern Turks, the Khitans, the Shi, the Tang dynasty, and Goguryeo all tangled together. From a certain perspective, the Goguryeo Empire and the other 3 powers besides the Tang dynasty were natural allies. But in private, all of them looked down on each other. King Michin was no exception. Your Highness, should we greet them? The Gogrian warrior called Tulin asked. What need is there to greet them? And besides, do you think you can fight them? King Michin stood at the summit of the mountain, taking in all the surrounding scenery. As far as the eye could see, there was far more than a single faction around the Mountain of God. The who? The Goguryans, the Turks, the people of the western regions, the Arabs, the Carrick-Spazinu, all sorts of people, disguised as people of all sorts, were gathering here. In the War of the Southwest, 200,000 Tang soldiers had fought against 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army. They had first lost and then won, killing more than 400,000 soldiers. This war had not only altered the structure of the Southwest, it had also altered the relationship between the Tang dynasty and all the surrounding factions. Upon hearing the news of the defeat of the Mengshi, Yusang army, all the restless factions around the Tang dynasty began to retreat, fleeing far away. To Mengshi, Zhao, and Uzin, this war was a lost opportunity to occupy the southwest of the Tang dynasty. And to the other factions around the Tang dynasty, they had lost an excellent opportunity to join hands and pry open the Tang dynasty's supremacy that had lasted for centuries. A centipede could die, but it would not fall. Although the Tang dynasty had declined and was no longer what it had been, the edge displayed by its army was still as fierce and terrifying as ever. Lord Yabgu, it's the Gogurians. At the base of the mountain, a Turkic merchant whispered, "It's King Michin." The Turkic leader was half kneeling on the ground as he scanned his surroundings. The Eastern Turks shared a border with Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty, and they often interacted with each other. King Michin was famous for his frenzied slaughter, and his aura could be clearly recognized even from several li away. It was useless to disguise himself. Moreover, the Gogurians' twin sabers and trisabers were extremely easy to recognize. Wrapped in white cloth, they were all the more conspicuous to people outside the Tang dynasty. Don't worry about them. Time is limited. Once too many people gather, they'll quickly attract the attention of the Tang dynasty. The Turkic leader said, it was very difficult to imagine that a simple scouting mission would require the Eastern Turks to dispatch a Yabgo, but this matter was far too important to the Eastern Turks. The Tang dynasty had actually produced a supreme commander who could fight one against two, win against many while simultaneously defeating Daluin Ruozin and Duan Gichuan. Ordinary scouts and spies would never be able to see through such an important matter. Only those with vast experience and intelligence on the battlefield would be able to see some clues. And there was another important matter. Just how had the Mengshi, Yusang army lost in the War of the Southwest? Even now, none of the factions bordering the Tang dynasty, including the Eastern and Western Turks, had been able to figure this out. Daluin Ruozin, Huishu Wuzong, and Duan Gichuan were all famed generals of the present age. With these three leading the army and possessing an absolute advantage in numbers, they should have never lost. This matter was like a riddle that deeply haunted the minds of everyone. This was also why the factions bordering the Tang dynasty had chosen to send people to investigate more than a month after the conclusion of the war. Let's go! The black-robed Yabgu quickly stood up and led his men in a different direction. After around half an incense stick of time, the Eastern Turks had explored the entire mountain range and finally stopped in front of a massive pit. This is where Mengshi Zhao Emperor Jelifeng was heavily injured. The Yabgu knelt by the edge of the hole, touched the edge of the hole, and then raised his head to look around. Chapter 655. The Yabgu closed his eyes, and in an instant, a completely different image appeared in his mind. It was still the same mountain, but now there were countless soldiers, all of them wearing different armor. It was clear that they belonged to three different factions. All of them were madly fighting on the mountain. And in the middle of the soldiers, the black-clothed Yabgu suddenly saw four massive giants. And in front of these four giants was a massive figure covered in golden light that was striding toward them. If the experts of the three sides who had participated in the Southwestern War were here and saw the picture in the Yabgu's mind, they would assuredly be stunned. This was because this Yabgu was clearly replaying the scene of the battle in his mind. Those gouges in the ground were a vivid representation of what had happened in all of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates. Only the ghost Yabgu could do this. I understand. This is where Jelifeng fell, the ghost Yabgu suddenly said as he looked forward. Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong, two experts working together. One is the mighty miracle god, the other the Vajra god. No wonder Jelifeng was heavily injured. He was too careless, but Jelifeng is also a wise ruler. For him to have made Mengshi Zhao so powerful, he's no ordinary person. How could he have been completely unprepared? This shouldn't have happened. An Eastern Turkic general behind the ghost, Yabgu, frowned, his face fraught with confusion. The ghost Yabgu fell silent. In truth, when he heard that they had lost the Southwest and that Jelifeng was heavily injured and his condition was unknown, He had also found it rather strange. As a sovereign, one had to stand guard in the rear and not lightly take risks. This was the most basic principle on the battlefield. With Jelifeng standing guard in the rear, he logically shouldn't have been injured. This was something he could not understand no matter how he thought about it. The ghost Ayabgu suspiciously scanned the surroundings, and when he passed over the summit, he seemed to notice something and stopped. It's not that he wasn't cautious, but that someone was baiting him. This brat named Wang Chong has a deep mind. Jelifeng is completely toyed with by him. Ghost Ayabgu sighed deeply. Although more than a month had passed since the battle, there were no secrets that could be hidden from him. It was as if he could see Jelifeng burning with rage, and suddenly saw a figure standing at the top of the mountain laughing at him. It was that ridicule that made Jelifeng completely lose her mind. Wang Chong was a name that was completely unfamiliar to the Turks who grazed the steppe beyond the Great Wall. They had never heard of this name before, but today, whether it was the Tang dynasty or the countries beyond the Great Wall, everyone had heard of this name. It was impossible for them not to know this name. A person who could defeat Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong, killing hundreds of thousands of Mengshi, Yuseng soldiers, was someone no faction could ignore. Especially considering that they didn't have any information about him before, it was very important to collect information about him. This was not something an ordinary low-level scout could do. It was not strange for all the factions to send important people to investigate. But Jelifeng is no fool. How could that Wang Chong be so sure that his strategy would work? The Turkic general behind him said in confusion, "Huh." After thinking for a few moments, the ghost Ayabgu suddenly laughed. "Is the first intelligence report from the southwest still there? Let me see it." "It is, my lord." The Turkic general behind Wang Chong quickly handed over a Turkic letter. "Haha, as expected." The ghost Ayabgu lowered his head to read for a few moments, then nodded and began to laugh. The newsback then said that the rear of Mengshi Zhao was covered in thick smoke, that the granaries had been attacked, and that all the provisions had been destroyed. Mengshi Zhao's army of several 100,000 was no small number, and the cost of feeding the horses and men was no small number. Moreover, Jelifeng was still very ambitious. He wanted to use the southwest as a springboard for an even greater scheme. Millions of tons of provisions were burned, and Jelifeng's ambitions of several decades were all for naught. This is the true reason why Jelifeng lost his rationality. The ghost Ayabgu gave a deep sigh, his eyes brimming with deep admiration and apprehension. If the battle hadn't been at its most intense, Jelifeng would have had people at his side. If Duan Gechuan hadn't entered the field, he would have definitely stopped him. If not for the pressure exerted by the 100,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate, drawing away so many of the soldiers of the Mengshi, Yuseng army, the granaries wouldn't have so few soldiers. Regardless of the reason, as long as one link was missing, that brat would never have been able to provoke Jelifeng, and this battle might have had a completely different conclusion. He was on the summit to draw away Jelifeng, and then he had Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong's god form ambush him from the side. All of his plans were closely linked. Of all the famed generals in the world and all the battles I've fought, I've never seen an opponent with such a deep and far-sighted mind. Truly a terrifying opponent. It's truly hard to believe that he's only 17. The intelligence reports the Eastern Turks had only mentioned that Wang Chong was a godly commander, but the ghost Ayabgu was able to gather far more information through his on-the-spot investigations. The ghost Ayabgu could completely imagine that this youth of the Tang dynasty, whom he had never met, had already planned out all the steps at the start of the operation. The lion city by the Arai, the steel walls of the Mount of God, the sheep plague on the Uzun Plateau, and the burning granaries in the rear of Mengshi Zhao, all of these plans had been linked to each other, each thread perfectly linked and flawless. Just thinking about it made the ghost Ayabgu feel his scalp go numb, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. while Daluin Ruozin and Duan Gechuan's gazes were still limited to the battlefield before them. That 17-year-old youth had already cast his gaze over the entire world, and it seemed like nothing could stop him. Such thoughts and schemes were enough to make one tremble in fear. Daluin Ruozin and Duan Gechuan's loss to him was not the slightest bit shameful. In truth, the ghost Ayabgu even rejoiced that this battle had taken place in the southeast and not the northwest. The ones facing that youth were Daluin Ruozin and Duan Gechuan, not him or the Eastern Turkic Khaganate behind him. Tell the Khagan to speed up the collection of information on that Wang Chong. We must pay attention to his every move. If possible, do your best to kill him, but we can't let him associate it with us. Yes, Lord Yabgu. As the battlefield between the Mengshi, Yusang, and the Tang dynasty, this Mount of God in the southwest was an insurmountable hurdle for many factions. At this moment, it was not just the Eastern and Western Turks and Gogurians that had come to investigate this place. In another part of the Mount of God, several merchants with profound gazes had gathered together. The Tang dynasty had an open and tolerant attitude toward its friends and neighbors from all over the world. All the merchants who had been rejected before were now permitted to enter the Tang dynasty's capital, and even the interior. To the people of the Tang dynasty, even seeing a few who in the interior was nothing strange. But the deep green eyes of these people revealed their true identity. They were actually a group of Arabs. To the Arabs were very different from them, and could be recognized at a glance. But to the people of the Tang dynasty, it was impossible to tell the difference between the Hu and the Arabs. They all looked the same. Found it. An Arab suddenly called out in Arabic, a language no one else could understand. At the base of the mountain, the Arabs had finally found what they were looking for. It was a piece of armor. Although the Annam Protectorate had already cleaned up the battlefield, it was simply impossible to clean up such a large area with hundreds of thousands of corpses. There were bound to be a few fish that had slipped through the net. What a smooth cut! What a sharp sword! An Arab picked up the 2 pieces of armor and raised them high into the air, squinting as he examined them. This was a piece of pauldron, and it had been made from plate armor. One could feel that the pauldron was very thick and very heavy. The armor made by the Uzin was so crude that even the Arabs deeply disdained it. But the Uzin were so focused on forging that even though their armor was crude, it was still of an extremely high level. Although it was heavy, it was extremely sturdy and durable. Even with the sharpness of the Arab weapons, this kind of armor was still a headache to deal with. But this was not the reason they had appeared here. At this moment, all the Arabs were focused on the cut in the center of the 2 pieces of pauldron. So smooth, so sharp, just like a mirror. Is this the Wuzi steel sword created by the Tang dynasty? The Arabs stared at the pieces of pauldron in the air, their eyes shining with a feverish light that made one's hair stand on end. Compared to the other empires bordering the Tang dynasty, the Arabs were actually far less enthusiastic. To them, there was one thing that was even more important than this war: the Wuzi steel weapon. In this war, a small piece of news that wasn't too important to others had attracted the attention of the entire Arabian Empire. A small army of around 1,000 soldiers equipped with Wuzi steel weapons. In a head-on clash, they had defeated the Uzin cavalry 10 times their number, and they had been unstoppable. In the final stages of the war, they had dealt a massive blow to the Mengshi Yusang army. In the Arabian Empire, which specialized in smithing and focused on quality and lethality, this news had caused a massive stir. It had to be realized that this was just 1,000 weapons, and the ones using these weapons were the Tang dynasty, who were not very skilled in cavalry. If the Arabs had such sharp weapons, even if it was just 10,000, the Arabs, who were stronger than the Yuzin, would have been able to dominate the battlefield. Impossible. Such a thick plate armor was actually cut open like a piece of paper. That's right. Although our smithing skills are superior to those of the Tang dynasty, we don't have a single weapon that can do this. To think that Hyderabad's iron ore would be so terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. Alas, The smiths of the empire have already tried all sorts of methods, but none of them have been able to reach this level. I really don't know how that Tang Dynasty man, Wang Chong, managed to do it. The combat ability of the woozy steel weapon has already been proven. No matter what, we have to think of a way to obtain it, no matter the price. The men stared at the smooth cut on the plate armor, their eyes burning with passion. No matter what the Arabs had been like in the past, from today onwards, all the Arabs, including the Arab smiths, knew the name of an inconceivable youth of the Tang Dynasty, Wang Chong. This was the true god of smithing. Chapter 656. The western regions, the Carracks Spazinu, one faction after another began to appear around the mountain range. But these Hu and foreigners were far from the only ones paying attention to this war. Zhang Shaoxi, Fomin Linta, Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, and Sis Han, and all the other Tang Dynasty protector generals and great generals of the Central Plains had sent their most elite spies to the southwest to scout the area. Although more than a month had passed since the war in the southwest, these top-class generals of the Tang Dynasty still had no idea how Wang Chong had managed to defeat the Mengshi Yusang army. This was still an inconceivable mystery to them. Although all the information related to the war had reached their hands, there were some things that could not be explained with words on paper. Before this, the name of Wang Chong had been an insignificant, nameless pawn to many great generals. Many of them had even prepared themselves for a major defeat in the southwest and for all sides to call for help. But at this moment, the southwest had been won. This was something that no one had expected. Wang Chong was now a simple name. Even the great generals who had hated him to the bone during the regional commanders' incident, Fomin Linta, Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, and Sis Han, none of them dared to underestimate him. Impossible. What a bitter battle. Even the ground is red. Just how many people have died? My lord might be wrong. This Wang Chong is even more frightening than we imagined. Countless scouts, spies, and scouts stared in shock at the ruins of the Southwest War. They had all survived on that hellish battlefield, so they all had a deep understanding of the battlefield. Far too many people had died on this battlefield. Whether it was the Northwest, the Northeast, or Biting, there were far too many wars every year. But no war had ever exuded such a bitter atmosphere. This cold and sinister aura was far too strong for the veterans of the battlefield. Unlike the high and mighty generals, all the low-level veterans could feel the intense struggles and screams of the low-level soldiers before their deaths. When the Annam Protectorate of 100,000 against 500,000 Mengshi, Yusing soldiers, they had always found this news hard to believe, as battles on the border rarely reached this scale. But after seeing this huge battlefield and the thick red mud that was several feet deep, no one doubted it anymore. Shock was the only feeling everyone had when they arrived here, and one only had to think about how this youth called Wang Chong had led the 100,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate to carve a bloody path through the encirclement, defeating more than 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. Everyone felt a deep respect for this youngest son of the Wang clan, whom they had not thought much of before. Walala! Countless messenger pigeons flew in all directions, and new letters flew in all directions. Not only the generals at the border, but also the foreign empires of the great powers around the Tang Dynasty. In the dossiers of all the forces, an extremely important name was added: Wang Chong. Putting aside the activity in the southwest and the borders of the Tang Dynasty, at this moment, the Tang Dynasty was shrouded in excitement and celebration. Gallop! Make way! Make way! Not long after Wang Chong's reward ceremony concluded, red-clothed cavalry galloped out of the city, traveling to various places in the capital. Whoosh! The leader of the cavalry dismounted from his horse and strode to the wall, where he pasted a yellow announcement stamped with the seal of the 6 bureaus onto the wall. After doing this, the cavalry galloped away. Ha ha ha! Wang Chong has been made a marquis. Wang Chong has been made a marquis. The young marquis? I've never heard of him before. Did His Majesty specially set up a marquis for him? Ha! Given his achievements in the Southwest, what's a marquis to him? A young hero like this should be heavily rewarded. Correct. Well said. Well said. Ha! It seems like His Majesty thinks very highly of him. This is a blessing for the Empire. The moment the cavalry left, a large group of people immediately gathered around. All the peddlers and servants, merchants, porters, restaurant owners, jugglers, calligraphers, and painters. Everyone came from all directions and gathered in front of the yellow notice. Make way, make way! Suddenly a voice came from outside. It was unknown when, but an old man who looked like a teacher forcefully squeezed in from the outside and squeezed under the yellow notice. Let me take a look. Ha! Old sir, what are you squeezing in for? You're already so old. Did you also want to learn how to be made a marquis? Someone teased, and in an instant the crowd exploded into an uproar. But the old man seemed not to hear. He squinted in front of the announcement, his expression focused as he placed a finger on the words that he had already seen outside. A fief! A fief! I didn't see wrong. The Tang dynasty has been around for 300 years, and His Majesty has actually made an exception and granted him a fief. The old man's voice resounded, his expression excited. Buzz! As soon as the teacher's voice fell, it was as if an invisible force had sucked away the air around them. The originally laughing crowd suddenly became silent. Not a single sound could be heard. A fief! Those who had lived in the capital for a long time and seen all sorts of celebrations knew a little. Bestowing official titles but not fiefs was a tradition of the Tang dynasty. In the era of the Holy Emperor, there had never been a fief. No one had expected that the Holy Emperor would grant Wang Chong a fief. What sort of grace was this? A marquis a fief, a courtesy name bestowed by the Son of Heaven. On this day, the capital was buzzing with activity, destined to belong to Wang Chong. All sorts of rewards were bestowed, breaking the precedent set by the Tang dynasty. But no one felt that there was anything wrong with this. On the contrary, the streets were decorated with lanterns and fireworks, and firecrackers were lit. Some theatrical troupes and sideshow troupes even put on free performances on the streets. Only those who had truly experienced the War of the Southwest knew what sort of panic it had caused in the capital. All sorts of soldiers were mobilized, all sorts of news of defeat, and all sorts of foreign countries were taking advantage of the situation to stir up trouble. In the several centuries of the Tang dynasty, not even the oldest elder in the capital had experienced anything like this. The massive empire, under the threat of all sorts of foreign countries, had no soldiers to use. This was the most frightening of all. But it was in this moment of greatest panic that came the news of Wang Chong's great victory in the Southwest. This youngest son of the Wang clan had turned the tide at the most dangerous and perilous moment, saving the Southwest and the Empire. Whether it was a marquis, a fief, or a courtesy name, no one thought much of it. This was what he deserved. Flap, flap. A messenger pigeon flapped its wings, flying through the air to land in a heavily guarded estate in the western part of the city. On the plaque over the main entrance of the estate were several large and flamboyant words. Su residence. The Holy Emperor has greatly rewarded Wang Chong. Wang Chong has been made a marquis, a fief, and the Son of Heaven has bestowed a courtesy name. This is going to be troublesome. In the Su clan residence, Su Yi-chin's big uncle, Su Henian, looked at the letter in his hand. His brow creased in deep concern. In the War of the Southwest, the Su clan, under pressure from King Qi and political considerations, had completely imprisoned Su Yi-chin, expelled the Wang clan's guards, and severed all ties with the Wang clan. The Southwest had been guarded by 500,000 Mengshi, Yuseng soldiers, and renowned generals like Daluin Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong. Anyone would have believed that victory in the Southwest was impossible and that its fall was only a matter of time. Even now, Su Henian believed that his judgment had been correct. Moreover, between the Wang clan and King Qi, there was no question that King Qi, who was a member of the imperial family, had more authority and was more trustworthy. Thus, Su Henian had made the decision to imprison Su Yiqin and prevent her from having any further contact with the Wang clan. But who could have expected that the Southwest would be won, and that boy called Wang Chong would become the greatest contributor? Made a marquis, a fief, a courtesy name. The first news from the imperial palace was like a dagger stabbing into Su Henian's heart, causing his expression to turn extremely nasty. Even a fool could see that the Wang clan was in a period of great favor. The Holy Emperor regarded this youngest son of the Wang clan with great importance. At the very least, the Wang clan would be favored by the emperor for a very long time, and it would only get more and more so. Reporting. As Su Henian was sitting in his room, his brow furrowed in worry, a voice came from outside. Master, the young marquis, newly conferred by the imperial court, has come to pay his respects. He is already at the door. What? Su Henian's body trembled, and he immediately stood up from his seat. As the saying went, speak of the devil. He had just been thinking about how to deal with this matter. But the main character of the reward ceremony had already arrived at the Su clan's doorstep. Is he trying to use his power to denounce me? Su Henian's eyes chilled as he immediately thought of something. He knew a little about the matter between his niece, Su Yiqin, and that youngest son of the Wang clan. They were both youths, at the age where they first awakened to love, and they could not escape from the affairs of men and women. Su Yiqin had been imprisoned and confined to this date. Wang Chong had just been made a marquis not long ago, and now he had run to the Su clan to pay his respects. His goal was obvious. Tell him that I won't see him. Su Henian immediately said with a wave of his sleeve. So what if it was the Wang clan? The Su clan had several hundred years of history, dating back to the end of the Sui dynasty. Even if it was a clan of ministers and generals, the Su clan could still choose to not see them. Yes, master. Wait a moment. The servant outside the door had barely taken a few steps when Su Henian called him back. Humph, a marquis, a fief, and a courtesy name bestowed by the Son of Heaven. That brat from the Wang clan is currently at the height of his success, and the entire capital is watching him. If I refuse him at the door, the entire Su clan will become the common enemy of the Tang dynasty. That brat has made up his mind, which is why he dares to act so fearlessly. After the victory in the southwest, Su Henian was well aware of how high Wang Chong's prestige in the Tang dynasty was. If Wang Chong took the initiative to pay his respects at this time, but the Su clan refused him at the door for no reason, there was no telling how badly he would be cursed. Chapter 657. So what if you're a newly promoted marquis? My Su clan's confinement of my own niece has nothing to do with anyone else. I'd like to see just what sort of tricks you can come up with. Su Henian's heart burned with fury. Someone prepare the incense burner table and go out to welcome me. Su Henian led a large group of maids, servants, and guards toward the main gate in a grandiose and aggressive manner. Boom! With a boom, the Su clan's tightly shut gate flew open. Su Henian, his face gloomy, stepped out with a group of Su clan guards. A carriage was parked outside the gate, and next to it, Su Henian could see a youth dressed in a red robe. His back was to the gate, and he was quietly standing there, motionless. The youth's robes flapped in the breeze, exuding an uninhibited elegance and elegance. Lord Su, this is the first time we've met. It's an honor to meet you. Hearing the noise behind him, Wang Chong smiled, shook his sleeves, and turned around. The age of 17 was the prime of one's youth. Born into a clan of ministers and generals, Wang Chong possessed a lofty temperament that ordinary scions of noble clans did not possess. This was coupled with the fair skin and handsome face he had inherited from his parents and clan, as well as the steady temperament he had gained from experiencing the cruel and fierce battlefield. The current Wang Chong exuded a tranquil and distant aura that would leave others in awe. Yet it did not lose its elegance and elegance. A dragon among men. Anyone who saw Wang Chong couldn't help but think this. After the baptism of the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong's every move exuded an awe-inspiring temperament. He was completely different from the wastrel hedonist he had been at the start. Even Su Yiqin's big uncle, Su Henian, couldn't help but be taken aback. Wang Chong was far more handsome and elegant than he had imagined. "Humph, young Master Wang, what brings you here today?" Su Henian quickly came back to his senses. With a cold snort, he glared at Wang Chong, his expression hostile. He had no intention of letting him in. Wang Chong just smiled calmly, not in a hurry. "So this is Su Yiqin's big uncle, Su Henian." Wang Chong looked the middle-aged man up and down. Although he had interacted with Su Yiqin many times and knew who the Su family members were, Wang Chong had never seen a single one of the Su family members. His character is resolute, but he lacks decisiveness and boldness. The Prince of Qi must have used him to change the attitude of the Su clan, at the same time trapping Su Yiqin in the residence. While Wang Chong's face remained impassive, many thoughts were running through his mind. He had just returned to the capital when he received the news that Su Yiqin had been trapped in the residence by her big uncle and father, cut off from all contact with the outside world. She wasn't even allowed to step out of her own room. Although Wang Chong wanted to help Su Yiqin and help her break free from the shackles of the clan, he did not act rashly. Only after the reward ceremony was over did Wang Chong rush to the Su clan. "Lord Su speaks too seriously. The Su clan is a prestigious clan of the Tang dynasty, and it is particularly skilled in the art of logistics. Wang Chong has wanted to pay a visit for a long time, but I only had the time today." Wang Chong clasped his hands and gave a deep bow. In addition, this one had an appointment with young Lady Su, but for some reason, young Lady Su never showed up, nor did she reply. "This one is concerned and has come to pay a visit." There's such a thing? How did I not know? Su Henian sneered, a harsh light flashing through his eyes. How could he not know what Wang Chong was up to? The appointment was just an excuse. Su Yiqin had been imprisoned in the residence for more than a month, and not even a fly had been able to get out, much less get news. Moreover, Qi is currently ill and has closed her doors, refusing to see visitors and recuperating. If young Master Wang wishes to see her, I advise young Master to return home. Once Qi body is better, young Master can come visit. After saying this, Su Henian immediately put on an attitude of declining visitors. The door was already open, and he had seen the person in question. Even an observant person wouldn't be able to find any fault with him. For Wang Chong, at such a young age, to dare to imitate others and come to his residence to denounce him was truly showing off before an expert. He was looking down on the Su clan far too much. "Lord Su, my nephew has personally come to pay a visit. Does Lord Su intend to turn him away at the door, not even giving him a cup of tea?" A dignified voice rang out in his ears. Behind Wang Chong, the door of the carriage that had been parked on the side of the street opened, and a steady and dignified figure walked out. His every movement exuded the aura of an important minister of the court. "Lord Wang." Su Henian grimaced at the sight of this figure. He had only seen Wang Chong outside the door, never having expected Wang Chong to bring his big uncle with him. Moreover, Wang Zhen had been sitting in the carriage this entire time. Wang Zhen had clearly heard the entire conversation between him and Wang Chong. "Lord Su, since my nephew has an appointment with your niece, let them resolve it themselves. Lord Su won't interfere and refuse on your niece's behalf, right?" Wang Zhen stared at Su Henian with an unfriendly expression. If one looked carefully, one would even notice that a ball of rage was burning on his brow. Wang Chong was currently the most talented and capable person in the entire Wang clan, and he was also the person most likely to inherit the old master's influence. In his hands, the Wang clan was likely to reach even greater heights. And this time, the Holy Emperor had made him a marquis, a fief, and even a courtesy name, all of this was a clear demonstration of the Son of Heaven's high regard for Wang Chong. Countless nobles and clans in the capital had begun to think highly of the Wang clan and establish ties with it. Ever since Wang Chong had entered the city, the Wang clan had already received countless marriage requests from other clans, some of them even more influential than the Su clan. These clans all wanted to marry off their most outstanding women to Wang Chong, but Wang Chong had not agreed to any of them, and Wang Zhen had not lightly nodded his head. Given Wang Chong's current status, how could an ordinary woman be a match for him? But he had never imagined that when Wang Chong came to visit and meet with Su Yiqin's big uncle, Su Henian, would turn him away at the door. This made Wang Zhen extremely displeased. This Lord Wang has misunderstood. Henian would never dare. Su Henian bowed, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The Su clan's influence was mainly concentrated in the Bureau of Revenue and Bureau of Personnel, and these were positions without any real authority. They were on a completely different level from Wang Zhen, an important official of the court. Su Henian dared to turn away Wang Chong, but he did not dare to turn away Wang Zhen as well. Wang Chong was a junior, so there was nothing wrong with rejecting him at the door. However, Wang Zhen was of the same seniority as him. If he were to reject him as well, he would not only be severing his ties with the Wang clan, he would be thoroughly offending it. This was not the wisest course of action. After all, although the Wang clan's power could not compare to King Qi's, it was still not a clan that ordinary clans could lightly offend. But this lowly niece truly is in the residence. There was no turning back. Since Su Henian had already said that Su Yiqin was ill and had offended the Wang clan, he could only grit his teeth and continue speaking. But before Su Henian could finish, he was interrupted by a roar of laughter. Ha ha ha! Su Henian, you've truly hidden yourself well. In the War of the Southwest, your niece made such a great contribution, but you didn't even say a word. Public affairs cannot be neglected. Public affairs cannot be neglected. Su Henian, it's fine if you're modest, but don't push away your niece's contributions. The War of the Southwest is such a major affair. It's no wonder that the Su clan's little miss has been working day and night. Since she's ill, it's all the more reason to go and see her. The earth trembled as a simple but dignified carriage made its way over from the other end of the street. The carriage door opened, and under Su Henian's flabbergasted gaze, one imperial censor after another walked out. Su Henian, this is called not reporting what you know. Once we get back, we'll have to report you to His Majesty. Your Su clan has made such a great contribution. How could you conceal it? An imperial censor with a missing little finger on his left hand roared with laughter as he walked forward. Su Henian immediately recognized him as the court's one-fingered imperial censor Zhang Shao. Although he was missing a finger, no one in the court had ever dared to look down on him. Back then, when the Holy Emperor had wanted to personally lead the army into battle, all the civil and military officials of the court had failed to dissuade him. In the end, Zhang Shao had cut off his finger and was prepared to spill blood on the imperial carriage and smash himself to death in the palace. Only then did he manage to stop the Holy Emperor's plans. Because of this matter, everyone felt deep veneration for Zhang Shao. Speaking of the one-fingered imperial censor, all of them would raise their thumbs. They all knew that he was an upright and plain-spoken individual. Contribution. Su Henian stared at the sudden appearance of several imperial censors, his eyes bewildered and his mind blank. Contribution? What contribution did the Su clan have? Why didn't he know? And why had these imperial censors appeared here? Ha ha ha, still pretending? Su Henian, you're going too far. If not for young Master Wang Chong telling us, just how long were you going to hide your niece's great contribution? Another imperial censor with a red tassel of jade tied to his waist walked forward, shaking his head and laughing. In his hand there was a golden scroll. But this matter is not up to you. The imperial court rewards merit and punish his fault. The Sioux clan's young miss has made such a great contribution that the imperial court cannot not reward her. Su Henian, prepare to receive your reward. Su Henian froze for a moment, then glanced at the smiling Wang Chong. He vaguely understood, and his face alternated between green and red. He had believed that Wang Chong had come to denounce him for his crimes, but he had not expected that Wang Chong would also help the Sioux clan earn a scholarly honor. Su Henian had been trying to distance himself from the Wang clan and King Qi this entire time, at the same time expressing the Sioux clan's stance. But at this moment, in front of so many imperial censors, no matter how magnanimous King Qi was, he would not trust the Sioux clan. The younger generation will surpass the older. Su Henian closed his eyes and gave a long sigh. Right now, whether he was willing or not, the relationship between the Sioux clan and the Wang clan was fated to become incomparably close in the eyes of many people. Not even Su Henian could change this, and it just so happened that the Sioux clan could not refuse Wang Chong's contribution. My lords, please come in. Chapter 658. In the depths of the Sioux family's mansion, a beautiful woman with fair skin, black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, and exquisite facial features was sitting in a room. She was sitting in front of an intricate red sandalwood dressing table, facing a bronze mirror. Her head was slightly tilted as she combed her hair over and over again. Spirals of smoke wafted out of the purple incense burner, filling the quiet and elegant boudoir. The woman's eyes were fixed on the bronze mirror, but her mind was elsewhere. "I wonder how he's doing," Su Yiqin suddenly sighed, her eyes absent-minded. It had been nearly 2 months since the clan had confined her to her boudoir. At the beginning, she had been able to obtain news from the maids, but later on, when her big uncle discovered her, even the maids had been transferred away. At present, Su Yiqin had no way of receiving any news from the outside world. Her big uncle, Su Henian, had not only confined her, but had also dispatched 4 of the clan's elite guards to guard the 4 corners of the room to prevent her from escaping. After several attempts, Su Yiqin was finally forced to give up on the idea. "Qiner, don't blame Big Uncle. In truth, Big Uncle is thinking for our Sioux clan. Think about it, this is King Qi we're talking about. He's like the midday sun in the imperial court. How could our Sioux clan oppose him?" A voice came from the side. Su Zhongyan, Su Yiqin's father, was standing not far behind Su Yiqin, his face earnest and well-intentioned. Su Yiqin's face was cold as she combed her waist-length, jet-black hair over and over again. She didn't seem to hear her father's words at all. During this period of confinement, her father, Su Zhongyan, would come by almost every day to give her a long lecture. In the past, Su Yiqin would at least listen to some of it, but this time she didn't listen at all. "Qiner, don't get yourself into a dead end." Su Zhongyan grew increasingly worried when he saw that Su Yiqin couldn't hear him. "Think about it. What's so good about that Wang Chong? Is it worth it for you to go against eldest uncle and drag the entire Sioux family into it? Is it worth it for you to take such a huge risk? Besides, you've been locked up in the clan for so long. Have you seen that Wang Chong or the Wang clan do anything for you? Father, you don't have to say anything more. I know what to do, and I also believe that he will come looking for me." Su Yiqin finally interrupted her father. You're too silly." Although his father was useless, he had lived in the capital for so long that he had seen all sorts of people. "That Wang Chong is just using you. Furthermore, Father has also investigated that he has several female confidants, and you are just one of them. Perhaps he has already forgotten about you, so why would he still look for you?" "Father!" Hearing this, Su Yiqin's pretty face turned cold. The comb in her hand was halfway through when she slammed it on the purple dresser with a bang. The sound in the room suddenly stopped. Su Zhongyan was so frightened that he took several steps back. Although they were father and daughter, Su Zhongyan had always been a cowardly person with no opinions of his own, so his stance was not very firm. This time, under the pressure of his big brother, Su Henian, he would run to Su Yi-chin's room every day and talk to her from morning to night, trying to persuade her. Thump, thump. Just when Su Yi-chin was getting angry, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me if there's nothing important?" Su Yi-chin angrily said, "Young lady, it's young Master Wang." Before the maid could finish speaking, the door to Su Yi-chin's room was pushed open from the outside. In a rush of air, a tall and handsome figure in bright red walked in. "Su Yi-chin, I've come." Wang Chong stepped over the threshold and smiled at Su Yi-chin. Buzz. The room was silent. Su Yi-chin turned her head and looked at the high-spirited figure in red standing at the door. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. She was stunned and her mind was blank. Wang Chong. Su Yi-chin muttered to herself, staring in disbelief at Wang Chong. She suddenly felt like she was in an illusion. Wang Chong. Before Wang Chong could react, Su Yi-chin rushed forward like a gust of wind, throwing herself into Wang Chong's arms, tears pouring out of her eyes. "It really is you, it really is you." Wang Chong was stunned, clearly not expecting the sight. But a moment later, he heard a familiar sobbing sound. "Bastard, you bastard, I thought you were dead." "Haha, didn't I say it before? I would definitely come back. How could I possibly die there?" Wang Chong hesitated for a few moments at Su Yi-chin's words, and then he smiled and softly consoled her. His hands also began to lightly hug Su Yi-chin. Su Yi-chin said nothing, only hugged Wang Chong and wept. In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had only brought several thousand hired martial artists with him as he charged into the Southwest. Everyone believed that he was doomed, because no one could defeat the massive Mengshi, Yusang army, not even Su Yi-chin. Although she had never said it, she deeply understood that Wang Chong's journey to the Southwest was fraught with death. Countless times, when news from the Southwest was cut off, Su Yi-chin believed that Wang Chong had already died there. But she could not say anything, could not do anything. The only thing she could do was do her utmost to help Wang Chong send all kinds of provisions and armaments to the Southwest. Su Yi-chin had never imagined that she would be so worried for a single person, so worried about their gains and losses, so deeply concerned. When the entire empire was in a precarious situation, when everyone was filled with fear and worry, he was the only one who resolutely and decisively charged into the battlefield without any hesitation. That was the first time Su Yi-chin had gotten to know Wang Chong, and it was also the first time she had sensed that the young and upright body of that 17-year-old contained a burning, courageous heart, brimming with boundless strength and responsibility. After the Southwest War, although the maid had told her that Wang Chong was still alive, Su Yi-chin had always been under house arrest and had no access to news from the outside world. Without seeing it with her own eyes, how could she believe the maid's words? But at this moment, when Wang Chong truly appeared in front of her and felt the heat and warmth from his body, Su Yi-chin finally believed that Wang Chong was still alive. He had truly returned from that perilous battlefield in the Southwest. The only sound in the quiet and elegant bedroom was Su Yi-chin's soft sobs. Wang Chong lightly patted her back, a warm smile on his lips the entire time. In the room, Su Zhongyin stared in a daze at the pair. At this moment, he chose to quietly stand to the side. At this moment, silence spoke, louder than words. While the entire Tang dynasty was immersed in joy, the wheels of history slowly began to move. In the distant western regions, close to the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, the tinkling of bells could be heard in the air. In the sparsely populated desert of Qixi, a white camel was slowly making its way forward, 2 bells of gold and silver hanging from its neck. The tinkling that echoed through the desert was coming from these bells. "Amen, how far do we have to go before we reach the Tang dynasty?" A woman's voice, even more melodious and pleasant than an oriole's, came from the camel's back. "Princess, we should arrive in about half a month." The maid called Amen was leading the camel, softly comforting the beautiful girl wearing a white veil on the camel's back. She had a graceful and delicate figure, but a sorrowful expression on her face. The sound of the camel's bell was crisp, and on this eastward journey, only the voices of master and servant could be heard. However, whether it was the white-clothed girl on the hunchback or the female attendant holding the reins, none of them spoke in the language of the Central Plains. In truth, if one looked carefully, one would discover that these two had a very foreign air to them. Whether it was their deep and enchanting brown eyes, their naturally wavy hair, the contours of their faces, the lines of their faces, or the temperament they exuded, they were all completely different from the Tang people. Princess, don't be sad. Although the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains is very far from our homeland, there are still many of our people here. In addition, I hear that the Tang dynasty is extremely wealthy and civilized. At the very least, we won't have any problems living here. As long as we complete our mission, the Caliph will let us return. Amin said softly. On the back of the horse, the white-veiled girl looked ahead with a sorrowful expression. With every step she took, the sorrow in her heart increased. Amin, tell me, is that young Tang people called Wang Chong really that important? Aliyah said softly. Princess, you know how much importance the Caliph places on Wuzi steel. We're known for our forging skills, but the Hyderabad ores have been in our hands for so long. His Majesty has gathered so many skilled craftsmen, but none of them can forge that magical Wuzi steel. Many of the Hyderabad ores have been wasted. Even the weapons forged by Master Usama cannot compare to the Wuzi steel made by the young Tang dynasty boy. Moreover, they are black and ugly, without any sense of beauty. We, the Abbasid Caliphate, have always been known for our excellent weapons, but so many masters can't forge a single piece of Wuzi steel. To His Majesty, this is completely unacceptable. Princess, you can imagine how angry His Majesty is. Amin tried to persuade her. Aliyah only gave a long sigh and said no more. She was an Abbasid Caliphate princess, and logically speaking, she should be living a life of luxury, being served by hordes of servants and living a luxurious life in a magnificent palace. She should not have to travel tens of thousands of li and wander around a foreign country. But only Aliyah knew that the Abbasid Caliphate was different from the princesses of other empires. Although her father was the Caliph of Arabia, equivalent to the Emperor of Arabia, he had more than 100 princesses, and Aliyah was only one of them. With so many siblings, it was easy to imagine how little importance Aliyah was placed on this princess. Her fate was sealed from then on. I wonder what kind of person that young Tang people called Wang Chong is. Amidst the tinkling of camel bells, the Abbasid Caliphate princess called Aliyah stared ahead in a daze. When everything was sealed and could not be changed, she suddenly only wanted to know, what kind of person was that foreign youth who had changed her fate? Ding, ding, ding. With the tinkling of the bells, the white camel slowly advanced, bringing master and servant along with a group of Arab cavalry behind them. Chapter 659. In the northwest wing of the Wang clan's mansion, the surroundings were quiet. A 16 to 17-year-old youth was sitting cross-legged on a bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. Although he looked young and handsome, the temperament the youth exuded was unusually steady, experienced, and as heavy as a mountain. Tzz. Wisps of white smoke rose from the top of the youth's head, gradually filling the entire room. The surroundings were quiet. After returning from the reward ceremony, Wang Chong had been cultivating silently at home. Thinking back, it had been a long time since he had cultivated so quietly. Time slowly passed. Wisps of spirit energy gathered from the depths of the surrounding space, surging into the depths of Wang Chong's body, slowly strengthening his cultivation. After an unknown period of time, suddenly something strange happened. A wisp of faint red blood energy suddenly mixed into the white smoke rising from the Baihui meridian on Wang Chong's head. In just an instant, the style of the scene in the room changed. Blood vessels as thick as a finger, as if they were alive, suddenly spread out from under Wang Chong's collar. These dark red blood vessels were like branching branches, quickly spreading from under his collar to his neck and then to his entire face. Cold sweat, tinged with the color of blood, quickly seeped out from his forehead and face. Wang Chong's face twitched, showing an extremely twisted expression. Ah! Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes and let out a cry of pain. His body leaned forward, one hand pressed against the bed in front of him, his chest heaving violently. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's robe was quickly soaked, and there were faint traces of blood on it. Wang Chong's body trembled, but he did not say a word, much less let out another cry of pain. The room was quiet. Cold sweat with streaks of blood gathered on the bed in front of Wang Chong, turning from a few drops into a pool. After an unknown amount of time, when the pain in his body had subsided, Wang Chong struggled to get off the bed. He took off his blood-stained robe and walked to the corner of the room. He picked up a towel and dipped it in water from a golden plate that he had prepared beforehand. Then he slowly wiped his body. "Let me do it." A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The voice was cold, but there was a kind of moving rhythm to it. Wang Chong shook his head. Just as he was about to refuse, a delicate woman's hand immediately reached out from behind and took the towel from Wang Chong's hand. Then she began to wipe Wang Chong. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. He just let the woman in the room wipe his body. The towel was continuously soaked into the golden basin, and the basin of clear water instantly turned into a blood-red color. "What is this? I remember that you didn't have this illness before you went to the southwest, but in the past 7 days, this is the third time it has flared up. What in the world happened?" Maya Same Ayaka's enchanting figure was still dressed in black. As she wiped Wang Chong's body, she asked in concern. When Wang Chong had gone to the southwest, Maya Same Ayaka had been guarding the Wang clan residence. Now, she was about to become the Wang clan's shadow. There were few secrets in the Wang clan that could be hidden from her. "Haha, there's no need for you to know. Besides, you can't help me," Wang Chong indifferently said. "You won't say?" Maya Same Ayaka's hand paused for a moment before she resumed wiping. "Are you afraid that the old madam will worry? It's fine as long as you know. Don't let mother know," Wang Chong indifferently said. At the height of the Southwest War, Wang Chong had single-handedly killed more than 10,000 enemies and secured the defense line. But all this had come at a price. But Wang Chong had said nothing of this to anyone. Thump, thump, thump. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Young master, the carriage has been prepared. If young master wishes to go to the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion, you can leave at any time." I understand." Wang Chong nodded. "Take care of the towel, clothes, and basin. Don't let anyone know, especially my mother." "Yes." With these words, Wang Chong opened the door and left. A carriage had stopped at the door. Wang Chong boarded the carriage and set off for the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion. The Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion was a restaurant that Wang Chong had opened. It was grand and imposing and gathered many outstanding chefs. Thanks to Wang Chong's 3 songs of peace, the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion had become a new noble in the capital. Coupled with Wang Chong's recent achievements in the Southwest, the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion had become one of the most popular places in the capital. If you don't drink Tai Bai white wine, you can't call yourself a citizen of the Jade Capital. This was a saying that had spread far and wide in the capital. It was for this reason that Wang Chong's Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion had become the ideal place for scholars and wealthy merchants to meet and socialize. In the capital, it had even surpassed the Yao clan's vast crane pavilion, becoming a famous establishment in the capital. On top of that, it brought in a considerable income for Wang Chong and the Wang clan every month. This was something that Wang Chong didn't expect when he first opened the shop. However, this was a restaurant that Wang Chong had opened for his own convenience, so it was naturally very different from other places. The greatest difference was that only Wang Chong could enjoy the top floor of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion. Moreover, as long as Wang Chong needed it, the entire Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion could close its doors at any time, only for Wang Chong to enjoy. But even so, this Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion not only failed to incite discontent, it even attracted more people. This was because Wang Chong was the greatest attraction of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion. Everyone wanted to see this hero of the Southwest, the youngest marquis in the history of the Tang Dynasty, the Marquis, the Marquis, the Marquis. Rumble. Wang Chong's carriage had barely reached the vicinity of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion when it was thrown into the water, causing a huge uproar in the crowd. Look, it's the young Marquis. Wah, it really is the young Marquis's carriage. Out of the way, out of the way. Let me see. I've been standing guard here for 7 days. I hear that the young Marquis is only 17 and unmarried. If he takes a liking to me, I might be able to marry into the Wang clan and be with him forever. Get out of the way. You're already in your 20s, even older than the young Marquis. Auntie, Wang Chong, look over here, look over here. The gate of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion was bustling with activity. A large crowd of men, women, old and young had surrounded Wang Chong's carriage so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. And in this crowd, the majority were unmarried girls. Wang Chong was only 17 years old, born of a clan of ministers and generals, and a hero of the empire. He was an unparalleled star of generals. Although he had yet to become a general, the capital was already calling him the empire's 8th great general. An unmarried young man like him was the dream lover of countless young girls in the imperial capital. Thus, wherever Wang Chong went, a large number of girls would appear. One of the main reasons why Wang Chong had been forced to stay in his estate to cultivate was also because of this. Young master, we can't move. Coachman's voice came from outside the carriage. The girls on the street had gone crazy, some of them grabbing onto the reins of the carriage and blocking its path. I know. Wang Chong slightly creased his brow. Fame had its troubles, and in this current situation, not even he could do anything about it. This is all I can do. Wang Chong lightly patted the window of the carriage. Bang! The window opened, and a figure flew out. His right hand lightly patted the roof of the carriage. Borrowing this force, Wang Chong soared like a sparrow hawk to the top floor of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion amidst cries of alarm. He, the mighty young Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, the Son of Heaven's disciple personally conferred by His Divine Majesty, actually has to go through the window to get out of a carriage. If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. A giggle came from nearby. Zhao Yadong was hugging her signature red-tasseled spear and leaning against a cinnabar pillar, her face wreathed in smiles. Humph, who told him to be so popular with girls? Serves him right. Another jealous voice came from nearby. Huang Qian'er, dressed in a light yellow robe and carrying her signature silver sword on her back, was staring at Wang Chong with an unfriendly gaze. Wang Chong felt very awkward. He had been laughed at by these girls quite a few times in this period of time. Hong Ing, Qian'er, don't make fun of me. Wang Chong bitterly smiled. All right, to see the godly young Marquis of the Tang Dynasty on the front lines suffer like this. It wasn't in vain that we came. Sisters, don't make things difficult for him. Wang Chong, hurry and come over. Everyone's here. You're the only one left. Nearby, on the top floor of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion, was a large round table made of sandalwood. The table was packed with people. Guofeng, Chai Zi, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weici, Zhao Jingdian, Su Gan, Fang Xianying, Marchioness Yi Bai Siling, and Su Yiqin. Bai Siling was seated on a large reclining chair, a smirk on her face as she faced Wang Chong. At this moment, everyone else in the restaurant had their heads turned away, pretending to drink tea or pretending to be thinking. All of them wisely pretended not to see anything. Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Huang Qian'er, and Su Yiqin all had some ambiguous feelings between them and Wang Chong. Only a fool would choose to get involved at a time like this, when these four illustrious beauties and talented women of the capital flew into a rage. Not just anyone would be able to endure it. There were times when everyone felt some sympathy for him. "Everyone, I've kept you waiting." Wang Chong chuckled at being treated like a joke. After a few moments of thought, he waved his sleeve and calmed down. Leisurely walking over, Wang Chong sat down between Guofeng and Chai Zi. The women's eyes flashed at the spot Wang Chong had chosen, and the mood instantly softened. Formidable. Guofeng and Chai Zi, who were sitting on either side of Wang Chong, secretly gave him looks of praise. "Brother Wang, why have you gathered so many of us here? What's the matter?" In the end, it was Fang Xianying who broke the silence. They had all received Wang Chong's invitation this morning and hurried to the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion. Although they had all believed this to be a simple gathering, the presence of Guofeng and Chai Zi immediately made them realize that it was not so simple. Chapter 660. Everyone, to tell the truth, I've gathered all of you here today because I have a request. Wang Chong leisurely said as he picked up a piece of Lin Ling cloud cake from the table and carefully chewed it in his mouth. Everyone's eyes brightened at Wang Chong's words, a look of anticipation on their faces. But even so, none of them had any intention of declining. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with anticipation. In the Southwestern War, all the clans that had participated in the war, including the reinforcements, had been lavishly rewarded by the imperial court. Those clans that had sent their experts to follow Wang Chong into the southwest early on were especially richly rewarded. This was truly a case of when one man attained the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascending to the heavens. In the capital, Wang Chong's influence had reached an inconceivable level. All the clans wanted to work with him because they knew that working with him would bring them enormous benefits. As long as Wang Chong made a call, countless clans would be willing to respond. Because the people on the top floor of the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion had been the first to establish a relationship with Wang Chong, they had already become the core of Wang Chong's circle, the targets of envy and jealousy. "Brother Wang, speak. No matter what you want, our Qi clan will do everything in our power to find what young master wants." The moment Wang Chong finished speaking, Qi Weisi immediately stood up and said without hesitation. He didn't know about the other clans, but the Qi clan had been heavily rewarded for its support of Wang Chong in the war. His two older brothers had even been promoted a rank, dealing a massive blow to the Qi clan. It had to be known that his two older brothers had originally been commandants, but because of their relationship with Wang Chong, they had been promoted to generals. The difference between a commandant and a general was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. "Dish!" Wang Chong said nothing more. He flicked a few pieces of paper he had prepared out of his sleeve and placed them in front of everyone. "Oh!" Seeing the pieces of paper Wang Chong had prepared, everyone was greatly curious. Even Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong temporarily let go of Wang Chong and focused their attention on the pieces of paper in front of them. "Lime." Bai Sailing was shocked when she saw the words on the paper. She thought that Wang Chong was looking for them for some important matter, but she didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. "And clay." At the same time, Zhuang Jingping also opened the small piece of paper in front of him. He looked even more shocked than Bai Sailing. Wasn't this thing used to make ceramics? It should be everywhere in the capital. Why would Wang Chong want something so ordinary? Moreover, if it was just clay, Wang Chong didn't need to ask the Zhuang family for help. "I know you guys are very strange, but this matter is very important to me. Most importantly, whether it's lime or clay, I need a lot of them." As if understanding their doubts, Wang Chong faintly smiled and added, "How much is a lot?" Zhao Yadong frowned and asked, "Unlimited. I want as much as I can get. At the very least, what we have in the capital is far from enough to satisfy me." Wang Chong said, "Buzz." Everyone was stunned by Wang Chong's words, and even Guofeng and Chai Zi's eyes widened. Not even Guofeng and Chai Zi knew how much lime and clay the capital had. But there was one thing that was certain. The quantity was unimaginably vast. As the capital of the Tang dynasty, the resources amassed in the capital were undoubtedly unparalleled in the world. For Wang Chong to say that it was far from enough was simply beyond their imaginations. Just what sort of plan would require so much lime and clay? And even now, none of them knew what Wang Chong needed so many materials for. Besides, what could lime and clay do? Haha, you'll know when the time comes. Wang Chong faintly smiled. After the victory in the southwest, Wang Chong had been rewarded with 3 million taels of gold and a large amount of jewels. This allowed Wang Chong to finally begin his other plan. Lime and clay were two of the most important things in this plan. Whether it was the Zhao clan, Bai clan, Qi clan, Zhuang clan, these were all great clans of the capital. They had operated in the capital for decades, centuries, and possessed enormous connections and resources. This was also the primary reason why Wang Chong had gathered Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Guofeng, and Chai Zi. This was a project related only to the economy. There was no glint of blood, no thick smoke of gunpowder. But to Wang Chong, this project was no less important than the War of the Southwest, and to the Tang dynasty it was far more important. But now, apart from himself, no one knew what he was doing. "That's right, Wang Chong," Chai Zi suddenly said after a moment of hesitation. "If this new plan requires a large amount of resources and money, can our Chai clan also participate?" Chai Zi was very hesitant with these words, but Wang Chong's response had taken him by surprise. "Ha, of course." Wang Chong heartily laughed. The effects of the War of the Southwest were beginning to show. Even a stubborn clan like the Chai clan was beginning to be moved. It wanted to join in and get a share of the profits, a share of the credit. But this was precisely what Wang Chong wanted. The plan that he was about to carry out would require a great deal of money and resources, not something that he could afford alone. The Chai clan might have believed that Wang Chong was unwilling to share the credit with them, but the reality was the exact opposite. Wang Chong needed a large number of clans like the Chai clan to participate in his plan. Brother Chai, Brother Gua, and everyone else, no matter who wants to participate, I, Wang Chong, will not refuse anyone. The more the better. Although I can't guarantee anything else, this matter will definitely be of great merit to the various clans. Wang Chong faintly smiled. In the room, everyone's eyes lit up. Just this sentence alone was enough for them. After leaving the Tai Bai Immortals Pavilion, Wang Chong headed east. Stop! After several thousand meters, Wang Chong's carriage came to a stop next to a lush tree. Bang! The carriage door opened, and a figure seemed to know that Wang Chong would stop here. Marquis. The figure in the carriage bowed to Wang Chong. Ha, Sir Zhang, there's no need to be so courteous. Just call me Wang Chong. Sit. Wang Chong gestured at the seat across from him, a faint smile on his face. Then I shall respectfully accept. Zhang Shouji clasped his hands and sat down on the seat across from Wang Chong. From Lion City to the final decisive battle in the southwest, Zhang Shouji had been at Wang Chong's side. Zhang Shouji's contributions to Wang Chong's success could not go unnoticed. At Wang Chong's side, he was undoubtedly one of the core members. Just what is it that would trouble you to come here in person? Wang Chong smiled. He had received Zhang Shouji's letter and rushed here to meet with him. In truth, it's nothing much. I was just asked by someone to ask for a favor from young master. Zhang Shouji chuckled. To be able to ask for your help, that person must have quite the face. Speak, Cheng, Zhang, Huang, Lu, of the 4 swordsmithing clans, which one of them ran over and persuaded you to come ask for a favor. Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh. He was used to seeing Zhang Shouji's strict demeanor, so to suddenly see him plead on someone else's behalf was unprecedented. But it wasn't hard for Wang Chong to guess. A master architect like Zhang Shoji, who had even constructed the imperial palace. Besides the masons, only the clans of swordsmithing masters like Cheng, Zhang, Huang, and Lu could form a close relationship with him. Haha, young master is wise. It truly was the capital's Huang clan that sought me out and asked me to come ask for a favor. Zhang Shoji said, "Is it because of that matter?" Wang Cheng's voice suddenly turned cold. "Yes." Zhang Shoji nodded, and his expression became much more serious. Before Wang Cheng had even set out for the Southwestern War, he had already asked the Cheng, Zhang, Huang, and Lu clans and all the sword shops and smiths in the capital for a large number of war machines. But at the most crucial moment of the war, there was a shortage of war machines, and the problem lay with the capital's Huang clan. The war machines that Wang Cheng had requested from them had simply not been completed. In the end, at the height of the war, Wang Cheng simply did not have enough steel walls to make up for it. Wang Cheng knew of this matter. Zhang Shoji knew of it, and all the craftsmen who had participated in the war knew of it. If the Annam Protectorate had failed and Wang Cheng had died there, it wouldn't have mattered much. But Wang Cheng had returned alive, and he had won a major victory. The capital's Huang clan was clearly afraid that Wang Cheng would settle the score, so they had sought out the person closest to Wang Cheng, Zhang Shoji, to plead for leniency. Humph, and they still have the face to say that. Wang Cheng's face was frosty. Young master, in truth, they can't be blamed for this matter. The Huang clan didn't intentionally delay the payment. They have operated in the capital for many years, a brand that has existed for centuries. No matter what, they would never go back on their word. The Huang clan also has its own difficulties. Zhang Shoji said, "What difficulties? If the 4 great clans were all like them, we would have long since died on the battlefield of the Southwest." Wang Cheng sneered. The steel walls were an extremely important part of his plan. Without those sturdy steel walls, just the advantage of the mountains would have been impossible to stop the charge of the Mengshi, Yusang army. To the Huang clan, it might have just been some money and contracts, but to the Annam Protectorate, it was the lives of 100,000 soldiers. This was why Wang Cheng was so angry. Ever since he had arrived in the capital, he had visited all the great clans, but he had not visited the Huang clan. The Huang clan had clearly sensed something, which was why they were acting like this. I also tried to understand this matter, even going to the Huang clan to personally investigate. It wasn't that the Huang clan wasn't willing to fulfill their contract with young master, but that they had no more steel to use. Chapter 661. Oh! Wang Cheng's eyes flashed, a hint of surprise finally appearing on his face. "What do you mean?" Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the Huang clan, Wang Cheng still had a great deal of trust in Zhang Shoji. If young master carefully thinks about it, you will definitely realize that the Huang clan actually built a significant portion of the steel walls. But later on, when the clan ran out of refined iron and the Huang clan went to the market to buy more, they discovered that they had run out of ore. Zhang Shoji said, "How could that be?" Wang Cheng immediately refuted Zhang Shoji's words. Everywhere in the Tang dynasty, there is an endless supply of refined iron and ore to the capital. In the last several hundred years, the supply has always exceeded the demand, and there has never been a shortage of refined iron and ore on the market. How could the Huang clan suddenly run out of supplies? Wang Cheng had a look of disbelief on his face. It wasn't that he didn't believe Zhang Shoji, but that the Huang clan's excuse was very hard to believe. He had lived in the capital for many years, and he had been stubborn and dissolute, mingling with the scions of various clans. Thus, he had some understanding of the situation in the capital. The Huang clan's argument was simply untenable, let alone him. No one else would so easily believe them. In normal circumstances, this would truly be impossible, but something happened at that time. For some reason, the Arab merchants in the capital suddenly changed their behavior. After selling off the pearls and agate, they stopped buying silk, tea, and ceramics, and instead went to buy refined iron and ore. It was precisely because of their interference that the Huang clan ran out of iron and refined iron. Buzz! Before Zhang Shouji could finish speaking, Wang Chong's body trembled, and he raised his head to stare in shock across from him. Sir Zhang, what did you just say? The Arabs? Young Master Chong, what's wrong? Zhang Shouji was given a fright by Wang Chong's expression. Other than during the Southwestern War, Zhang Shouji had never seen Wang Chong look like this. Sir Zhang, you just said that the Arab merchants are buying up refined iron and ore in the capital? Wang Chong ignored Zhang Shouji's words. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Zhang Shouji's arm tightly. After seeing Zhang Shouji nod in confusion, Wang Chong's mind buzzed and exploded. Who? The carriage was silent, but Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. 3 years of war, 10 years of preparation, refined iron and iron ore had always been inextricably linked to battle and death. The fact that the Arabs were buying up refined iron and iron ore in the Central Plains meant only one thing. The Arabs were preparing for a new war, and an opponent worthy of the Arabs fighting in Wang Chong's memories, to the far west of the western regions, where the Arabian Empire was located. While the Tang dynasty was slowly halting its expansion and becoming more conservative, the distant Arabian Empire had already completed its conquest of all the surrounding powers. Even Karak Spazinu had become its vassal state. The impression that the Tang dynasty had of the Arabs was still this. They looked no different from the Hu and only knew how to buy and sell spices, gems, and camels. Their country was extremely small, about the size of Mengshizhao or Goguryeo, but they had no idea that the Arabian Empire had already completed its most important expansion and was ushering in its golden age. This was an empire with more than 28 million people and an area of 6 million square kilometers. It was even larger than the Tang dynasty. In this era, there were only 2 great empires that could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with it. One was Tang, and the other was Arabia. However, in this era, none of the great empires acknowledged the existence of the other. And if the Arabian Empire wanted to wage war, it could only attack the Tang dynasty and Sindhu in the east. Young master, young master. An anxious voice came from afar, and an old face with a face full of hardships slowly became clear in his eyes. Zhang Shouji looked worriedly at Wang Chong. He had just been discussing the matter of the Huang clan and the Arabs. But for some reason, Wang Chong had become motionless and inaudible. Ah, I'm fine. Wang Chong shook his head as he came back to his senses. I know about the Huang clan. Tell them that they can forget about the Southwest. As long as they complete the contract we agreed on, I can treat it as if nothing happened. But if it happens again, I won't let them off. With the Wang clan's current status and influence, even if the Huang clan was a renowned swordsmithing clan of the capital with a legacy of several hundred years, it could still easily crush them into dust. This was definitely not just a threat. Definitely. Zhang Shouji rejoiced at Wang Chong's words. With such a major oversight, even if they were as bold as the heavens, they would never dare to commit such a crime again. There was a natural connection between master architects and swordsmithing clans. Moreover, as one of the largest swordsmithing clans of the Tang dynasty, the Huang clan played an extremely important role. If Wang Chong wanted to do something in the future, the Huang clan would definitely be able to play an important role. This was also why Zhang Shouji was willing to plead on the Huang clan's behalf. Only those with the best smithing skills could forge sabers, swords, and all sorts of other weapons. The Cheng, Zhang, Huang, and Lu great clans did not just know how to forge sabers and swords. Zhang Shouji quickly opened the carriage door and left. But Wang Chong sat in the carriage, his mind in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Outside the carriage window, the sky over the capital was clear and cloudless, but Wang Chong could clearly smell the scent of war in the air. The Battle of Talas. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind. This was the first and largest war between the Great Tang and the Abbasid Caliphate, the 2 greatest empires of the East and West. And in Wang Chang's plans, this was a war that he had to reverse, a war that he had to win. Buzz. Time slowly passed, and as Wang Chong was lost in thought, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his mind. Without the slightest warning, an intense sense of danger surged out of his mind, so intense that Wang Chong felt his scalp go numb. Wang Chong's eyes widened. Bang! With no time to think, Wang Chong suddenly broke through the carriage wall and flew out. As he flew out, Wang Chong clapped his hands together, sending a thick stream of stellar energy through the carriage and jolting coachman out. Boom! The moment Wang Chong flew out, a massive boom came from behind him, sending shockwaves of energy flying in all directions. At the same time, cries of alarm rang out in the crowd, causing them to retreat in fright as if they were avoiding the plague. 10 some zhang away, Wang Chong turned his head, and when he saw the scene behind him, his face twisted into a nasty grimace. Behind him, the ground had caved in, and in the center of this caved in was the bronze carriage that Wang Chong had ridden in. Its shafts, frame, and windows were scattered all over the place, and in the center of these fragments was a bronze bell as heavy as a mountain. If not for Wang Chong's quick reaction, he and his carriage would have been smashed into meat paste by that bell. Just where did this bronze bell come from? Coachman sat on the ground. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. A fragment of the carriage pierced through his thigh, and blood was gushing out, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. If Wang Chong hadn't sent him flying in time, he would have been crushed into pieces like the carriage in front of him. Hurry up, hurry up! Grandma, I'm so scared! The surroundings were in chaos. Many people were so frightened by this sudden change that they sat on the ground. Some little girls screamed, and white-haired old women were so scared that their faces turned pale. Many people were injured by the fragments of the carriage, and their bodies were stained with blood. However, most of them were still frightened by what they saw. Bolang bell. Wang Chong looked at the huge bell behind him with an ashen expression and an awful expression. More than 1,000 years ago, in the pre-Qin era, someone used this assassination method in Gubolang to deal with the first emperor. Wang Chong didn't expect that someone would use the same method to deal with him. Wang Chong scanned the surroundings and quickly looked at the sky. Unlike others, Wang Chong was very sure that this bronze bell had fallen from the sky, and from a very high place at that. But when Wang Chong raised his head, the sky was empty. There was nothing there. Where did this bronze bell come from? Someone, clean up this place and arrange for the injured to receive treatment. Yes, young master. The moment Wang Chong gave the order, figures immediately came out from hidden places in the surroundings. These were the guards of the Wang clan. Wang Chong had been conferred the title of Marquis, and the entire Wang clan viewed him with great importance. Even if Wang Chong wasn't willing, Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen, Uncle Li Lin, and little Uncle Wang Mi would never agree. Please follow me. Young lady, how are you? The guards of the Wang clan had just arrived when everyone was at their most relaxed. Boom! A blue stone wall closest to Wang Chong suddenly shattered. Behind the wall, a figure clad in massive armor, standing on a brilliant halo of thorns, charged out. Sivadala, Sausa Rawala. The giant man spoke in a strange language, and before he finished speaking, his golden saber flashed. Boom! A majestic saber energy shot through the air, instantly enveloping Wang Chong's body. Even the air was cleaved in two by the saber energy. Like a wave of water, two clear spatial scars more than 10 zhang tall appeared. Chapter 662. The Profound Martial Realm, and an expert close to the Imperial Martial Realm. This thought flitted through the minds of the crowd. They were only ordinary guards of the Wang clan, so how could they compare to an expert of this level? Buzz! A moment later, under their stunned gazes, Wang Chong raised a finger and lightly pointed. immediately blocking that vast and terrifying saber energy. Boom! A scorching beam of sword chi shot out of Wang Chong's fingertip, shattering the saber chi into pieces. At almost the same time, Wang Chong swung his left hand. Before anyone could see what was going on, the woozy steel sword at Wang Chong's waist slashed through the air, piercing through the giant man's thick armor. The tip of the sword pierced through his heart and out his back. Clang! The armored giant's knees buckled and he fell to the ground, the dazzling halo of thorns at his feet extinguished. The giant man's eyes were wide open as he stared at the nearby Wang Chong, apparently not daring to believe that his full-strength attack had been so easily broken by Wang Chong. "You overestimate yourself." Wang Chong sneered and slowly walked over with a wave of his sleeve. In the War of the Southwest, his strength had exploded, allowing him to easily break into the imperial martial realm. Even Long Kinba had been easily killed by him, let alone an opponent of this level. Moreover, the more majestic the saber energy, the better. Quality would always prevail over quantity. So Yung Sun's art of god and demon obliteration was known as the #1 technique in the world. So how could ordinary saber energy compare to it? Swish! Swish! Wang Chong had barely taken 2 steps when his eyes widened. At the end of the street he heard a shrill whistle. 3 pitch-black arrows, gleaming with azure light, flew out in a triangular formation. The moment they appeared, they were already in front of Wang Chong's face. Bzzz! Wang Chong's body slightly leaned to the side as if he had calculated it, dodging the 3 arrows by a hair. Pung, pung, pung. The 3 arrows hit a 100-year-old locust tree by the side of the road, blowing its trunk into pieces. Wang Chong easily dodged the 3 poisoned arrows. Then his body flashed and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of feet away. Boom, boom, boom. Just behind him, another wave of arrows shot over from the opposite direction, passing by where he was originally standing. Just a moment later, a section of the wall behind him collapsed, smoke and dust billowing into the air. However, everything was far from over. "Kill him!" Shouts came from all directions. After the 2 waves of attacks, figures suddenly tore off their disguises and whizzed in from all directions. The Hu, the Western Regioners, the Uzin, the Abbasid Caliphate, and even the Han. These people had been following Wang Chong for who knew how long, and only now did they suddenly attack. Swish, swish. The first to arrive were the crescent, moon-shaped Arabian scimitars. These special scimitars were only a foot long, and the front and back of these scimitars were flat. Only the 2 sides of the scimitars, which were covered in exquisite carvings, could be touched. In truth, this was the only place where the scimitar wielders could borrow strength. After the Arabian scimitars came countless weapons. The Hu, the Western Regioners, the Uzin, the Arabs, and the Han were like hungry tigers, fiercely attacking from all sides. Halos after halos intertwined under their feet, instantly surrounding Wang Chong and sealing off all his paths of movement and retreat. These Hu, the Western Regioners, the Uzin, the Arabs, no matter which tribe they had belonged to, at this moment, none of that mattered. All of them had formed an invisible tacit understanding. That was to kill Wang Chong. Buzz! Even as the countless scimitars and weapons were about to strike him, Wang Chong only faintly smiled, his expression calm and tranquil, as if these people didn't even exist. Bang! With a light step, a blood-colored barrier of stellar energy emerged from his body, enveloping him like a bell. Clang! 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 All the scimitars and concealed weapons collided with this layer of chi, but it was as if they had collided with an iron wall and were all blocked. I still haven't done my homework. Wang Chong scanned his surroundings, a cold and harsh light in his eyes. If these people had truly investigated him, they would know that he was no longer the same as he had been in the past. He was no ordinary martial artist, nor was he someone who could rely on numbers to win. It was obvious that these people had only investigated him for his outstanding grasp of the art of war, but they had no idea that his martial arts cultivation was equally astonishing. Li Sai. Wang Chong did not attack. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a name. Boom! In the blink of an eye, in a restaurant not far away, a tall, strong, mountain-like figure suddenly jumped down from the second floor. Behind him was a strangely long broadsword that was as tall as an adult. It was extremely eye-catching. Boom! A faint ripple flashed in the air. No one could see how Li Sai drew his sword, but in the next instant, a gray and incomparably sharp sword chi pierced through the air. The sword tore through the air, slicing the 8 assassins at the very back into 2 at the waist. The sword chi did not stop there. It shattered the stone tiles of the street, leaving behind a sword scar 10 some zhang long. Don't worry about it. Kill him first. A burly who spat out a string of words. Disregarding everything else, he charged at Wang Chong. But in the next instant, a narrow dagger swiftly slid across his neck, as well as the necks of the other assassins. Pu-piu-piu. In the blink of an eye, the remaining assassins fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, as if they had been reaped from a field of straw. Marquis, are you all right? On the other side, Li Sai retracted his sword and quickly stepped forward. I'm fine. They clearly didn't investigate enough for such a problem to occur. Wang Chong indifferently said as he slowly put away the narrow wuzi steel dagger in his hand. This was a dagger he had specially forged for himself. Its original purpose was to practice his sword chi, but it was more than enough to deal with these people. Clang! Grabbing the wuzi steel sword in the chest of the unmoving armored man, Wang Chong forcefully pulled it out. At the same time, his left hand lightly pulled out the helmet on the armored man's head. It really is a Turk. Wang Chong appeared unsurprised. It's not just the Turks. There are also the Gogurians, Arabs, Uzin, Western Regioners, and even the Khitans. Marquis won a major victory in the southwest, defeating Daluan Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong. Everyone now views you as a thorn in their side. Li Sai worriedly said. Wang Chong appeared relaxed on the outside, but he was tense on the inside. On the surface, he appeared to be alone, but in reality, all of his trusted aides were following behind him. In just a few moments, countless figures had rushed out from all directions. The restaurants, the inns, the alleys, and the 2 sides of the street were all packed with people. With Wang Chong's current status, he was completely different from that of an ordinary scion. He was no longer a scion, but a true duke. Just his title as the Son of Heaven's disciple meant that countless people were watching him, both in the open and in the shadows, protecting him. At this critical juncture, no one would be able to bear the responsibility if something were to happen to him. Haha, this is inevitable. Wang Chong waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. After experiencing the Azura battlefield of the Southwest, he had no reason to care about such a minor matter. That's right, didn't I tell you already? Why are you still calling me Marquis? Your subordinate wouldn't dare. There are differences between superiors and subordinates. Young Master is now a Marquis, and His Majesty personally bestowed the title of Young Marquis. If even people at his side don't respect Marquis, won't others be even less convinced? Li Sai lowered his head and respectfully bowed. Wang Chong helplessly shook his head. This was Li Sai's personality. He was as hard as a rock. As long as he set his mind on something, no one could change his mind. I know it's useless to talk to you, so do as you please. As Wang Chong spoke, he turned his head in another direction, where several familiar figures were hurrying over. From their clothes, Wang Chong could tell at a glance that these were people from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Marquis, my apologies for being late. How are you? Are you injured? Forgive us, Marquis. We will definitely strengthen our patrols and not allow something like this to happen again. These bastards are too bold. In broad daylight, under the bright sun, they dare to act recklessly in the capital? Several red-robed officials from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies kicked the corpses of the assassins on the ground. their mouths cursing. But in front of Wang Chong, all of them had their heads firmly lowered, not even daring to raise their heads. Their guilty consciences were on full display. This was broad daylight. If something happened to Wang Chong, the Holy Emperor would have to bear the consequences. Sai, go and hand things over with them. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Wang Chong didn't even glance at them. With these words, he took his leave. The people from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies had the closest relationship with King Qi. Of the 6 bureaus, King Qi's influence had penetrated the most deeply. Wang Chong would never forget the trials of the Kunwa training camp and the rewards ceremony not long ago, as well as what the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Bureau of Rights had done to him. A new emperor brought his own ministers. Back then, he had been a nameless nobody, but now even the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies would have to look up to him. Respectfully sending off Marquis, Li Sai respectfully bowed, and then quickly turned around to help Wang Chong deal with the aftermath. With so many people dead, there had to be an explanation. Moreover, as far as Li Sai could see, the people from the Court of Judicial Review, the Imperial Army, and the city guards were already hurrying over. We failed again. This brat's senses are extremely sharp. This is the 2nd time we've failed. That's right. The people we've tried to kill have never lived to the next day. We've even killed people stronger than him, but our methods are completely useless against him. If this continues, we'll be at our wits' end, and we can't let anyone discover us. If outsiders know of our existence, we'll be the first ones Master will kill.